same alignment when they started? And then how would you know?
Well,
when
I'm saying,
never.
no. I'm not saying when. I'm
Never.
saying when they started. I'm not saying when they started. I'm just saying at any given point. So it's like you take a given point, will they ever end up in that same way? Because the problem is when you include more things, and more time, things don't only even things that are cyclical. They'd be cyclical, but they still evolve, in like in size and shape and in the way that they're moving. So it'd be hard to say that you could go back to a time in the past, or when they started, and that would happen again. But I think that you can pick like a random figuration in the sky, like today, for example, where the moon and the sun and the planets are in reference to each other. I think it's possible to see that again.
Oh, come on. Does anyone really want to say that the same thing ever happens twice? Give me a break, right? We all know that the universe draws upon an infinite source of creativity and potential.
I can flip a quarter and hit heads once, then I can flip it and hit heads again. Now, whether it's at the same time that I'm doing it, I don't agree about that, but the same thing can happen.
Not in the same place.
Not at the exact same place or occurrence, right? But the same thing can happen.
That's my point. That's my point. Is if you limit the resolution of your observation, and you're only talking about the coin, and maybe not the coin and where it landed perfectly, like the exact position in reference to the table or whatever. Like if you include more details, then it becomes no for sure. But if you limit the details, you can surely repeat something. As long, like I said, as long as your resolution is limited.
You
could say hello twice.
The universe never repeats itself, right? I mean, come on. This is all it boils down to. No, the universe never exactly repeats itself.
Yeah, it does. It has to.
No.
That's what a cycle is. That's what chaos from design is.
That's an ideal concept that doesn't actually have any
really no such thing as
reality.
What do you think about this? No such thing as chaos.
Sure, not in existence. It's only one transcendental ideal that plays a role in the formation of everything that happens in reality.
My statement agreed with your statement, though, Fundy, because, like I said, if you limit the resolution, the answer is yes. If you have an unlimited resolution, like I said, the answer is always no. And if you're talking about the entirety of the universe with an unlimited resolution, then of course the answer is no.
Things only happen once. That's all I'm saying. The exact thing that happened only will ever happen once.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, in terms of like the wandering stars and the luminaries and all that, like it's a representation of that, but meaning that the way that they're on their cycles, like it's
not perfect.
Seems to be that every single chart is a unique chart. Like, so for example, the exact alignment of all of those bodies, like Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, etc., the sun and the moon. And basically we're talking like, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto. Those main ones. But there's ones that they call asteroids, which are luminaries and have meaning as well. And then there's also one called Eris, which is, they claim it's beyond Pluto, but that's another one as well. And it's actually connected to power structures, which is interesting. So Eris was like discovered right at this time where there's this huge like change in power occurring. So it's like great reckoning is coming to the surface. So it's interesting. But anyways, but yeah, I would agree. I think every second is unique. Yeah, I think that in this realm, in terms of this, that's what I was saying before, like physically, in this realm itself. The thing is, though, in terms of like the higher level of creation, it can create duplicates of anything at all levels. So there could be multiple realities, multiple parallel realities. It can do all that.
It can never manifest the same thing twice, though. Things only happen once.
I think it could, but it doesn't seem to happen in this realm. Like, it always seems to be a unique moment in this realm. But there's no reason why
even multiple realms.
Well, here's this idea too,
even
though.
Multiverse.
So there's also the idea that everything that has ever existed actually exists in consciousness eternally. So in that perspective, what that means is that like whatever state that you're in right now, or I'm in, whatever it may be, in our human bodies, is obviously just like a very limited human body state. Outside of our human body state, beyond, as it were, you can be able to access any part of reality. So you can, almost like a movie player, you can like go and just access it, forward, backward, whatever you want to see, as it were, and so on. And then that gets into what we're doing now. Like we're incarnating and we're seeing this certain, pacing of it as we're going through it as well. But from that perspective, everything has already existed, because the creator in this scenario is outside of time, because it created time. So it has to be existing before time existed, because it created time. And then therefore it's in a completely timeless realm, which means that it's eternal and timeless. And it's just in that eternal timelessness, it then decided to create this whole thing that we call time, and this whole realm, to live in, and created it. And then we're now living through sections of it, but it all exists eternally. So
what if it's time?
It's like always existed too. So yeah, I know it's a wild level of like very paradoxes that would seem like paradoxes, but they're actually like a unification
of the totality.
Don't
you guys just want to get down to the
hold on. What if it's time, right? And what if it's the arbiter of the beginning of whatever the beginning of time would be by it being?
Existing.
So whenever it is.
That's kind of what I believe too.
I got one request. It's not like a conversation. I just have one request. All I want anyone else to do, because I'd benefit greatly. So call it selfish. Go ahead and call it selfish. All I want anyone to do is the same thing I'm trying to do. Describe in a taxonomical way, in an ontological way, in a categorical way, in a systematic way, your words that you would choose to describe reality from the bottom up, from most general towards trivial, or more complex, or more combined, whatever. How would you describe the world you live in the most general terms, and how would you combine them to be more and more complex, eventually involving every word that ever exists? And I would suggest that all that's worthwhile is about 4 or 5 generations.
Well,
I don't know if any of you even understand this. This is something that, like I said earlier. Okay, go ahead, man.
Well, because I wanted to respond to what Gio said. Then your question.
What Gio said.
Then
okay.
Your question persisted. That's
Whatever. I didn't say anything.
I was going to answer your question too, but that I was going to say what Gio said. Yeah, well, this is interesting because what Gio said about the infinity thing, or it's infinite time, is because if time is infinite, then actually all things. Like he said, like things repeating itself, then actually all things would repeat itself an infinite amount of times as well. So every event.
Yeah, it really doesn't end up well, where it's like nothing happened all the time. It's all meaningless and meaningful, and there's nowhere to go.
I wouldn't say meaningless, but it just answers the question of do things repeat itself? Because if that were the case, if time were infinite, then things would have to repeat itself. But
yeah, and on that lines, I happen to have the only question worth asking. I have the only endeavor worth endeavoring upon. As long as you're trying to be a truther, use language, guys. Use language and put words into the order that they deserve to be in. Sorry, I don't know. I'm going to sound arrogant. I don't know. I'm going to sound arrogant. I don't want to, because I wish someone did this before me. Put words into their proper order. Take all the words you're aware of and put them into the proper order that they deserve to be in. Is anyone doing this? Am I the only one doing this? Take out the dictionary, right? And I'm ranting, and I'll try to keep this quick. Get the whole dictionary. Put it in order of meaning. Every dictionary that any of you have ever bought are in alphabetical order. Every dictionary that all of us own are in alphabetical order. Put the dictionary into ontological order. Who has ever, am I the only one doing this? Am I really the only one doing this? Put the
can't.
dictionary into ontological order, not
You can't.
alphabetical order.
You
I'm
can't even
doing
put it
it.
in alphabetical order.
Dude,
I'm
stop.
doing it. No, I no, you're not going to tell me I can't because I am doing it. I am putting the
For
dictionary.
your
Every word
okay, hold
in
on a
all the
minute.
dictionary,
Hold on a
I'm putting
minute.
into
Are you high,
Hold on.
man?
ontological order.
Hello.
Yeah, are you
No, you're not, because
Bundy? You
there's
you
no
seem
way.
so
There's no
different
way that
tonight.
your interpretation of what everything is can be the only interpretation of ontologicacy.
Well, I'm trying to see
That's
y'all
not a
side.
word. That's not a
What
word.
was it?
But Bundy, you
I'm
seem so
trying to see
different
I
y'all
just
tonight.
side.
made it. What are you
Yeah,
mad
yeah,
because you
it's
can't
fine.
say it?
No. I have no issue with your word. That's a great word. That's a great word, DMOC. That's what I'm trying to do, and all I'm saying is that I am the only person trying to do that, and I think that's kind of bullshit because why the fuck hasn't anyone done the thing that I'm trying to do? I don't get it. Like, why is it on
'Cause
my
you're
Well, I
way
shoulders?
think a
ahead of
lot of people
everybody, bro.
try. A lot
Why
of
am I
people
the only
try,
one
like the
doing
Jordan
this?
Maxwell. There's a lot of
It's
people that do certain things like that.
in my opinion, it's the most important thing to be done, and for some reason, I'm the only one doing it, and I
Sure,
need
you
help.
just answered your own question. It's your opinion of what you think needs to be done.
I'm trying. I'm trying to be humble and not fixating on my opinion.
Yeah,
I'm trying to approach it from the standpoint of a universal human perspective. But why am I the only one trying to do the thing that I'm doing? None. Tell me anyone else has ever done what I'm trying to do. They
you're
haven't.
you're
I mean,
blazing
what's
a
the
Who's that?
trail
purpose of
here, bud.
ordering things ontologically, and how do you even go about doing that?
Well, isn't all
Well,
isn't just
that is a
communicating?
long conversation that have no doubt. Okay, I don't know who asked that, but have no doubt. I can explain myself. I can go into great detail about
Please
what
don't.
I mean by what I said, and I won't. I won't. I will do that in a DM because I know everyone else isn't interested. But the person who tried to call me out just now, I have an answer. I have a description. I have a standpoint. I have a beginning point. And if you want to talk to me about that, we'll do it another time because I would appreciate some shared effort. I would appreciate your participation in it, helping me. But no one else cares. That's my point. No one else cares, and no one else has ever done it. Why am I the only person doing the thing that is most necessary in the search of wisdom?
That's what Isaac
I'm the
Newton
only.
said.
Why am I the only one trying to put words into their ontological order? If you
No,
want to
that's what
help
I'm saying.
me, let's. If anyone wants to help me, DM me and we'll talk about it. I would appreciate the assistance. Why is no one else doing this? Well, because they have better things to do in their opinion, and I understand that. Go ahead, chase the girls, get the job promotion, live a more comfortable life, get whatever material benefits. I
Bundy, I'd like
understand.
to say
It's
something.
cool. It's cool. I just want to say that I understand any motivation that anyone might have. Go for it. Absolutely go for it. All I'm after is organizing through language meaning in its ontological manner, and I could really use some assistance in this journey. But if you want to help me, help me. If you don't want to help me, fuck off. Whatever. Do whatever you want to do. No problem at all. Go for it. Do whatever you want to do. Live your life. It's cool. It's cool. I don't care. I'm gonna do me. You do you.
I was trying to tell you about a minute ago that Isaac Newton also, um, uh, I forgot what he said. Oh, right. He said, why is nobody else doing this important thing? Often when people have that, they have that sentiment, they have that urge, it often compels them to create a works, or write something, or publish something, or like you said, make a video or
Yeah,
something.
I'm compelled.
Because then people can people in the future Like if it achieves what
That's why I'm doing it.
are requiring, then people, will appreciate that.
Yeah,
afterwards.
totally. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, and you just validated my efforts. I'm doing something that I feel is worthwhile, that you just explained is, in your opinion, worthwhile, as long as, it seems like you think that it's a worthwhile endeavor to put all words into an ontological chart that break down the orientation of meaning and the way words express meanings into a particular order. And I think that's probably the most worthwhile thing anyone could do as far as referring to or involving themselves into the benefit of all of humanity as far as academic studies go, as aside from
All right,
actual action,
Fundy,
as a side,
you gotta pass
as a
the mic, bro.
side,
You gotta pass
as,
you can't just
yeah. As a side of actual actions taking place. There's a difference between understanding and knowledge that someone has versus the actions they actually do. Right? There's doing and there's knowing, and I'm focused on the knowing. And go ahead and be good. I'm just trying to lay out the blueprint of the castle that is defined by the nature of understanding and wisdom.
Beautifully said,
Be wise. There's a
right.
difference between.
With all due respect, Funny, I'm just gonna mute you for a minute, bro. You really can't monologue, man. I've asked you literally several times. So, Meisty, what's up, man? I see Meisty. I haven't seen him in a while. I'll just unmute you, Funny, but come on, man. I've asked you a bunch of times to stop monologuing, dude. You're just completely monologuing. So please.
You know where I'm coming from. You know where I'm coming from. I'll shut up.
Well, just pass the mic. Just pass the mic for a second. That's all. It's really all. It's that.
Sure. I'll shut
good.
up.
You're
voluntarily.
Good, man. You just right with the passage, because if you want participation, you have to allow the participation.
Sure. Go ahead, guys.
Fundy, I'm begging you to take a linguistics class. If you start a freaking GoFundMe, I will contribute to it.
Am I muted or am I not muted?
For the love of all good knowledge, take a linguistics class.
You're not muted.
I'm not looking I'm not looking at my screen. Am I muted? Can I respond or?
I only muted you for like 5 seconds. But I wanted to. It gets to a point where the only way to have anyone else talk is to interrupt you. So it's
right.
You got to just.
I get it
at some point. But Meisty just brought up an interesting point. So what did you say? You want to talk about linguistics, Meisty?
Yeah.
I'm begging Fundy to take a linguistics class.
Meisty, that's such a shallow piece of advice because you have no idea my understanding of linguistics. I do. Very.
Is that what he said? Well, all right, I didn't hear what he said. You said to take a class. What does that?
I told him. Yeah. I told Fundy. I've listened to him kind of waft on about.
Hey, Meisty. What do you know? What do you know about etymology? What do you know about syntax? What do you know about grammar? What do you know about morphemes? What do you know about phonemes? I know all.
Yeah, Meisty, you got to
linguistics
more than just an ad hom.
Yeah.
I don't think it was an ad hom.
That was. I will school you, bro. I will school you right now.
I don't think so. Fundy.
I will. Okay, so what is the fundamental element of language?
Meisty.
There are 5. What's that?
What is the fundamental element of language?
There are 5 fundamental elements of language.
No. What is the most fundamental element of language?
There are 5. The first
Tell me the most. Tell me the most fundamental aspect.
Fundy, are you gonna let me
tell me
respond here?
You gotta let him. You gotta let him talk uninterrupted, though. He's got
to. Sure. Just tell me it.
You can't do without these 5 things in linguistics.
Tell me.
Oh my gosh.
Fundy, I don't want to have to mute you, bro. Come on, you gotta let him speak, man. Uninterrupted.
Just tell me. I'm done. Just tell me. Go ahead.
All right, well, he's got to be himself, so give him 20, 30 seconds at least to say his piece.
The first is phonetics and phonology. The second is morphology.
No, that's not.
The third is syntax. The fourth is semantics. Then the fifth is pragmatics. If you don't have each of those 5 things, you're not going to understand language or linguistics.
Okay,
All right,
so
hold
where
on.
does
List them again. Hold on, one
Can
more
you break
time.
them down?
Yeah, break them down. Let's hear them one more time.
Semantics and syntax.
fir-
I
So
understand
first,
clearly.
first is phonetics and phonology, which is
that's
the
only
study
talking
of
about
sound.
spoken language,
Oh
by the
my
way.
gosh,
That's
Lord
only
in
that's only
heaven.
spoken language.
So phonetics and phonology also refer to graphology, which is if you have a phoneme, you also have a grapheme that can go along with that. So yes,
Only
it
if
does
only if
encompass
a written
both.
language
Can
pairs
I
along with the spoken
please
language.
get more than a sentence out since Gio asked
Yeah,
me a
Fundy,
question?
I'm just gonna mute you, Fundy, for like 30 seconds, bro. Let's let him say his whole thing, man. Please, just let him go. I mean, you were going for a bit. Let's at least let him present this. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, my degree's in computational linguistics, Fundy, and so first phonology and phonetics, which is the study of sound and how sound's represented in our mind. Second, morphology, how words are put together in and of themselves, and then the third one is going to be syntax, is how sentences and phrases are put together. The fourth is going to be semantics, is how do we form meaning out of morphology and syntax. Then pragmatics are things like how do we interchange meaning between people in things like discourse. If you don't have those 5 things, you don't understand language or linguistics on a systematic level.
Okay, I'd like to ask you some questions about that, but I don't. Funny chance to respond to, but
You don't have to understand language on a level like that to have language. I mean, that's just silly.
No, I'm saying if you want to systematically study language as aka linguistics, then you need to understand those 5 domains.
That's not what he asked, though.
He did understand what's the most fundamental thing in language. And I said, well, you need these 5 things if you're going to
It
systematically
wasn't a
study
bad
language.
answer. It's a pretty good answer. Yeah, it's good. I respect it. I don't know if anyone else in the room besides you and me understand your breakdown, but I did understand your breakdown. Morphemes, phonemes, syntax, semantics, pragmatics. I got you on each of those levels. And yeah, not bad, not bad at all. I'm not sure if anyone else is going to be involved in that conversation on that level if we don't break those terms down and explain them. But
I think I just broke them
Boring.
down and
Boring as hell.
explained them.
What's up,
well, yeah, I
SC?
mean it's pretty clear
I'm falling
now.
asleep
But
here, Gio, honestly. I'm falling asleep.
I
Well,
did have a question.
hit us with something, or yeah, we could do different topic, whatever it may be.
Kosho, what was your Kosho? I think I had a question. What did you say, Kosho?
Well, I had just a question because I know. Have you ever heard of the Chinese room thought experiment with by John Sorrell or whatever? Like it's supposed to be an analogy to like AI, artificial intelligence.
You said
It
Chinese room thought experiment.
Yeah, it basically is very simple. It's just SC brought it up at one point too, I think. But yeah, it's just about a person is in a room with no windows or anything. They can't, they don't speak Chinese at all. They don't know Chinese, but they have a booklet that basically just any response that's given to them, there's a certain anything that's given to them. There's a response in that booklet. So all they got to do is look at what's given to them, and they got to find it in the booklet and write out the response, and then they give it back to the person. So people on the other side, they send them, messages and communicate with them, and they go in the book and they fill it out. They look to see what the response is for whatever was given to them. And they hand it back to the person, and it gives them the impression that they can understand them and they're having to communicate. They're communicating with them, but in all reality, there's actually no way that they'll ever understand anything that they're saying or expressing to the other person.
Yeah, Leibniz presented a really similar scenario.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I've never heard it called the Chinese
Yeah,
room
that's John
experiment.
Searle's. Yeah, John
Okay,
Searle's,
yeah. Leibniz presented something really similar. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think John Searle, because I think John Searle was specifically talking about the artificial intelligence, like digital computers, and or like with the logic-based computers. But I know that the fundamental distinction that he makes in his argument is that
Shout out.
AI computers can only or digital logic computers can only understand and parse through the syntax, but it will never understand the semantics. So I was just curious if you could have the components of one of those 5 things and still have language or be able to use language.
Yeah, it's really hard to just take the pieces of it all and come up with semantics or pragmatics. That's why Google Translate sucked for so long.
Yeah.
But it gets a lot better, and things like ChatGPT gets a lot better because of the corporate, like it has a morphing corpus that uses analogical modeling rather than rules and construction. So what it'll do, it'll take 3 or 4 phrases, for example, and it'll find those phrases across the internet, and then it'll try to find corresponding similar phrases in other languages like English, and then it'll try to match the semantics and the context up. So it'll take the words around it and the phrases and the known meanings around it in the other language to try to map out what the potential meaning might be in the target language. And it's called analogical modeling. It's a little bit more how our minds work. It's why learning like Spanish by rules, grammar, vocabulary, all that kind of stuff really kind of sucks. And why people in high school like really never learn those languages like that is because our minds when we're kids, typically it's all about analogy. When do I see something in a context that I have a use for, that I'm always going to analogize to my own experience and I can utilize to get something that I need. If I do that 5 or 6 times, I'll remember the way that I got the thing that I needed, or express the thing that I wanted. And that's analogical modeling. It's what our brains do. It just creates the relationships rather than creates a bunch of rules that come up with, intelligible phrases, more or less, which is a lot of how like high school Spanish classes work. And that's how Google doesn't do it anymore. It does it through analogical modeling, which makes it a lot better. And ChatGPT, that's how it learns all of its stuff.
The large language models, yeah.
We
That's a
don't
question,
need
Chris.
no ChatGPT AI.
I
don't know. I don't think we need the AI. Honestly, I don't. I think we can just do without it. I think we just get back to being humans and just design things for the technology and then use our minds for the really high level processing.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised. You used to be surprised that, like, when you look at what its real uses are, not the uses that you've seen people come in here and use it for, but the real value. It's the same as taking the tediousness and the monotony out of things we used to do in the past. Like,
just think of the name of it: artificial intelligence. Just think about those words together.
It's man-made.
Artificial intelligence, yeah.
It's man-made. It's not coming out of a woman's womb, just out of a man's works.
Well, but artificial implies that it's not even part of nature.
Well, it's part of nature. In the other version of the word nature. There's two different definitions of nature, of course. One that opposes artificial. Well, I mean, the 2 that I know of. One that opposes artificial and one that opposes supernatural.
I think the furthest it needs to go, I think there are some language models that can be used in certain blockchains that could actually improve certain technologies. But I think that would be like a very, I mean, it would still have a significant impact, a significant contribution, but it would be like a small percentage of the overall like focus of things. Whereas it seems like they're taking it and going wild with it, and they're trying to like change. It's like they've turned it into like a transhuman. It's like the new social media is what they want to push it towards, like a transhumanistic, isolating, mind controlling network that reduces the decentralized spread of knowledge and reduces it down to a centralized source that they want everyone to be getting. So it's pretty dark. It's pretty dark what they're trying to do. So
Well, at this point, the way I've been using it, especially lately, has decreased my work so much that it's insane. Like even if it's something as like we were talking earlier about taking that data from that Tonga blast, and you have to actually physically go in to this website that has all these different stations. So however many stations you want to go through, you got to search for each one, and you got to pull out the graph for the barometric data and parse it, find that time where there's a spike, and you also got to translate the time zone from their time zone to UTC and stuff like that. Like if you have that new Bing with the Chat GPT built into it, it's so much easier to do all the side monotonous stuff. And, like you don't have to go and actually pull up another tab, and then also search for the conversions of the time zones and all that kind of stuff. You can do all that stuff in the same on the same page that you're already on.
Sounds cool. I mean, I'm not. That sounds fine. That's just a pretty basic. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think some of it can be used. It has usefulness. I mean, I think eventually everything's going to blockchains. So all like it's like the people, as it were, the sort of entities, let's say the controllers, as it were, whatever terminology, but like that group, as it were, they're already co-opting blockchains to the point to where now they're using it in their kind of new world order thing in their smart cities. So everything will go to blockchains, but the question is, can they control all of them? And I know they cannot. They can't control all of them. So at that point, people are going to have a choice of which one to go with. And the more we can make that a choice, the better. And I think that the way they kind of shot themselves in the foot with the whole scamdemic thing, I think that way more people are waking up now and are open to a lot more to where they really can't stop it at this point. Nonetheless, yeah, they still, I think, have, their rollout of it. Sorry, I kind of went off on a tangent. What was the original point? About the AI, and what the AI represents. And they're going to integrate AI into blockchains, and that's what. That was what that was.
I think it's worse than that though, Gio, because I mean, I'm sure there's workarounds or there's solutions to this problem I'm about to bring up that I'm just hadn't thought of. But once quantum computers become more practically available to more people, things like the entire way that blockchains work are going to become sort of completely flawed, and would just need to have a completely different mechanism to even work, because hash functions are going to be simple. You're going to be able to simply solve them with quantum computers. So it's like they'd have to have a completely different structure or some other mechanism that allows them to exist the way they do. Because if you can solve hash functions simply with a quantum computer, you can, I mean, you
They can't do it. They can't do it. So
with the computer.
What?
With the quantum computer you could, but yeah, with current computers.
You mean a theoretical thing that doesn't currently exist?
Well, no, that's something that's constantly improving all the time. Like if you look at the graph.
I mean, blockchains use cryptography, which is a form of encryption, and it seems to be a new technology. Like as far as we know, it didn't exist before a certain time in our current time period. Now, one could maybe speculate maybe that it did exist in ancient times or whatever else, but I'm saying in this current world, and it now is here. So it does function very differently than all other sort of regular servers and systems and so on. Now, you use that term quantum computer. You'd have to describe what you're referring to, but there are blockchains that are built in a way that do require a lot of very complex encryption to be able to do. So if you're just saying that there's something that can hack that, you would have to prove or show that's the case. And that really, in my mind, is kind of it's kind of unfortunate in a sense it's going this way, but it's going to go towards, they're going to run it all digital through a new system, and they're going to do a financial reset with it. And that system is going to be way more limited. It's not going to be the same like open internet that we have right now. So I see like there's going to be a split coming in the future where like they do that, and all the people that, are getting the jab and all the rest of it, the ones that are all on board, they're all going to go in that one for sure. They're not even going to consider doing anything else because that's their like overlords or whatever. So they're going to follow that thing. and then everyone else is going to have a choice as to what we do. So, but yeah, and I think these blockchains are going to be essential, literally, for our survival.
Yeah, but if you so the way that normal most cryptography works, like for like bank statements or credit card transactions or like any sort of encrypted messaging, it's not too far. It's not too different from the same calculation that it takes to like solve a hash function. It's all like factoring large prime numbers, basically, the multiples or the multiple or prime. It's basically like prime factorization. That's just basically the problem they're trying to solve, and it requires a lot of computations, which is why like Bitcoin has a pretty like the amount of time it takes to crack a hash function in the Bitcoin chain is relatively consistent. But
yeah,
the reason
you're talking about mining.
Yeah, right. Well, exactly. But then
the hash functions. Yeah,
but quantum computers they don't require they're not good at a lot of things. Like they're not good at transmitting video across the internet and stuff like that. Like they wouldn't be really helpful for that. But for solving problems like those types of prime number factorizations, they can. If you have a sufficient amount of qubits, you can solve something like that infinitely faster than the brute force, of a current computer, like our binary based.
All right. Well, I mean, okay, but I mean that you're basically explaining something that you've never validated to exist yet, because I mean, there's a lot of different blockchains as well. There's not just one, and they're all there's a lot of different designs and builds. So I mean, if you're saying that there's some quantum computer that that these evil controller dudes can just create where they can crack any blockchain, then we actually are screwed. Like they will actually end up killing humanity, because that's what they want to do, and there needs to be a buffer for that to give humanity a chance to actually become sovereign again and actually get back to the earth and actually not having these entities just completely preying on us that are currently doing what they're doing. And I think the blockchains are the essential like energy meeting point, because everything's going to be digital. Like we're never going to go back to where we have like chunks of gold in our houses. Like that's just not happening in my viewpoint. Like I don't see that there's any like major currency or anything like that. It's all going to go digital, and then if the humans succeed, then it'll go to where there's no money again, because we really don't need to have money. Humans can work together without having to have an exchange like that.
Did you guys hear
a blockchain is gonna a blockchain will be dominated by artificial intelligence. It probably already has.
That's what they're doing. They're trying to link them. Yeah, they're using the blockchains for evil. Yeah, that's what they're gonna.
Right. Well, the one who invented the first blockchain and made it up and put it into play was the first one who had the outcome for that blockchain is like, regardless of what you guys do, they have like control of it. Like whoever starts them and puts out, the whatever you call.
You're saying that person, whoever created it, always has a back end. You're saying?
Yes, sir.
Well,
I mean that's interesting in and of itself. What were you going to say? SC was going to get into.
I was going to say there's this kid I was watching yesterday. I was going, no way, man. There's this kid. He stole $45 million from a Bitcoin billionaire now. You guys hear about that?
I think I might have seen the headline for it, but I don't know that I know too much about it.
45 million. He was hanging around in hotel rooms playing video games, buying $1,000 running shoes and spreading $100 bills on his bed. And eventually they caught him because check this out. He bought a name of God and he paid $50,000 on the PS2 or the Xbox, whatever. So this kid, 17 years old, he robbed $45 million.
There's a few Bitcoin, people who hack wallets and people who hack markets and stuff like that. But the only last thing I was going to say about the thing with the quantum computers is that even like people who are in finance and people who are um, where cryptography is extremely essential to the work, like militaries, governments, financial systems, they're very aware of this issue of
Yeah, and they can't control it.
Well, no, it's not that.
It's
No,
funny how you
no,
even back
it's
these
not.
guys in this discussion.
It's
Like you
no,
actually do back the demons, bro. It's
no.
fucking real.
Well, I haven't finished.
We're having
I
this
haven't
discussion.
finished.
You're like, well, our quantum computers will
I
hack all of everything. And oh
you
man,
can't.
that's dark. I mean, I'm not trying to call you out totally, but
No,
I'm
but
just saying
you're not calling me out. You're calling out.
You're like repping for that being the case.
I haven't even said what I'm saying yet, dude.
You're a demon enabler.
Yeah, I haven't even said what I'm saying yet. You're just responding to something that you thought I'm saying.
All right, just consider consider my interruption and outburst just a
premature ejaculation thought, because I haven't yet.
Whatever you want it to be, just go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, because maybe you might not still have that thought.
I just had to drop the truth because I realized what the argument that you're crafting. Like I realized what you're bringing together and where you want it to go. And then I also realized you don't have any validation that there are quantum computers that can hack these blockchains. So I know that you don't have evidence for it. It's just like anyways. Okay, go ahead.
Regardless of how true that statement you just said is, which it's not at all, which I don't feel like spending my time responding now to validate, which I could, but I'm not going to. I'm going to instead finish what I'm saying.
I think you have to eventually. Your soul must.
Well, maybe if I get a chance to, but I want to finish this one out because all I'm saying is that it's true that all these different these things that depend on this current encryption, they're already aware and worried about that, because if it were to happen without any sort of pre-planning, it would fuck a lot of people up in a lot of ways. So instead, people in the field that I work in or work around, people, or at least people in even in education, universities and stuff, they're working on solutions, and there's plenty of solutions to it. So just basically different sort of something different than like a hash function or this prime factorization solving mechanism that is basically just creating a different problem that serves the same purpose, but is way harder to solve.
How about
there's already solutions out there, just
a problem.
Yeah, like for right now, hash functions and most encryption, they're basically based around providing a very big number, and the key
of
to
artificiality.
the key that represents the so one person, so that would be the lock of that very big number, and the key
that's artificial.
Is going to be the key is going to be the prime factorization of that number, and it's usually two large prime numbers. It takes a very long time to figure out what those two prime numbers are. So it's
therefore
a sufficiently difficult problem.
Therefore, making it only a basis where AI could do it, right? To a certain extent. Once the number's so big, like a human's not going to be able to.
That's what they would want, dude. And that's why this is so important. Like,
exactly.
Okay, so these controller entities, whoever they are, like, obviously they want ultimate control over the digital space. That's their ultimate goal. And there's even like certain, you guys heard about, I was almost going to say legends, although it's not even that long ago, but where originally they wanted the internet to actually be run more like a blockchain runs. So like it's like an early version of cryptography that was being developed at the time of when the internet came out, and they wanted it to be like that, where they could have, well, not necessarily not like an open blockchain, but more like in a controlled way, to where they can literally control all of the flow of information. But instead, there were all these protocols being developed when the internet was first being developed. There were these other protocols that were being developed, which essentially made it to where they couldn't block those at the end of the day. Therefore, those could be exchanged. Then they tried, like with AOL, like America Online, they tried to make it like corporate centered, and then that didn't work either. So it's like the cat got out of the bag. But so now we've had this internet, which has been this huge gift, obviously, because we've been able to share all this information, and we've been able to meet each other on here, everything else. The internet has been so huge. So like perhaps, but there's still the concern that what they want to run it into, and they may want to, use like the blockchain and the cryptography in a negative way to create, networks that are completely controlled, in ways that, 1984 type smart
When you
cities, whatever
they
they might
can
want to do.
they can think about this. Okay, like say you do an electronic thing, right? Isn't there a frequency or a pattern behind it, no matter what? So
Yeah,
so like yeah. So you
it's all
say
electricity. Isn't that trippy? It's all electricity at
right,
the end of the day.
right,
Isn't that
right.
unbelievable? It just blows my mind.
Now if you're an antenna, it doesn't matter. You can decipher that regardless. So you can pick up any, like my voice and your voice today can be actually played out perfectly through a computer across the world when we didn't say whatever it's to say. So a blockchain or any other thing, like when the computer goes like that, and they can communicate, the smallest sound, like a dog sound, to you and I, would be like a blockchain forming, or the computation of such, right? Just the manufacturing of the electricity, like piling the information together with the frequency that it does it, like putting off a sound like 3 bells, like 195 591 111111155. You know what I mean? And to think of that simple, like
Yeah,
the
but you
computer
have
can
to be able to
record.
decipher that.
No, it's going to record it in real time. It does, like, what do you
Yeah,
mean
no, I know, but
decipher?
I'm saying like you can send a message. It's the same as Morse code. It's like you can send
Yeah, but
beeps and boops, but you have to
right.
know what those beeps and boops
Okay, so
represent.
what you're looking for is 70 of the same beeps and boops in one pattern, right? And then every time you match that 70 for each block, then you get you get an amount, right?
Demox over
It's
here
worth
dropping Morse code on us.
right. So
The bleeps and boops. Yeah, no, I
I'm
know,
just
dude. It's
telling you,
crazy. It's what it is. Yeah, it's all binary like charges of electricity, basically. That
it
like
knows
the
it
ones and
exactly.
zeros. The ones and zeros are essentially like a certain charge of an electrical impulse with the development of the silicon and the crystals that allow
Yes.
it to vibrate at those, in those frequencies.
So the maker of the blockchain can record it as it's put out and has the match and can redo it if they want. And that's what you're
Yeah.
trying to do, match the blockchain, right?
The block, the
These are
history.
hash functions. Well, they're hash
Right.
functions that are being processed through
And if you,
a ledger, which is that's why it's like a chain, because it's like each revision of the ledger
right, it's
took
59.
many
No, I
many
know.
millions of computations to accomplish that next official block on the
Right.
ledger, on the chain.
So, but if you match 70 in a row in each certain direction, like going down around the corner or whatever in the block of these numbers, like the block of numbers will make a picture per se. And if you match each little picture going around in the big block, then you get, like, that's how you get paid. That's how you would mine a coin.
In a sense, yeah, exactly, dude. It's like doing the
Yeah.
computations, and then you get once you complete a whole hash function and it accepts yours as the next one on the ledger,
Exactly.
then the chain will give the person a amount of that particular currency, directly into their wallet, basically.
Right.
So yeah, so they're getting paid essentially for it, for the transaction, in a sense, or they're getting a piece of the blockchain for mining the blockchain. That's how some. Yeah.
Right.
They don't
For
all
being
work
a
the
part of
same, but
making
that
it.
is kind of the basic idea of the way some of them work. But there's different types. There's like proof of work.
Can you match like different ways? Like say I have a grid of numbers, right? Like a dot to dot, and it's a block. Can I
It's like
match
proof
70?
of work and proof of stake. Oh, sorry, proof of work and proof of stake are the two
Oh, okay.
types. They're the two types
Now,
for mining.
right. And when you mine it, like when you do your hashtags or whatever, and you make the next pattern, it doesn't matter like how you do it. Like if you have an X, if you have an L around the corner, if you have like, as long as 70 go in a pattern and they touch and they all together, I think that's how you get paid.
You get paid for solving. Basically, you solve somebody else's. Somebody else is doing a like needs a verification of like the funds or whatever, they're transferring funds, whatever it is, and in solving those hash functions, to verify those funds, they create new Bitcoin for Bitcoin at least. They create new Bitcoin every 10 minutes or whatever it is, 25, maybe 12.5, maybe 6.25 every 10 minutes.
So
and you get awarded them those new ones.
So couldn't you put out in reverse the answer and then the question? Okay, it's like Jeopardy. You put out the question and the answer and the question.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. You put out, you basically put out the answer,
so they can control it very simply.
Yeah, the answer is what's visible, and it's the question that you're trying to solve. Basically, like prime factorization. It's like if I gave you the number, 112, you got to figure out what the prime numbers are that make that number up.
Right.
And for a large number whose prime factors that make it up are also like just only like maybe 2 prime numbers, that's is extremely difficult problem to solve, which requires almost only brute force with regular computers.
Or it requires artificial intelligence.
I don't know
and
if artificial intelligence can help. I mean,
a human and a computer.
Yeah, it's honestly the way our computers work now, like with binary computers or like the computers that we can currently use. You can use an AI to come up with a better algorithm, but there's algorithms like I think there's like a Pythagorean algorithm.
Well, let me say this, bro. Sorry to interrupt you, but what about this idea? Sorry, but okay, all knowledge comes from humans, meaning it never comes from something that's an artificial intelligence. So anything that's in an AI already came from a human at some point. It's just jumbled together in a particular way.
Right. And they can format it and deformat it the way they want. Therefore, put in the problem or the exclusion to whatever, and then have the answer ready already ready. I mean, who could stop them?
I mean, but
like, Kosho, is there anything that's coming from that hasn't first come from a human?
Yes, all the time. That's what I'm saying. It depends on what you mean when you say that. What you said, because
first programmed by a human.
Well, yeah, but but the way AI works is not. It doesn't work. It doesn't just do things it was told to do. It gets trained on how to do things, and use that training to develop like novel things. Like that, you can get it to like they've gotten AI to come up with like math theorems and stuff like that.
That's
yeah, but I don't think that thing made it up, dude. It was already programmed into it.
Right. Math theorem is a part of math theorem. Like, does it do something that we would be like, oh, now we need to learn from that because it, that thing was like specified or designed or like brought on by that artificial intelligence, something that, has nothing to do with something we implanted or put it into it, that it took like what we did and came up with something just way crazier.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, but that's how it tags back into these blockchains because they already are creating these blockchain networks, which they're trying to make them unhackable for themselves. So they're getting the best of the FBI, CIA, all the rest of it to try to create, the most secure network they possibly can. And then if they do that with a financial reset thing, they're going to get a lot of people because I think they're going to offer, like, let's say somebody has 10 grand in a bank account when this reset happens. What if they offer, like, in their new digital coin or whatever, what if they offer like 1.5 what you have? So if you have 10, you get 15 of the new coin, or maybe even double. Like you have 10 grand. Well, if you come over to our system with our coin, we'll transfer it over and you'll have 20 grand. So if they do that, then the only thing that will keep the rest of us survive, not in their system, at least until, we get through all this, will be to have our own networks. And
so,
and if businesses take, another currency other than the kind of central one they're trying to make, which I do think will happen. I think humans will stand up for ourselves enough to be like, no, we want to have options.
And how hard would that be? to just go onto a computer and log everyone's information and log in some fucking numbers instead of the actual physical, currency they would have, in
You
the
know what we
normal
need,
moment.
we need a legit person that is behind, like who has the keys, as it were. Because you're right, dude. Someone's always going to have the key to any network. I mean, let's be real. If you create it, you have the back end to it. Like that's just. I mean, I guess you could argue that someone could throw the password away or something, but I mean, they created it, so you could always expect that any network could have a back end. But if we had someone or a group of people, whatever it may be, or even several of these that are just legit people that will actually hold it safe, and not corrupt it, then the actual network can actually work with a system of transparency and integrity that actually gives you benefit and actually honesty and truth, even to the point where truth could actually be organized in this and validated by everyone in a system
the monetary truth
way more advanced and actually, is the actual truth, and compile that into something that we all can actually utilize that's based on truth rather than whatever these other networks are going to try and be selling to people.
Yep, true information, true outcome, true. Yeah, the truth blockchain, and really, it would be based on the worth of you and I, like our sweat, blood, and tears, and just the true outcome of everybody working together, and like everything would, in a way, through truth, it would all be free, right? Yeah, there'd be work, but it'd be free
to everybody. Yeah, ultimately, yeah, absolutely, and I think food should be free for everyone too.
Oh, 100%. Truth currency would make it so.
What I mean is that, like, how we have like certain places have healthcare or whatever, and like it's it's like covered for everybody kind of thing, universal healthcare. Well, I just think like food should be included in that,
right?
Yeah.
No, 100%. Everything should really. Housing, transportation, food, healthcare. Like if your grandma's sitting on the side of the road, or my grandma, and I'm a doctor, I'm not going to say, no, grandma, I'm not going to help you because you don't have $50 in your pocket or whatever. No. Whoever needs it, they're going to get it. If my grandma needs transportation until she can't drive or doesn't know what she's doing, she can have a car, and just make all the people return. If their car messes up, turn it back where they got from, and they get a new one for half price or 50 cents or $10, so whatever the hell. You just get a new one. Whatever you do, you're just in the system.
Well, here's what's wild, dude. So okay, in our current system, like $1 is $1 is $1, right? Like we're in this like current matrix, like we're in this cycle to where we're all using this one currency. Well, if they try to pull some financial reset event, which I do think they're going to do, they're going to try to do it as, just like they did it with the whole pandemic thing. They're going to come in and flex their muscles and try to do some whole event. That's what they do. And then you got all the people that go along with it, defend it. You got those of us know what's going on. And it's just the ongoing thing. But I think a lot more people are a lot more aware now to where I don't think they'll be able to pull it off. I think really they shot themselves in the foot with the scamdemic. So they just scammed it and they just got called. It was just terrible for them. So now they're trying to figure it out. But anyways, if they do this financial reset, I'm just saying they're going to have a whole new system. It's, an app, a phone. It's going to be all linked in, I think, in a much more centralized system. And who knows?
It's going to be terrible
with that. Yeah. Who knows what else they're going to link with that? So I was just saying that, like, if there's these other blockchains that could be legit and have integrity, then there's this problem of, okay, someone could always have a back end to it. But then if that person who has the back end to it or that group are actually good people and are like holding it safe and actually, holding it with integrity to where it's not going to be corrupted, then that's the best possible scenario that we would have other networks to choose from. And if places were going to accept these other currencies and the new, whatever, the new world order one, meaning they, if you want to buy food, you could use either one, it would then give potentially that if those of us who would use these other networks, actually a whole new potential for a lot more wealth, because that currency is going to function differently. Like it's not going to function the same as this whole fiat dollar thing that theirs is an inflated mess. It's an inflated disaster that's just headed for, it's a train on fire going off a cliff. I mean, there's no
100%
saving that thing. So
you shouldn't have inflation. That was the problem to begin with. If
right, they built it on inflation. So what does that mean?
Right.
The balloon's going to pop. Yeah.
Right. So if the penny would have stayed the penny forever, and a penny would buy from the 1800s to the 1700s to today, the same thing. Everything would be different. You know, like what you make your money is what you're going to be controlled by. So in reality, money has to be just truth and efficiency to help each other. Money has to be help only. You can't make money an object. Once you make money an object, and we do give someone, we grant them the ability to have that object or control that object, it's always going to get used some weird way against, like in a weird way. And if you let the system use credit or nothing, just like we're saying money should be anyway, is nothing, we're going to let the system use credit, which is nothing. It's just zeros on a computer with your imagination behind it. How is that any different than us going out and just supplying and us being our own wealth of worth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I think these cryptocurrencies have come in to do. Like, I think it's actually a technology from the angels ultimately to help us, because if they have control, like, okay, they got control over the Federal Reserve after the Titanic sunk, and they've had control over that. Can you imagine, Demok, if you had control over the Federal Reserve, you and I
my God,
or whatever, just anyone, it's just ridiculous. Like, they literally are printing the money. It's like if I said, okay, Demok, you want to go run the United States? Well, okay, you have to write this fake piece of paper that says I can create notes. I then create the notes as much as you want. And then they're lended, it's just absurd. The whole thing's based on debt. So, I mean, once they got control of that, they've kind of just been slam dunking on us basically for the last 100 years.
Right.
And we're now just starting to come out of this fog and haze and to get this figured out.
I say we force whatever they try to do it, but force it our way. Instead of letting them control the outcome, force the outcome. And it doesn't mean anything bad. It says, okay, if you want credit to be the ultimate thing and you want just a bunch of zeros on the computer, but your zeros or make you a millionaire and my zeros would no one make me a loser. You know what I mean? Like, let's force it. So you're a millionaire with the penny in your pocket, and so am I. So every penny's worth a million.
That's what has the potential. That's why this is so exciting. There is the potential that, let's just say the NWO people, they do some financial reset, they switch their fiat dollar over to some new digital currency, if that's going to happen. But if there's these other networks, what if those networks, $1 or 1 unit, whatever you want to call it, one coin in their network is worth $10,000 or whatever. And then all you know what I mean? So it's like you said, like it'd be wild to think about how that could happen, but it could be to the point to where it could just change the whole system, to where, I don't know. There's a lot of potentials of what that could mean, because maybe not everyone's going to use these other networks. That's the thing. The people that are more mind controlled, they're going to go with the one that is linked in with all the healthcare and stuff. That's the thing. They're going to do the health thing. So you're going to have to get on board with the health BS. And you know what I mean? The boosters, the whole nine. That's the deal. You're going to have to be on that to be on that. So all those people are going to be on that. And then it's going to be tough, because how many of those are going to get pulled into that? Then how many of but those of us that don't want to be in that, then we're going to have to be on these other networks. So these other networks are literally key to our survival, I think.
And when you have USB and remote and you get close enough to someone's phone and you can siphon their information like a magnet, where the fuck can you hide money at these days? Where could you hide a cryptocurrency at? Like, if I got coins and money around my house. You know what's crazy,
Demok? You can actually hide it.
1 second.
You can hide it in your head by just memorizing a series of words. Yeah.
Right. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, there is a way to get it somewhere on something and then hide that. Okay, I got you. Okay, I was just thinking about how you have change at home or something, right? Case of emergency, you're broke, you don't get paid from work right today. You got a pile of change at home. Maybe you got $30 in change. It saves you for the rest of the week. This credit shit, if you got credit, and it's on a thing and they're closed today, you can't go scrounge credit up off your floor. Like, how the fuck? I don't know. It's just weird. If they want to do this shit, I want to force it.
Well, my thought is, I mean, I do hear what you mean, in a sense, force their hand, as it were, because they are kind of invading on us, humans, as it were, and everything they're pulling. So yeah, I do hear what you mean there. But
go green.
But what about the idea of, in my sense, I think we don't, okay, my personal viewpoint, I don't really need to tear down any system or anything like that. I'm not in any way trying to I'm just interested in being involved in a different one, let's say, that is
100%.
way better. And
100%.
yeah. So like, I don't really like, I kind of feel like if we just do something that is just our own thing and better, I think that energy is going to have the most potential for just like supporting our venture, because anytime you go against someone, you're always weakening yourself ultimately. Whereas if you just go be strong on your own, then you just have that thrust
Truth
of
coin.
energy.
I think the true coin, any way you can phrase that, I think it would pick up and I think it would be good. Not some kind of weird BIT coin, buy it coin, just in a weird phrase. I mean,
So
truth
what would
coin.
it be like? You get more truth coin for sharing truth?
Yeah, 100,000,000%. Any science that's producible, predictable, repeatable, any stuff that we can do, anything that actually makes
Imagine that, dude. Getting paid for sharing truth. Now
yes,
that is a world that is worth having a vision for.
the truth coin. Yeah, true money. Yep. Anybody
Like,
that
what if
buys
someone
or
could make
whatever
up
you
like,
get.
okay, like equal to like $100 or $150,000 a year? What if it was equal to that, and you literally just got compensation for supporting the whole like venture of truth, and whether it's
Right.
like sharing it or
I
discovering
would
it
be
further.
rich as hell because I
Yeah,
share a lot of truth.
I'd be rich
Nate's
as
gonna
fuck.
be a billionaire in that method.
I'd
Is
be a
that?
billionaire, bro.
Oh shit!
Now, how many people would want to
Oh,
lie
he's
in that
coming out
situation?
swinging. Oh boy.
Who would want to lie in that
Oh, that's great,
situation?
dude. That's hilarious.
Would you want to present? Would you want to
Nate would
present
just
lies?
rise to the top with a fury,
Bro.
dropping so many truth bombs. It just you'd be a
It would help
billionaire in like
science,
a month.
engineering. It would help schooling. It would help. Man, it would help so much. It would help. It would help time. It would help invention. Take away patents. Yep. What is it when it's transparent? Yeah, transparent. The transparency coin.
Yeah, wouldn't that be beautiful if information and knowledge was kept through a network like that actually had integrity to it, and it was actually because like how they can do hierarchies to have more corruption by like the need to know basis. But there's another way that having hierarchy, if it's done in a healthy way,
Right.
like the way that we like respect our elders, your grandparents, like there's just certain respect there. And
100%.
yeah. And if you try to go against that, it's just going against nature and is always going to be
Everyone
problematic.
goes against you.
Yeah. And there's just like, there can be like a healthy, but I think in hierarchy, like I think in ancient times and previous times before this current like globe phase thing with these people that are doing, or the entities that are doing all this stuff now, like it's before this cycle thing, I think like there can be systems set up to where instead of like the most corrupt people getting ahead and having the control and power, it's actually that the most in integrity people have those positions, and they treat them with respect and honor, and they do the right thing for the betterment for everyone. And that's why they're in that position. And if they stop doing that, that's when they actually lose, or if they stop doing that, that's how they actually lose their position. So the corruption, it's like vice versa. Instead of getting ahead through corruption, which is the way that they've gotten this system to be, it's actually you get, you get behind if you do any corruption, and you actually get ahead if you do the right thing and you do the thing that's in integrity when it comes to like making certain decisions that affect a lot of people. To actually be better for the people and not just better for the people in power, as it were. But then in that sense, you can have like elders as well that are maintaining the knowledge. And then those elders are respected and they've spent their life, keeping that knowledge and able to help pass it through in terms of like healing herbs and all kinds of different components of life.
how secure are these wallets really? If a 17-year-old kid could steal your wallet on your phone.
How did he do that one? Did it say, or did he?
Yeah. Now, granted, they say that they don't believe he did it on his own because they only recovered $7 million when they caught him. So there was 38 million still missing. They
Oh my
said,
God.
yeah, they said they did a SIM card swap. That's how they did it.
Is that something they can do just in the vicinity? They can do it like just through the air?
No. Apparently, they have to
Gotta
have
have that-
physical access.
Yeah. Gotta have
They
No,
it
it's
swap
physically.
yeah,
All
and
right,
then they
I was-
just
I was-
take over your code, your password, and they just take over your wallet and just transfer the money over, and then there's no way for you to get it back.
Okay, so an actual like SIM card swap, like they're okay. I see what you mean, a physical. Well, because there's another one I was thinking of that's like a virtual version of a SIM card, where basically it through the air it can create a clone of your SIM card, and once it creates that clone, it's like a virtual SIM card. Then it's able to access the phone. So I was wondering, that's a more advanced one though, and I think like the FBI and whatnot is they've gone after those even more so to where those are like.
Oh, it may have been. It may have been. Maybe I misunderstood it. I'm pretty sure it was a physical, actual. They had their hands on it.
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, it can be seen in a sense as like digital real estate, if you even view it like that. Like whichever blockchain you have any of would be, it's like you have almost like real estate on that particular blockchain, and it does have to be stored because it's like a series of keys with letters and numbers and digits. So it does have to be stored in some way, which then is where the wallet comes in. And then there's all the different types of wallets. There's software wallets, hardware wallets, paper wallets. There's a bunch of different kinds. There's phone app wallets. There's PC wallets, Macintosh ones, Windows, etc. So I mean, they're all varying in levels of security. Like a software wallet is not necessarily that secure. So I don't know what kind of wallet they have, but if the Bitcoin, the 45 million thing was on the guy's actual phone, that means that he had it on a phone app, or maybe some other way that they got it, because there could be other ways that they got the password or whatever from his phone. I don't know, but either way, yeah, it is possible. I mean, if you give someone the information, the login, the keys, if you get the phrase words, they can be converted into these phrase words. So if you give someone your key phrases, then yeah, like they can get access to it.
It's not very hard to figure out. So this is what I need.
Yeah, how could some guy though?
I expect to see a globe.
Nate, I think you're hot micing, Nate.
He's real quiet.
Nate. Yeah. He's playing a video.
Looks like he's watching the debate.
But yeah, so I mean, it is possible, like to. I mean, like a paper wallet is where you actually write it down on a sheet of paper. In that case, if somebody gets that sheet of paper, they have access to your whole wallet.
Now, granted, this
Yeah,
guy
but would
was,
they know
was
it?
a billionaire who they targeted. So apparently, it was like a group. They're saying that the kid was like the fall guy. But in any event, there's people out there that can pull off a scam like that. Actually, like take your freaking wallet from your phone and transfer the info. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Just walk by with it like a magnet will swipe the information and rub it, or whatever. They got a magnet, the opposite, it pulls it, the information.
I mean, it could be argued that the best possible way is to memorize the words, like your actual key phrase, like memorize it. Then only your brain has it. So like the only way they could get it is if they caught you and like tortured you or waterboarded you or something crazy to force you to say it or something. But other than that, like no one could ever hack it if it's in your own mind. Right?
Well, do most people protect their SIM card with a password?
Well, I'm saying ultimately there's a way to do it to where you're only memorizing it. You don't have it even on your phone, or you don't have it anywhere else other than in your memory.
Oh, you mean the key for your wallet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you know about like the key phrases, the code phrases that are used?
I have no clue about this stuff, to be honest with you. I just saw
Well,
that
there's
kid and I
basically
go,
these like these seed words, like seed phrases, where it basically converts the actual key, the private key. So there's a public key and a private key. So the public key is the public one. So if somebody was going to send you, a currency or send you something, they would use your public, code. And then there's the private one. And the private one is the one, like if you have, units of that, as it were, you're the only one who has your private key. But that's a very long thing of many, many numbers and digits and letters and things. So memorizing that would be really hard. Although I guess you could, if you really had a brain, like the brain to do that. Actually, probably any of us really could. You'd probably just have to like look at it every day and read through it. But depending on how much you have, that could be pretty tough. However, they have systems where you can convert all of those essentially into like an actual, like a seed phrase or like a secret phrase, recovery phrase, etc. There's all the different kind of terminologies for them, but basically,
Why don't they do a tattoo?
It's like a series of words, like it could be, kitchen table, mowing the lawn, things like that, just different like phrases or different words. And so once it converts it to that, you can then just memorize that in your brain. You can not have it on your phone, your computer. You don't have it written down anywhere. You can memorize that, and having that recovery phrase, some of them are like 12 words, for example. If you remember those 12 words, then you could go anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. And as long as you have access to the internet at some point, you can use those words that are only stored in your mind to access it. And no one else could access it if they don't know those phrases or those words.
I'd have a parrot.
yeah, but that doesn't that revert your complex password into a series of simple words?
Yeah, basically.
But that doesn't that defeat the whole
Which is
thing?
easy to hack.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really get this. I'm just seems like counterintuitive to me.
Basically saying leave it more complicated as whatever the blockchain thing is, and however you can just hide that and store that. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have a complex series of numbers, right? Which you want to defeat, which makes sense, right? The more complex, the harder it is to break.
Right.
But now you're transforming that into a phrase? I don't know.
Yeah, you simplify it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well, it's like it uses these like it essentially generates a seed phrase from the actual private keys.
So how does it do it? Then it takes your phrase and reverts it back to the numbers, and then you put the numbers in, or it does it automatically?
It converts it back to being able to access the wallet that has the private keys, which are really where like if somebody owns like one Bitcoin, let's say, the thing that makes them own it is that they have the private key. If someone else had the private key, then that person could access it, but they have the private key. But like I said, that actual private key is a very, very long string of letters and numbers that it would be, so then the seed phrases is able to store the password for the wallet that contains the keys through the seed phrases, which will then mean you can access it. Or if anyone else had those phrases, they could access it technically.
Yeah.
But it allows you to like store it in your brain basically, and not have to have it anywhere in that sense. And you could access it.
Well, who's putting out the seed phrases? How do they get those? Somebody's putting out the seed phrases. So they're so some company or some whatever has the blockchain number or the thing that's complicated, then it simplifies it into a phrase. Whether you have one or I have one, it'll say, like you said, table, kitchen, dog, chair, over the moon. And mine will be turkey, chicken, duck, turkey, turkey, turkey.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, but the person who has them is the.
No, you're not listening. hold on, the seeding,
Yeah, I
the
know.
seeding, that's a code in itself. So if the seed knows how to decode the blockchain and simplify it into a word, then the person who has the seed has all the codes too.
Yeah, but they have access to everybody's funds already. So
Right.
yeah, but those, but that, like what's a good example of the
It's called the BIP 39 standard. It's like that's what they use to convert it. It's what manages the private keys. And
Right.
basically each word represents a number.
Right. And someone came up with that.
Yep. It's like a generator that kind of generates it from it. Yeah. So one could argue, how secure is that? But I mean, you don't hear people get that being a problem. Like if someone gets your phrase, then yeah, they can use it. But I mean, I've never heard of it, but it's not to say that it's never happened. But I think it's like hasn't been very hacked. You know, it hasn't been hacked. Not in that way, at least. Not in like getting it through this. I think this BIP 39 standard thing seems to work in a way that.
Right. So whatever hash it is, it'll say, yeah, it'll come up with a term or a phrase depending on how it's laid out. No, I get it. I'm just saying, like the program that does it, someone made that program to do so they know
I'm
which
posting
hash.
links in the chat.
Yeah, I think they would know.
That last one I posted explains how it actually generates the seed phrases.
probably just by pseudo random numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, that's the thing. This is the world we're headed into, though, is what we're going to trust. Like, is someone going to trust this standard? Is someone going to trust another one? Because I just think,
how can you
like,
have a pseudo random?
we're not like this whole kind of everything going digital technology phase is going to continue into whatever the new world's going to be. So I think it's going to be interesting that we're all going to have to kind of choose, in a sense, which ones of these, you know, what we're going to kind of trust and go with. Because if they roll out some huge like New World Order type thing where it's a digital system and the money's linked to it, and your health update checkups are linked to it, and your tokens to get into their smart cities are logged on it, or whatever it could be, you know, all through the phones that are like branded for it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, your electric plug-in, like, cause it won't be no more gas. You have electric cars, and when you pull up to the little thing, you got to put your name or your shit. It'll automatically say who you are automatically. It'll scan your vehicle, you, whatever. It'll know. There's not going to be hiding anything. There will be no hiding any pennies under the rug. There will be no. You're not going to hide. There's going to be nothing that anybody's going to keep from anybody. In a certain sense.
But see what it
like
could be,
government-wise.
but like a positive type network or like a blockchain with all of this, like the most positive potentials of it is that it could actually be secure, because I feel like the word secure,
but only for the wrong people.
Hold on real quick. Like it's either secure or not secure, meaning if it's being hacked or is not secure, then that's just in the category of not secure. Even if it's been hacked once, even if it's hacked once, then it has to be listed as unsecure, you know, ultimately.
1,000,000%.
Yeah. So it's like, but if it is secure, meaning never been hacked, then that's got a lot going for it.
Yeah, but everything's hackable because it's
that's the point.
It's not just like, so it's like things can be hackable.
I don't think so.
Based on that. Well, no, I mean every single thing, every secret there is. I mean, it's just not by the same method, but like not by the
CIA. Listen, if the
what
CIA
if you can
wants
make
to get
them
into
unhackable? Now I'm gonna. I was gonna say something wild.
I
was gonna say to use psychokinesis to block it to where they can't actually hack you, because you're using your psychokinesis to actually modulate the digital writing of the information to secure your own information.
No, but that's what I mean though. Is it's not just by digital means, not just by hardware or cracking the system. It could be by
how do you know that's not what it is?
Social engineering. I'm saying hackers and thieves don't just use a single method to steal something. I mean, they get creative and you do all sorts of things.
All right, Coach, is it possible? Do you think it's possible to design and create a blockchain that is unhackable and has complete integrity and transparency?
Well, when you say unhackable, I mean, like you're talking about
100% secure. Yeah.
The human
100%. Yeah, I
brain.
can't. No, yeah, I don't think anything's 100%.
Is the human brain unhackable? That's the question.
No, I don't
And
think
that's
so either.
I'm talking 100% unhackable to where, because dude, you have to understand that. Okay, let's just say, just the idea. Okay, let me just real quick. Do you think, Kosho, there is some kind of network of controller dudes, whatever you want to call it, a cabal, entities,
Yes.
whatever? Do you think there is something like that? Just in general, just a quick yes or no. You do, right?
In control, I mean, to some extent.
Okay. Okay, let's just say whatever that is, right? But if you go to whatever the highest level of whatever you think that could be, the billionaires, trillionaires of the world, the people behind certain governments, whatever it is, military, whatever that ones would, that you could fathom, and the CIA and the FBI and the governments of the world and all this shit, right? And the Werner von Braun launching NASA, it's just ridiculous, the whole story. But anyways, the whole Nazis, we know it, the whole situation here. So in this current state, okay, they obviously want to control the digital space as much as possible, 100% control. And it seems to be going more towards that from what they want to do, et cetera, the censorship, all the rest of it. So if there's another option or something else that exists, then that network that would exist outside of it would then be subject to the most advanced of the best of whatever FBI, whatever all that is, to hack it. And so if they can hack it, then they get ultimate power, and I think they're going to, if that happened, they would end up genetically modifying humanity to extinction. Like, they wouldn't even try to, because they're just feasting off of us. There'd be so many jabs and so many boosters and all the rest of it to where at some point we will just not even thrive. Like, we won't even be able to reproduce at all. So I really do think actually like the future of humanity is on the line, to be a bit dramatic. It is, I do think. However, I don't think that's what the reality is going to be. I think we will make it through all this. So that's my positive overall outlook on it. But if they get what they want, so I'm just saying, if they can hack these other systems, then we're screwed ultimately. So that's how important it is. And I think if they can't, then they will never be able to get full control over the digital, and therefore people's minds, because we are all connected to digital. At least most of the world is at this point. That's just what it is. So yeah, it's quite a theater right now.
What if the whole goal is to interrupt or intercept the human thought as a signal or as a hackable thing, right?
Dude, you know what I ultimately think? I know this sounds wild, but like, it's like a sci-fi movie. I ultimately think that they want to essentially feast off our minds. Like, they want to harvest our minds. So like all of the deceptions, the lies, the GMO foods, this whole thing, and then now staring at our phones all day and the apps and the social media and the news and this whole kind of TV, television, this whole world, is that ultimately is what they want to drive it towards.
What bigger brain than the human collective? What bigger brain than the whole Discord at one time? Every human being on there talking about whatever. You got the inventors in this room, whoever in this room, the debaters, the whatever, all the best of this, the worst of that, the whatever, just a clump and cluster mix, whatever, right?
Yeah, collection of ideas and thoughts and
everyone you could good, bad, doesn't matter. There's no bad info, right? So what better would be the brain other than all of us?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's how if you go back to the AI, that's how the large language models are trained. They're trained on the text found on the internet.
So the question is, if you have a thought out of nowhere, say you wake up with some weird thought you like in a way haven't had before, is that thought 1,000,000% yours? Can it be taken or received as you think it?
Well, that's what I was going to say before about the AI. Is like, even though the AI is trained on other people's information that they've written out before, and it combines that together and comes up with even a new information still based on that information. That's no different than the thoughts and ideas that anybody has. It's always built on their past experiences.
Coach, I think these are some dark realms, man, that you're supporting here or repping for, because, dude, okay, like what that could lead to, though, they've already got everyone looking at their phones, the news, the media, this whole thing, right? And if they put it onto more of a centralized network, they're going to continue upping that. Like they're not going to slow that process down.
You understand that was the intention behind that was the original intention around OpenAI. Yeah, that's the reason Elon Musk was to make his new, because he was the co-founder of OpenAI, but he left because they are now centralized. But the whole point of creating that company was to make sure that as AI was developed, it wasn't developed in some concentrated, centralized, place that kept the
Elon,
information themselves.
Well, I mean, the worst case scenario is they're going to have people with virtual reality headsets on all day, being pumped full of, soy supplement for their food, and hooked up to just cables. Basically, the women won't even be reproducing anymore because they're doing it all in hospitals. This is the darkest possible. One dark outcome. It's like one kind of speculative idea to where, okay, because like, what do they ultimately want out of all of this? Like the lies, the deception. And to me, it does seem to have something to do with like actually harvesting like humans' minds. Like they want our mind power.
all of it.
They
Energy,
don't want us to be spiritual. They don't want us to be expanding our creativity. They want to control our mind power and use it for their benefit. So they want to create like a Borg or something. They want to create like a group mind that is just this, that follows their every command, but also does what they want for it.
They want to trap us in our own imaginary artificial intelligent realm.
Yeah, that only serves them, like getting people
Exactly.
to defend their lies, for example, like a global
The net,
like
the web, all of it.
Machines that just continue the algorithm, repeating.
Yeah, maybe ground isn't what we've thought in the first place anyway.
I mean, it wants to create deceptive information in worlds and then get people to believe in that to then control them through it. Because if you can get someone to believe your lie or your false thing, then boom, you have control over them. Well, like they now think that the truth is the fake thing that was sold to them. That means that now they have the basic control over your mind, essentially.
And if you tell them like whatever, you can control the outcome. You're like, hey, let's do this to combat this, and the whole time what they're doing is creating their downfall or creating their own control mechanism, and it's fucking crazy.
They kind of like, I feel like these guys in control now, it's like they're running like a fake empire. Like they did a whole hijack, a whole like reset, a whole takeover. Just like let's just say you're like there's a husband, wife, and a couple kids in a household, and the man and wife are running everything, and the kids and the whole thing. What if someone just came into your house and with machine guns or whatever, and is like, yeah, we're the head of your household now. We're taking over. Now you got to do this. You got to do that. You got to pay us taxes. You can't do this. You can't do that. So that's crazy. And if your whole house was just taken over by that, like, what do you do? So I feel like humanity's been in that for like the last at least 100 years, to where
they need to tell the kids?
Like they just set up shop and just did this to where now,
think
like,
about that.
We need to like basically get out of it, or else
they even
get
tell
out
the kids
from under it, or else they're just gonna keep rampaging.
Listen to this. Like say the household is like an adoption agency, and it's like a group of people, like 2 or 3 adults there, right? And there's like 70 kids. Do the adults and the people who get in the house even need to tell the kids that they're taking over? If the adults have reign, all the people with guns have to do is tell the adults, hey, shut the fuck up. We control everything. Just don't tell them.
Yeah, it's kind of what they're doing, more or less. I mean, these people in control now, they are kind of just holding us at gunpoint, being like, yo, pay us taxes. We're running your military. Yeah,
right. And then the Department of Defense trickles down, whatever. And then
that was the World Wars. See, dude, I think the world was very different before World War I. I mean, that was a huge turning point. Like, Demok, how many people do you think in, let's say, 1872? All right, I'm throwing a date out there. How many people, if you walked around Demok, you walked around the whole world, you had a fucking rocket pack on, you're going to go anywhere you want, you just travel around, and you land and you talk to whoever's there and you ask them, do they believe the earth is a spinning globe in a vacuum with water stuck to it, hurling and whirling at millions of miles an hour through a void of a vacuum?
They'd say, hell no.
They would say, hell no. Absolutely, dude.
They'd say
The
hell
only
no.
way, even in that year, I just randomly said 1872. It was a cult that was pushing their ideas into the science at the time, and the science at the time was rejecting it very strongly, and was refuting it, debunking it, and they were not allowing it in. And then that's when you get some of the Mickelson Morleys and all of these different things that were occurring. And then they sunk the Titanic.
They were invading the truth.
They sunk the Titanic and killed several of the essential people that were trying to block the creation of the Federal Reserve. They got control over the Federal Reserve. Then did World War One. Then fucking did Einstein through the 20s. Then the Great Depression they did. Then they did World War II. And then out of World War II, we get NASA, United Nations. It's obviously just a 100-year takeover.
In a million, every time you turn around, they invaded everything that was true and corrupted everything with just Hollywood shit.
It's like the globe
Literally.
belief is actually like
it's a Hollywood skit. The whole shit, all of it. The globe, the wars, all of it. They just it was a reset.
Oh yeah, the wars, dude. Yeah, every single war. Dude, we talk about like whatever these
reset.
Like 9/11, the JFK thing, or even like the scamdemic, all this
Think
stuff.
about
like,
it.
Dude, they've been doing that.
Stuff.
Yeah, they were doing it back then. Exactly.
But think how big this one was. This was a reset for what everyone thought they could do or knew, for what now you were controlled to be or no, right? So it was a reset of the. See, because at a certain point in time,
you're breaking
like
up.
you said, you could do what you wanted, and then now, like, no, there's a hole. Like nobody can do shit. It's all territorialized, categorized.
Yeah, dude, you're breaking up a little bit. Have you heard of also like the asylums? So basically,
Yes.
there's like these in the 1800s. There's these incredibly highly skilled architectural buildings that look like an incredible level of precision to make these buildings, and then they're running like they were basically asylums, and they were like camps essentially. So these children were like going there, and if you like went with the authority, then you got through, and they would populate you into one of the cities that they reset and that they destroyed. And if you were not going along with it, they were basically like controlling people through that. Meaning if you didn't go along with it, they sent you to the asylum to be MK Ultra or God knows what. And if you did go along with the authority, then you got through. And that system is kind of what we're in now. It's like if you got to go through school, you got to take, learn all their information, take their classes. If you don't get good grades, you're going to like go homeless and die because you can't make money or whatever, like they have it set up like this now to where, they are like making it a requirement in that sense to kind of be in their system. Yeah, they basically force us to use their money to live on the earth. That's where the biggest like trauma is of it all. But yeah, so dude, if they did a reset back then, they may have been using the architecture of the actual old world in those beautiful buildings and then turned them into like asylums and these like re-education camps. I mean, it is quite an idea, but like, do we know anyone that actually has memories before like 1850 or even like the late 1800s? At this point, pretty much no one.
What do you mean memories? Like written down stuff? What do you mean, like you're like a great grandma or grandpa?
Yeah, like with all the like these like orphanages, like you've heard about these like orphan trains that they had, like, and you know how like a lot of our families like go back to some orphanage. Like, do you have that in your family? Like a lot of like a huge percentage of families go back to like either the great grandfather or great great grandfather, like came from an orphanage or had that connection. And also where like they don't know their birth dates, that like I know like usually great great grandparents or even 3 levels deep, great great great, like literally didn't even know their birthday was.
Well, yeah, that's a common thing. A lot of that, yeah, because like at that point in time, that wasn't really it wasn't really like today's date. Like it wasn't really a main thing to worry about. But like you're saying about the grandma thing and stuff like that, it's kind of weird because a lot of grandmas, grandpas, great grandma, like some of them were like certain things, certain people, like they would be a sheriff or a general or this or that. The lady would be this or that or whatever, and then some weird stuff would happen in the family, yeah, and then like there would be split, kind of, and some kids would want to go to an adoption, and they'd be like leaving them here at this age because you have them too young, and then you go on and have 13 kids, and then the other 2 kids find out that yeah, there's all kinds of weird shit like that, and like ladies that mess around that don't tell the person, and so yeah,
dude,
there's
like,
how the hell?
It just seems like we're like fundamentally cut off from our past in a way that just doesn't make sense. For example, like, all right, you right now in your life, right? Obviously, Demok is a name you use on here, but whatever your real name is in real life, like you will be known by your family and your family's family and your kids' family for a very long time. I think we all will. Whereas it seems like there's some kind of disconnect as to our lineage, starting around that 1800 point. Basically between 1800 and 1900. It just drops off. It just drops off there. Like we don't have any actual memories of like, and the way that these world wars, like what they say, like the winners of wars write the history books. I mean, it's pretty clear the winners of these wars are the ones writing all of our books right now that are in schools and everything. So the history they're selling us, how much of it can we actually even verify at all? If all any of us have is maybe our great grandfather, great, and then just nothing before that about who they were, where they lived. Like, I mean, I know some people do have some. I'm not saying there's none. There are people that have certain connections back, but it tends to drop off before 1800. Anything earlier than that tends to drop off. And then there's just a ton of claims about things that they're claiming and pushing as legit in terms of what the history was.
Do you know they get you to pay attention to Columbus? They get you to pay attention to Einstein, Galileo.
And then there's all that. Yeah, exactly. All these stories.
All these goofy names, all these goofy people. And then you have these eras, these wars, the Roman, this, right? No great grandma. No, like there's no lineage. Like there's kings and queens they want to tell you about. There's pharaohs they want to tell you about, right? In school, they tell all these little kids. Nobody's getting told about their great great grandpa. Like when you come to show and tell, that's what you should be bringing. Like what my grandma did or what my great grandpa, like whatever. Like no, and then like,
dude. And like, dude, in Africa, for example, like some of these tribes that I've studied, and in terms of their ways, like, dude, they remember their ancestors like so deeply to the point to where there's one. They're called the Bwiti, Bwiti, the Bwiti. They're in a place called Gabon in Africa, and they have such a deep connection to all their ancestry to the point to where they utilize a plant, which is a root bark called iboga, and it's like similar to ayahuasca, but in that same vein where it's a very powerful, like 20-hour long visionary experience. And everyone has a rite of passage when they're like coming of age, where they'll do a very high, consume this iboga plant, and everyone else in the community just supports them. And when they are on their journey on the iboga, when they're actually having their experience, they will actually reconnect with their ancestors and get like a download about their whole lineage and information and knowledge about, what their like mission, what their particular purpose is, and their way that they can help their community and be of service in all of those ways. And they get like messages and they get like deep communication. And then when they're done with the experience, like I said, it goes for like 20 to 30 hours. It's a very long lasting experience. And when they come out of it, they then share that vision with their family members, fully. And then the family helps them to actualize that. And then they also just have like a very solid knowledge of their ancestry going back, all their names and everyone in their lineage. Like, whereas it seems like, and that's like obviously a very long tradition, what they've been doing there, especially with that plant in particular. And then we come in, these like Western American people, the way we are now, we don't even know anything before like 150 years. It just blanks out for like pretty much everyone. So yeah, these other advanced, they know how to work with these things and to actually stay connected. That's kind of what happened. They've like severed us and sold us a fake bill of goods.
100%. That's how they can't sell you the fake bill of goods. Because if you're sitting there and you could talk to your great grandma and she tells you something and they're like, hey, no, this happened. Your great grandma's like, no, babe, this didn't happen. Or your great grandpa, you know what I mean? No, this didn't happen. You're like, okay, now who you gonna believe? Some guy in a coat or a suit or a lab, or somebody you know, like somebody you came from. Imagine the money that's worth for everybody to be incorporated together 100% with each other. You know what I mean? Like you guys all do it together, and there's no like what's the word lie? I don't even think would even really be. You could be crazy, you could be silly, you could be a jokester, a jester, but I don't think the lie and stuff like that certain things wouldn't even come into play in that society.
Well, dude, yeah, these the Bwiti that I mentioned, they have it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, they use this iboga plant for as their like main medicine. Like the doctors, they only need this plant. This is all they need. Like they don't, I mean, there's other plants they use as well, but it's so healing and beneficial in these ways. And essentially, iboga, I know it's going to sound kind of almost cliche and kind of, and it's almost like sounds like a movie plot or something, but the iboga like actually keeps the demons out. And what I mean by that is that it seems like certain demonic energies, whether it's referred to as satanic or demonic or any term, darkness as it were, the devil, all of that sort of like can interact with human consciousness. And in a sense, you could see it as almost like, encroaching or invading in that sense. And the thing about iboga, the actual plant itself, is such a potent, masterful, powerful energy that is at such a high level of frequency that it is able to literally just expunge these demons. Like it transforms them back to the light, and it cleanses them from your body. Like it cleanses the parasites. If you have any parasites, it heals the physical body and it heals the mind. So if anyone has anxiety, depression, all these things, addictions, it literally gets your mind completely right in that sense too. So the fact that they give this plant to their coming of age, teenager growing into adulthood, everyone in their tribe, and if anyone has any further issues, they can use the plant again. And essentially what you have, it's like you filtered out all of the dark energy to where now you are just in good vibes. Like you're in, that human part of us that just wants to work together and be creative and help each other and support each other,
Right.
and then they're just in that. And it's,
the spirit of competition, of good competition, like, oh, look at mine, you know what I mean? It's not a bad thing. Now think about it. Ebola, right, is like something, meaty, whatever, and then iboga, right? Weird, right?
Yeah, Ebola. Yeah, well, that's a good point, dude. Well, yeah. I do.
Yeah. Any of those tribes that you sort of researched, are any of them religious in any way? It would be interesting to know if they can be sort of Christian at the same time, or some type of Christianity at the same time.
Well, in terms of Christian, okay, for Iboga in Africa, the original ones don't directly have a connection to a Christian root. However, some of the more later, like as they've kind of interacted more with, the Western world as it was, they actually worked really hard to kind of keep their, themselves kind of, but anyways, so yeah, not as much with the Iboga, but with ayahuasca in South America, there are groups that do have a Christian, like the Santo Daime Church, and they have a connection with that, and they use ayahuasca for that. But the Bwiti don't really have a Christian origin in that sense. they kind of have their own spirituality. I'm not sure it could even be called a religion because it's not like a set of beliefs or anything. It's more of like a set of practices and like, and it does involve certain ways of living as well. And the use of this plant in particular that keeps them in this as well in terms of that. And that's kind of the way ayahuasca is as well. Like the thing is, like people that are like stealing or hurting others or all these kinds of things, aggression, all these things, like they have something within them, whether that's darkness, whether it's their own traumas, whatever it may be. And it's like the iboga just literally heals and filters that out. And so it's a way that you could have like, and ayahuasca can have a similar effect like that as well. That's how the ayahuasca ones work as well. And if anyone has any like issues, even, you know, after their initiation, they could go and do the medicine again. And it just literally keeps like demonic energies out of their entire lives. And you know, so there aren't people doing all that stealing and stuff. And even if like you do something wrong, like instead of punishing you, they actually take you and they put you in the middle of the circle and they all take turns saying something positive about you and actually reinforcing and positive and trying to help you work through whatever it was. Like, it's so beautiful. It's like the opposite of just imprisoning people. Like actually, you know, pointing out the good things of what they do have and actually nourishing that instead of just imprisoning them and, you know, shaming them.
Is a iboga, is it taken like as a, do you smoke it or how do you take it? As a drink?
No, it's a root bark. So it's kind of a woody bark, a woody kind of material, and almost, yeah, it's pretty hard to chew. I mean, okay, so the way they do it in Gabon, like in the Bwiti, in their traditions, what they'll do is they'll get the root bark, they'll cut it up and chop it up very gently and make it so it's kind of like stringy almost, or it's kind of clumpable where you can, and then they kind of just grab a clump of it, put it in the mouth and kind of just, and basically just swallow it down. It's very bitter. It does not taste good. So you just want to get it down. It's because
tobacco.
The bitter is actually where the medicines are. Bitter is medicinal, and so that particular bitterness, and other medicines too that have all the bitterness, is part of how the medicines work. But anyway, so yeah, you kind of just put clumps of it in your mouth and basically just drink water. You just kind of get it down. Although in the modern day, like when they use like ibogaine is treatment, which uses like an extracted form. It takes the ibogaine. Ibogaine is one of the alkaloids that creates a lot of the visionary effects. So they've since like isolated ibogaine and they do ibogaine treatments. But then you can also do the ceremonies either in treatments or with in the original, you know, etc. Of just the actual root bark. You're eating the actual thing that comes right from nature, not like an extracted thing. And then there's even other versions where they'll take the root bark and they'll put it into capsules, so then you can just consume the capsules. But the traditional way is to like just consume the bark itself, like pretty much directly.
Well, that's interesting because, like in Chinese medicine, anything that's bitter expels heat from the body, and it can, depending on which herb or which medicine you're taking, it will focus on a particular organ of the body. But the whole purpose of Chinese medicine, in most cases, is to expel heat. And that's interesting. So I would say heat, therefore, in your body, the Chinese term for heat must be the thing that is able to keep like those demons in your body.
Yeah, it's keeping you from being overheated and boiling everything. Yeah.
Well, there's no question. The iboga seems to have a. It just has like a purgative quality where it can purge out like actual physical things. Like in my experiences with it, and many others report this as well, it's like you're kind of sitting there, close your eyes. I could literally feel it working through my body, like physically, like scanning different systems and working with different like enzymes and organs. It's like scanning and moving through and like cleansing out like the blood and the body. It's like a full like analysis and tune up.
What is it like? Do you have any crazy urge right afterwards? Like an urge to do anything afterwards?
Well, iboga actually, are you talking about addictions?
No, I mean, well, no, I'm saying like after you do it, like if you've done it more than once, have you ever noticed anything weird for in any case of anything that you've ever taken? Has there ever been an urge Like if you smoke weed, say there's an urge to like, I'm hungry, it gives me the munchies. Like, have you ever had an urge after doing these said things? I was just wondering. I've never done certain ones, so I'm just curious.
No, I would not say that, and not necessarily. Well, I would say that there's after certain experiences, I've been like inspired to, research something new or look into something or improve something
Okay.
in my life in that sense. Yeah.
I'm not looking for anything bad, good, anything like that. Just exactly whatever the thing. Yeah. So it's an inspiration type thing. It urges you to like seek.
Yeah, and it seems to have a like Iboga in particular. It sounds it could sound a little scary because it can be like basically, so you consume it and it takes about an hour or two to really start to occur. And then if you have a lot of toxins or things that need to be purged, after those 1 to 2 hour points, you may have very heavy purging. And when I say that, I'm talking vomiting, as it were, not necessarily diarrhea with Iboga. It's really just vomit in that sense. Now it sounds kind of gross or whatever, and none of us like puking, all that stuff, especially if you've been drinking or you got the flu or something. It's absolutely terrible. But with but the way this works, like it seems to be using, okay, so vomiting or puking, that's obviously a way the body detoxes. If you drink a poison or whatever it may be, it's going to do that to get it up out of you. That's the body's natural way that it's impulse. It's one of the ways that it heals and cleanses. So this Iboga and ayahuasca can do this as well, and so can peyote as well. But it's like it's able to activate that purging to where it's actually not, well, it can be very intense, but it's actually not all unpleasant. Like it actually does feel like you're clearing something out that you really need to clear out. So it feels like good in that sense. Like it needs to get out of you. But it can be intense. It can be very, because it's just like, it's cleansing you very deeply. It's like putting you through like one of the most powerful inner, like a shower for your whole soul and your interiors and exteriors. And then after that purging, which might happen for 20 minutes or whatever, then you just go lie down. Usually you feel very heavy in your body. So you're not going to be up dancing. Well, you could maybe at lower doses dance for sure. But at higher doses, you're going to just be lying down. Trust, it just puts you down. It's unbelievable. Not like in a sedating, like sleeping way. It just, you're not going anywhere fast. You are chilling. And so you basically just lie down from that point forward. And then you have literally 15 to 20 hours of the deepest, most visionary, healing, multi-leveled, multi-dimensional. I mean, the experiences that can be had there are so potent on so many levels. It can be a rite of passage. It can be a life review. It can be healing physical components. It could be connecting with like soul, like levels of your soul. There's many things that happen. And that goes for about 15 to 20 hours. And then even after that, there's another about 10 hours where you're just like integrating and thinking about everything. And for people using it in that way, using, correctly, it seems to only have benefit effects. Like the overall thing seems to be all positive in terms of how it helps.
Can I ask something very quickly?
And it's so potent that people that are like hardcore, like heroin addicts, like this is able to like pull them out of that. Like it goes to the deepest. But
yes, that's a no. That's a no.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Can't ask. You freaking jerk. No, I was kidding. Just messing with you. But gee, I'm just curious. Because the way you describe that, it sounds like a lot of people are actually seek that type of experience. Like they maybe need that type of experience or seeking it. So somebody with a personality type like me, where if I find something good like that, something life-changing, it's hard to not keep seeking it. You know what I mean? Like to seek it again and again. Like, how does somebody like you? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so with Iboga in particular, so because I mentioned the addiction thing, Iboga seems to be in nature one of the most potent anti-addictive plants that exists. It is just literally removes addiction in a profound way. It's like it's often referred to as an addiction interrupter. So I'm talking about Iboga and specifically ibogaine, which is one of the active things in the Iboga. This ibogaine has this anti-addictive quality. Now, there's some interesting things. For example, one guy, he was a cocaine addict. All he did was he blended some Iboga powder in with his cocaine. So now he's got a little bit of Iboga with the cocaine, so he still could do his drug or whatever. And he just is not addicted to cocaine anymore. Like the Iboga just will stop your addictions. It's an actual addiction interrupter.
Okay,
And
You know what it
so
reminds
people that have like really severe like heroin addiction, opiate addiction, not only will the Iboga and the Ibogaine, it can take away the withdrawals and then put them through like a 20-hour journey that helps their soul to actually heal from the addiction. And yeah, and even doing it once can have like certain anti-addictive qualities. So like if you're, you know, whatever it may be, and using it regularly is even, you know, it will continue not being addictive. Now, can Iboga be addictive? I would say no. It doesn't seem to have any physical addiction thing. You can use it in like low doses for microdosing. You can use it in medium doses, high doses. You should leave some time in between. Like you can't just take it every day forever. But it seems very just like organic with that, to where it's not, you're not going to be addicted to it. Although it is a very, very pleasurable experience. Like it feels very blissful, like almost like you're on kind of ecstasy in a sense. And you're just, it is a very good feeling. But it's not something that seems to have any addictive to it. It's just a blessing, because the plant spirit has such a high frequency that it always has like.
It'd be cool if you could, you know what
answers
Moxa
within it.
is. You know what Moxa is, Geo? Moxa.
Is that a DMT containing from?
No. Moxa in Chinese medicine, it looks like a cigar, and they burn it on top of the needle, like or over a pressure point. When they're doing acupuncture, they burn it.
Oh,
It's kind of smells.
What's the
smells
word you're
musky.
saying? What's the word you're
It's
saying?
called Moxa. Yeah, I was just thinking like this Ebola, if you could burn it, you could put it into some type of an incense form and just have it burning in your room like all the time. Just on, there'd be an extremely low dose, just getting a whiff of it every now and again, and it would clear all the demons out of you. Have it burning at your work, in your car.
but Demox. Now think about
Well,
this.
that is very interesting. But the one thing I
hold
will
on a
say about that, like though, however, another consideration, like I think different plants kind of, like some plants like to be burned and some plants don't like to be burned. What do you think about that? Think that's possible?
100%, 100%. I think they know what's up. I think the plants are very smart and they know what they're doing. And like, there's an outcome that you and I probably couldn't trace from them. But when you were saying about the experience, right? You said it's a weird experience, right? Hard to explain. Now, I had a dream.
Well, it's basically like being in a very
One
potent
second.
visionary,
No.
like a higher octave visionary mind state, which.
Well, I mean about the to get rid of the bad stuff you said. Think about this. I was dreaming a
Yeah,
while
the
back.
Iboga can literally extract demonic spirits from people, and it just
Right,
does
think
it
about
for
it.
you. Like it.
Now think about this.
It just it's able to do it itself, which is amazing. So essentially, like the idea of an exorcism. I mean, obviously that's like
Right.
extreme, like in that movie
100%.
Exorcist or whatever.
Well,
But what if
that's
someone
what I'm going with.
has like, what if they're an alcoholic and they're just drinking way more than is healthy for them,
Mine's
and they're
easier than
addicted
that.
to it in some way? Then like
Geo, have you got
they would be
Demox
better
turned
off to
down?
stop doing that. And so the Iboga, for
Have you got
example,
Demox turned? I
help
don't
them
think
to
Jim can
realize
hear.
why they're doing it, and then give them a chance biochemically to stop doing it, to have a new start.
Right. Now think about this. Think you have a dream, right? You have a dream. Say you drink too much soda, right? You're thinking, man, I'm having too much soda. It's probably bad for my system. Just drinking a lot of soda that week, that month, whatever, right? And I have a dream. You have a dream, anybody. And in the dream, the soda, like you go to throw up, not to sound sick or anything, but it's not even that. It's like a rope way. It's thick. And like you go to like push it out or throw it out, and it just comes out, and you can hold on to it and pull it out like a rope. And I had a dream that I was pulling out all the bad soda and stuff out of me through my mouth, like out of like a rope. And then I woke up when I was done. It was weird.
Sounds like that's something that really means something. You know what I mean?
No, it sounds like they were
it's an
sticking.
analogy.
They were sticking tubes and fingers in our mouths the minute after we're born. So we all have like some level of trauma of that. So it probably seeps up in our. Because dude, I kind of had a similar thing, but what I had was like this kind of thing where it was almost like Oh, I almost don't want to say it. It sounds so nasty, but imagine like a whole piece of like pasta that's like blocking your breathing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're like pulling it out. Like it's just
Mine
nasty.
was
Like,
It sounds like what the mock's saying. Yeah.
Mine was a thick soda, not even like a pasta material. It was like a soda, but it was so thick like a rope, and I could just pull it. And it like I was like, and I like realized what I was doing, and I was like, what the hell? This is weird. And I woke up.
yeah. Dude, that's intense. Oh, I was gonna say with the moxa thing, with the burning of yeah, they generally don't burn iboga in that sense, but microdosing with it, like just consuming a very small amount of it, seems to be very, very great. Like it seems to give a little bit of a stimulation of energy, although not like in a coffee way, but in microdoses, it gives a little bit of energy, but it's a good balanced energy and it doesn't like wear you out in that sense, which is why usually when they're doing the big iboga ceremonies, some like pretty much everyone else in the ceremony, they consume a small amount of the iboga. That way they're kind of in the vibe of it. And they play these drums. It's incredible. These like polyrhythms. You can hear the music on YouTube. I could even post one of them as well, but it's just these incredible like clicking, like with drums and clicking. And then they have these like harps and then they sing as well. So they just have this beautiful music. And if one consumes iboga, to listen to that music is divine beyond divine. Like in my experience of it, and many others say that as well. It just fits so perfectly, and it so just like holds you in this beautiful place for that time. And so everyone else is taking a small dose of it, and they're kind of drumming and singing, doing all that. And then there's usually like one or two or maybe three people at the most that are like doing the high dose, and then everyone's just taking care of them for whatever they need through the whole journey. But yeah, but you were saying burning it, but maybe not. I don't know if iboga is cool with being burned because they don't ever heat it up or anything, classically. So that is interesting. I would have to think about that because maybe iboga is okay with being burned. I would have to think about it. Actually, I would have to think a little bit further. But I know that it's not like supposed to be like heated at all. So I would think the burning would fit into that because it's like you're not supposed to ever heat it before consuming it. It has to be eaten raw. So I imagine maybe not. Yeah, burning would not be the best with it. But you could always do a microdose, which you get in the vibe of it for a nice several hours. What's that, Stone?
You can't smoke ibogaine, as far as I know. You can take a flood dose of it.
Right. It's not something that is even smokable, really. Yeah.
Gio, can I ask you about the iboga plant life cycle? Does it need more than 1 year to reach that potential?
Yeah, so that's actually the key to it. The plant has to be at ideally at least like 15 years old or older. So that means it has to be growing in the earth for at least 15 years. And the really good ones are 25, 30, 40 years and beyond. And the older they are, the more like wisdom they have, the more healing, like they're even more potent. Like it's even more, it's just that much more like transcendental and advancing in a sense to have the really old stuff. Cause it's kind of the plant's way of like thanking you for harvesting it when it was very old. And the actual ibogaine, which is the real active alkaloid that causes a lot of the whole experience and the visionary effects and everything. It tends to not be very developed in young plants. So if you have iboga that's only like 2 years old, it's really not going to even have ibogaine in it much at all. And it's just like, it's really not, it just doesn't have very much ibogaine in it when it's young. So yeah, it actually builds the ibogaine alkaloids as it ages, which is why you have to have very old root bark to really have effective ibogaine content to be able to consume the root bark and actually have a full journey. So because of that, because of all the poaching and all the stuff that's gone on now to where like they've killed a lot of the elephants, and the elephants used to spread the iboga seed. The elephants eat the fruit from the iboga shrub, and then they poop the seeds out, and then they create more iboga plants. Well, now like all the elephants have been taken off the lands and killed and all the rest of that. And then the iboga has all been poached. So now there's only very certain remote places in the jungle that you can actually find the real deal stuff. And most of the other stuff is either farm grown. And when it's farm grown, like it may not be very active. It may not have enough ibogaine in it. So then you get into the whole thing where they extract ibogaine. You know, they have like ibogaine HCl, for example, which is essentially like a white powder, like extracted of ibogaine. And then there's also other forms of extracts as well. In order to have something that has high enough ibogaine content to actually have an experience with it. So yeah, it's kind of a crisis in a sense that this plant is in this kind of condition, and they've gone after it for sure because they wanted to get rid of it.
And the way you use it, do you maybe trust a certain legal source for the seeds and extract, or I don't know how to ask?
Yeah, it's a very hard plant to get. Actually, it's one of the world's hardest plants to get. It's actually in that category because, first of all, it's illegal in a lot of countries, like the United States. It's illegal. Certain countries, although it's legal in a lot of countries. Like it's all legal in Africa. It's legal in Canada. It's legal in Mexico. It's legal in South America. It's legal in many places, ibogaine and iboga, but it happens to still be illegal in places like the United States and so on. So the whole thing's kind of a crisis and it is sad because like I said, the wild iboga has all been poached and then the only real wild stuff is deep in the jungle. And then they're farming it now. And then, what's even worse? There's another plant called Voicanga africana, which is a different plant. It's not iboga. Iboga is tabernante iboga. It's tabernante. This other one is Voicanga africana. It's a different plant. And it has ibogaine in it, but it's not iboga. And it's just not the real deal iboga. And some of these extracts are now being taken from that because it's cheaper and it's easier to get the ibogaine out of it. So unfortunately, like if someone just goes to like an ibogaine treatment clinic, they might be getting ibogaine extracted from this other plant that's not even iboga. And that really cannot be guaranteed to be the real thing because even if you extract ibogaine from the real iboga, it actually will have the spirit of the iboga in it because I've done it several times and it does have the iboga spirit there. But if you extract it from a different plant, it's not the same. Even though you might still think you're taking ibogaine, it's not the same. So if you extract it from this other plant, you're not going to get like the actual, connection to the iboga spirit for the actual like healing and the entire process it brings you through. And the Voicanga africana spirit is kind of weird. I've actually consumed it as well several times, so I'm aware of it. It's not that harmful, but it's a weird one. It's kind of like dissociative in a way that's not really healing and seems to kind of have like a little bit of a sorcery vibe, but it's not like totally evil. It's not the most evil plant in the world or anything, but it's not necessarily helpful. So yeah, I think it's really key to actually have the real iboga because this is real deal stuff in terms of the level experience, in terms of like how powerful the experience can be. So I think it's key to have the actual iboga there because it's the kind of whole guiding energy that's able to like bring you through some really deep experiences in a very healing way. And it's all there for one's own growth and benefit and betterment of the self. So I think that's key to have that.
So, G, I just want to say, dude, I get what you said about the addictive, like how it helps with addiction. And I've heard about even DMT and ayahuasca doing that. But
yeah,
that's not what I'm asking. I'm not about physical addiction. I'm asking about addicted to, like some people who like, let's say somebody really needs help and like they're really seeking a miracle sort of thing like that, and they experience it. Doesn't what is it not like, is it not sometimes difficult for a person to continue to seek that same experience? Or let's say that it really was helpful to them, but they want to be helped more. You know what I mean? Like
well, dude, people do. Okay, so like with iboga, you can pretty much just do it as you want. Meaning, like some people do like microdosing, where maybe like for like 5 days they'll take a small amount of it each day and then maybe take 5 days off. In terms of doing like because dude, you can even do like, I'm not like recommending this to anyone outwardly. So when I say you can, I'm just talking in general. Like one can consume, even just like with like that's the thing. It's such a hard plant to get. But if you have like good root bark, you can just do like 2 grams, for example, or one could do this. I'm saying like 2 grams, and at that level, like you're still kind of chilling. Like you can be up around doing stuff. You know, like yeah, 2 grams, you might not want to go driving. I mean, maybe at 500 milligrams, it's not a big deal to drive, but like if you're, or even less than that, but if you're up at like 2, I'm talking, when I say 2 grams, I'm talking, it's like just, you know, those like 1,000 milligram capsules, it would be like 2 of those worth of the root bark. And you can just, dude, it's like, you feel there's like an antidepressant effect. You feel like you're coming into like yourself in a stronger way. You're like, there's a positive energy in the air. There's like healing occurring. You're getting like insights about your life, and it's like lightly visionary. And combining it with cannabis is excellent. Like medium dose iboga with cannabis is absolutely amazing. They work with incredible synergy. And then if you do higher dose, yeah, it's more of an undertaking in terms of the experience. But when you were saying like, would you want to keep doing it? I mean, I know what you mean. I think what you're implying is that like if you already have an addiction to something, and then there's this plant that helps you with it and makes you feel good and helps you, how could that not then just become an addiction? Is that kind of the vibe of what you're saying? And then am I addressing it, or am I just not hearing you out right?
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, yeah, sometimes I gotta leave and come back. But no, you addressed it basically. That's basically what I'm asking, because just for me in general, when I was younger, like when I was like 15, 16, that age, 17, I was like seeking like that type of like transcendental experience. You know what I mean? Almost like obsessively. So I was trying all sorts of psychedelics and stuff, and I could just imagine if, you know, somebody like me at that time, the experience something like that, it probably would have been something I would have, you know, wanted to, you know, do again and again and again. You know, trying to seek like this enlightenment, sort of. You know.
Well, which ones were you doing, or what did you do? It's just like in recreational settings, at concerts or parties, or what do you, or did you ever do any spiritual work? And then which ones, like LSD or mushrooms or
yeah, all that stuff. But I mean, not necessarily in a party setting, but just to like have like a, like I said, like an otherworldly experience, like a transcendental experience. Yeah, LSD, the mushrooms. You know, all those designer drugs from Europe, like 2T, C2, those 2CT, whatever they're called, those drugs. Like psychedelics.
Dipping into some experimentals. Yeah.
Yeah, well, those things, yeah, those things are like, yeah, very like, those are like designer drugs that I don't even know what they do in the UK, but those things are just like synthetic. It's like intense acid, basically.
Some of those do have similar receptor sites to other psychedelic, like indole receptor sites to indole alkaloids. So yeah, well, those are some kind of chemical styles. Well, what I would say is this, dude. Like, I think mushrooms and LSD are like classic psychedelics in that sense. Like they are. I mean, LSD is semi-synthetic, but it comes from lysergic acid, and lysergic acid is found in like certain plants that they use for these visionary, you know, effects. Like morning glory seeds, for example, contain lysergic acid, and you can trip on that essentially. So the LSD is kind of, in a way, connects to those seeds in nature. It's just a very like potent, instantaneous form of it because of how it's kind of created. But it's basically just like quick access lysergic acid directly to the to the brain piece, which is like amazing in a lot of ways. Obviously, it like accelerates your being on multiple levels. But it's kind of synthetic and it's kind of intense. Whereas mushrooms is like, you know, has some plant spirit to it. But the plant spirit, if someone's not really trying to tune into it, they may just kind of more get like the the tripping side of it where they're not as much connected to the plant spirit. So mushrooms, like, they don't really guarantee that you'll be connected to the plant spirit. You know, it depends. Like, it depends on your kind of intention and your connection to it, and also your experience with that spirit. It's actually a little bit more of an advanced technique, actually, to be able to connect with the true mushroom spirit, because it kind of, you have to kind of get to know it first, in a sense, until it opens to you. Which is different with things like ayahuasca. Ayahuasca just brings it right to you the first time. It's just like, here I am. I'm here to support you, and, you know, in all these ways. It just comes right in that sense. So I would say, like, ayahuasca, iboga, and peyote are in a whole category of the highest octave, where the plant spirit is totally there, and is there in a way of, like, yeah, in a sense, like, to assist you in those ways. Whereas, so anyways, I'm just saying that, like, if you've only done like mushrooms and LSD, you may have not had that type of experience yet, perhaps, to where, you know what I'm saying, like, to where it's not something that you would maybe just do to kind of get high, in a sense. It's actually like it's like a journey of healing that you have to be, like, ready to take on, and it like holds you to your level of integrity of like following up on the positive changes that you want to make for yourself. Like, it's not like telling you what to do, but in a way, it's like, it does have a teacher quality to it, but it's not just like telling you what to do in an authority way. It seems to kind of like impart wisdom and knowledge that then resonates, that makes sense to be better in whatever way. And then that solves problems that were once in your life. It solves those.
Yeah. You know, I've done since then, I've done like DMT and stuff like that too, but I just, it was only back then that I was like actively seeking that.
Have you ever done iboga, ayahuasca, or peyote?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I've done. I don't think so. But like I said, I've done DMT, but I'm wondering if peyote is probably the easiest thing to get access to, right?
It's actually one of the hardest. Very, very hard to get real peyote. Yeah.
Really?
I
Isn't
mean,
it just they call it cactus flower?
well, when I say very, very hard, I guess I'm talking in the wild. It's difficult. I mean, but you know, in the Native American churches where they use it all the time, they grow it there. But it is definitely challenging to get, I would say, just in general. It's in very well, it's in its own kind of crisis, in a sense. But if you don't, if you have the channels, yeah, it is here. It's available in a way. Like, it's on the earth. It's not. It's actually much harder to get iboga. Actually, iboga is way harder to get. Peyote, if you know the right channels and things, if you know the right connections, yeah, you can come your way.
Yeah, because what's it called? However you say it, peyote, whatever. It's like from a tree, like you said. And, it just was a very specific one, right? Because I was looking it up with you a couple months ago. They sell like that, the other kind of what you said it was called, but it's not as good, right? It's a different kind.
The Voakanga.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, peyote, ayahuasca, and iboga in particular tend to be, I mean, not just in my experience, but everyone I've ever known that's worked with them, and even the lineages that they come from as well, and like the knowledge and the wisdom going back, they seem to be like in an octave, like I said, like, not like in some hierarchy way that they're better than anything else, but they, like, those three seem to be potent enough that if they're used regularly within a group of people, those people won't have depression, they won't have anxiety, they won't want to hurt people, they won't have aggression they can't control, they won't be emotionally trying to attack people. They will be humbled and ultimately be a better person. And it seems to engender more of that, and having more awareness of oneself and so on. So, like, those three plants that I mentioned in particular, like, they have that ability to do that. And because they just have that, like, in my viewpoint, just like highest kind of octave level of, like, in a sense, just like healing and righting the body, like genetically, physically, spiritually, to like align oneself with a better version of oneself. They seem to just have that quality. And so that's why, like, these tribes, like these ayahuasca tribes in South America, for example, they are in bliss. I mean, they use the plant as they want. They enjoy. They use other plants. They eat good food, and now they've been all like, obviously they've been invaded and their land's been taken over. Not all of them, but it's not now. It's not the same as it was, but where they like their roots. Yeah, it's like an entire society of people that don't have any of that kind of what we would consider dark or demonic, just all that stuff, hurting others, all the stuff that causes us pain and suffering, depression, anxiety, because these plants literally heal that out of you. So if everyone in this society is using them and they want to use them in that way, and it's like part of their tradition, then they don't have rogue people that are doing fucked up shit. Like they don't have rogue people that are stealing from people and hurting people or like punching people, any of that stuff. There just isn't any of that. But the plant is what keeps them in connection with nature and in connection with the sort of the angelic spirits. Because in this realm, it's like it's an intermediary point between spirit worlds. So you have to kind of select where you are in it and be aware of the energies enough to separate oneself from those more like life degrading qualities rather than life enhancing.
Yeah, I can see that. I know Merle talks about his experience. He's gone down there and done that. He says it was life changing.
Yeah, dude, you gonna come with us one of these years?
I've always wondered, like with you, because you talk about it so much, like back to what I was saying about like the sort of like habitually addictive or whatever. I mean, it seems like you engage. It seems like you sound like you engage in this type of stuff frequently, but I don't think that's the case. Like how often do you have experiences like that?
Oh, different times, different cycles, different times in my life. Yeah, in different ways. Yeah. There's a time and the place to work with medicines. There's a time and the place to not. So yeah, what the winds call for.
Well, you seem like you got a lot of control over yourself with that in regards to that. I have to be careful because when I was younger, it's just very easy for me to, like, if something was good, to continue to seek it or seek it in more extremes,
Right. Well, I would be interested. I mean, if you ever see, this is what would be cool, dude. Of course, this plant iboga should not be illegal, and it should be available, and so on. There's already some laws that are coming. Like, actually, the iboga plant is actually legal in the United States in several areas. In the city of Ann Arbor, Michigan, you can have iboga root bark, and ibogaine, I believe, as well. Although, no, it might only be the iboga root bark. Also, like Washington, D.C., believe it or not, you can have iboga there. You can also have it in Oregon. You can have it in Santa Cruz, California, and Oakland, California. So anyways, there's a bunch of places now, and I think maybe there's one in Colorado where like not only iboga is legal, but ayahuasca, basically they're like decriminalized. Like it's only the plant ones though, it's only the natural plants, not any of the chemicals. So like iboga, root bark, ayahuasca, peyote, mushrooms, they're all like decriminalized. You can have them, you can use them. I don't think they're letting people like have a business where you're like treating people with them or anything, but they're like not criminalized. So it's already happening, and I we're going to see it in our lifetimes. So once iboga is legalized in that sense, it's something that could be utilized to better people in so many ways that it would be a blessing to. And what you're saying, Kosho, like, yeah, if you ever did work with it in a way, because it like iboga is such an anti-addictive, it's like an addiction interrupter. And like, dude, like the worst people, so some of these like very severe like opiate addicts, heroin addicts that are just absolutely, practically on the brink of death to, doing the drug and so on. It's just so severe. If they decide to do a really good, a well-run like iboga detox, then once like you have to be sober from the opiates for at least like a certain number of hours. But you don't have to go through the withdrawals. So once you're sober from it for enough time, if they then start consuming the iboga, it literally takes the withdrawals away, erases them. So you have no withdrawals from these heroin opiate things, which everyone knows that. I mean, if you don't have iboga helping you, you're going to go through like 2 weeks of being sick and feeling the shittiest you've ever felt in your life just to get off that drug. That's how bad these big pharma demons have made these things. And so the iboga just literally takes away all the withdrawals. And then you go into like a whole 20-hour journey that's like healing your soul and figuring out why you're drinking in the first place and getting insights about things. And then it also like makes it so that you don't crave. There's an enzyme that stays in your liver for 6 months after you take iboga that acts as a like anti-addictive thing, to where if you have a craving to a drug like cigarettes or whatever drug it might be, for 6 months, this enzyme stays in the liver from the iboga that actually helps you to not have the physical craving. So it gives you like a 6-month period. It's unbelievable. So Kosher, you were saying like if you did it, you would fear like, oh well, if I did it and I felt good, I would want to do it all the time. But it is an anti-addictive thing. So I don't think you can be addicted to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like that. It's a hallucinogenic, and if you're addicted, like if you're just shooting up like all the time, it's not going to help you. It's when I saw it, it was given a flood dose to a guy that was on I think 30 milligrams of methadone. He'd been on it for quite a while, which is a significant dose. It's significant that he can like take the flood dose of ibogaine and get off of that without any of the withdrawals. But that's about that's about as high as you can go. For more substantial like people that are slamming heroin like that all day, they can't just get on the ibogaine. You have to kind of it won't help you with a large addiction like that.
Well, so in all of my experience, knowledge, understanding of it, there are certain addicts that are very severe like that, that one flood dose of iboga or ibogaine, done really well, in their cases, they've never gone back to the drug. Other ones, they've maybe 2 flood dose sessions, maybe 3, maybe 4, and then they're completely clean. And then I've never really heard of any that make it through like 4 or 5, honestly, like 4 or 5 floods. I've never heard of anyone, and now there's different types of ibogaine out there, maybe different dosage. I don't know what people are doing. So in that sense, but like 5, I've never heard of more than 4 or 5 that these.
I guess you've seen that guy. I think he's the guy that goes around doing that, giving those flood doses. Or is that? Like I saw him around like 2007 or something, something like that. It's kind of a larger guy, has his haircut, like a crew cut. If that's who you're talking about. He goes around and he gives these doses to people that are, I guess he sees at the methadone clinic or whatever. And he was talking about he really couldn't help people that were, addicted, balls yet. But, again, that was in 2007. I really haven't followed up on a lot of that shit because I had some surgeries a long time ago. I had 3 surgeries in a row, and I was looking for some alternate medications and stuff. But, I haven't had that problem, fortunately, in a while.
Yeah, so how much do you have to be, like how strong of an addiction do you have to have for it to not work, I guess?
Well, like I say, the guy I saw was on 30 milligrams of methadone, which is a pretty good amount. I mean, it's not a big amount, but it's not a small amount either, because had been on it for quite a number of years.
The 30 milligrams?
30 milligrams every day.
I don't know.
I think he'd done it like 6 years, something like that. Which is pretty incredible, you have to taper off a little bit. You can't just be like, banging heroin and just take some ibogaine and expect expect everything's going to be hunky dory.
Well, it does work that way, actually. I mean, you're kind of, the way you're putting it is a little bit, I hear what you're saying, though, although it's a little bit more kind of, because it's not that simple. I mean, but there are many, many people that it has gotten off of various addictions. I have a friend, for example, who it was his wife, but she's also my friend. But it was her that had this. So she was an alcoholic. I mean, they were like happy, wealthy. I mean, it had a nice house, 2 kids, the whole thing, like nice cars, house, whatever. And she was just getting to drinking a lot. And it got to the point to where, like, when she would run out of alcohol, she would like have the kids in her car and she's driving, driving to the store to get alcohol because you can't leave the kids at home alone. Anyway, so it was starting to get like bad where now she's like, all that stuff. And it was really tough for her. I mean, just a very challenging alcohol problem in that sense. And anyways, and then she did the ibogaine. It was not the iboga rhubarc. It was the ibogaine. Although it does seem like it was extracted from the iboga because her experience was very profound and healing. So anyways, so she did it, the flood dose. They went to like Florida. They did it with a guy there in this case. Anyways, and she had like a very powerful experience. She said at one point she was having this vision of being like at the top of a mountain, and she was seeing like the whole river of her life of what was going to happen if she kept drinking. And then she looked at the other side and saw all what would happen if she stopped drinking. And she just had this like profound connection to that. And so in her whole vision, her whole experience, and after her experience, she was completely sober from alcohol, I believe for like 2 years. And then she did kind of begin drinking 2 years later. And then she did another ibogaine, and now she's not drinking, I believe, is the current status, although I haven't talked to her in a bit. So anyways, I'm saying for her, it was like very potent, like taking someone that was pretty much like at least a 9 out of 10 alcoholic. I mean, to the point of just pretty, 8 out of 10, whatever, like pretty hardcore, but everyone's different for sure. And depends on like the dosage and what you're working with. And if you're even working with the real iboga, she definitely, I think, had the spirit of the real one. Because like I said, if people are taking it from that other plant, they might not really get those kinds of effects, the full healing like that.
Well, also alcohol is different in here. I know alcohol is actually less like you have a better chance of even dying during withdrawals than heroin, but still heroin I think is more addictive.
Like Stone, do you think the ibogaine those guys were taking was from the other plant, the Voakanga plant?
The guy that was given this the flood dose, it was called iboga or whatever. The guy, it's been several years, but I'm about to show you this.
Where is this at? You're in Texas. I mean, there's definitely. Is that where this was?
No, actually, I don't know where this was. I believe it was in New York. This guy just flies around and like takes on cases. It was very illegal back then. It's a little. There's a lot more slack. But I'm about to give you there's a link I'm gonna put in chat for this guy that I found. He fucking his wife died. I'm not laughing, but his wife died tragically, and he ordered a pound of fentanyl to just take until he would die because he was like that upset. So he kept taking it, and then he decided he didn't want to die. So he was like, but he knew he was gonna have withdrawals, because he was up to like he started out like this very small, and he was up to this huge dosage by the time it was done. So he started doing all this research on all these psychedelics because he was the time was running out. He was about to go through this horrible withdrawal that that he had gotten up to, I think, shooting like almost a gram or something, this pure fentanyl that he'd ordered from China.
Oh my gosh, this is such
and
a
he ended up taking
How did the
all
wife
of this
die?
shit, man, and just blew his brain out. He can no longer make sense at all, man. So
he took all of what? The fentanyl?
All of the research he did on all of these psychedelics, like ayahuasca, ibogaine, iboga, all that shit. He did all this research trying to not go through this withdrawals that were coming on to him, and he was gonna take his own life. And then he decided to take all these psychedelics that he'd ordered instead, and he didn't go through withdrawals, but it completely wrecked his mind. He's completely gone now. I mean,
how so? Like,
well, I'm about to show you. I'm about to put it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what he may or may not have taken. If you said you said his wife died, and then he got really, really upset. He ordered a bunch of fentanyl, you said, and then he was shooting up straight fentanyl. Yeah, that is very, very dangerous.
Yes, that's what he was doing.
His hope the easiest way to OD.
He was on a suicide mission. Is what and then he decided he didn't want to die.
I
And
mean, dude,
he
that
just
will.
also decided he didn't want to go through withdrawal. So
Okay. Huh.
So the moral
This is
of
the
the
worst
story
advice.
is that drugs are bad, right?
It's the worst advice to give anybody, but helium is the way to go. If you want
Yeah, I mean, dude, like that sounds
to
absolutely
go get
horrific.
full.
Like shooting fentanyl like that. That sounds like the most dangerous thing you could practically do, right? Like, isn't that pretty much in terms of damaging your brain or causing some? Like, I mean, there's probably other crazy shit you could inject that might be as bad or worse. But wow, that sounds absolutely.
Well, if you take a look at that guy, I don't know why it's push talks now. If you take a look at that guy, you'll get a fairly good sense of what it looks like to be psychedelically blown out, completely
Yeah, but-
fucking just.
No, but it
have your
doesn't sound like it
brain
was
possible?
psychedelics, dude. It sounds like
Yeah,
it
is
was
it possible?
fentanyl.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it possible that was just after effect, like doing all that fentanyl and then like healing from the other stuff, and that could have been part of the. They could have probably compounded on each other, but the damage.
Well, I don't know who.
I'm not
I don't know what he. I don't know what he. What he
truth of
took.
this is, but it seems to be fairly truthful. I've looked up some of the things that he's talked about, and they are on some of the cutting edge, I guess you would say, of psychedelic stuff.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what he took or what his whole journey has been, or exactly. But I do think there are some people that get really into like a lot of drug usage and they're, heroin, coke, pills, whatever it may be, and then they might also, at some point do mushrooms or LSD or whatever it may be. I'm not sure, but I mean, I know thousands upon thousands of people, many of the most intelligent and also even having education credentials people in the world. I mean, there's conferences that I've been to where there's many, many professional speakers, doctors, PhDs from all over the world that come for these conferences, studying these medicines and the beneficial use of them. Many of those people have done, 50, 100, 200 sessions combined. If you're, with ayahuasca, peyote, iboga, mushrooms, LSD, etc. And they're some of the most highly functioning, advanced people on earth, essentially, that also have very little mental illness. So when used correctly and properly, it can bring about. But yeah, I mean, there are ways that people could be misusing them or not knowing what, if they're just mixing drugs or doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't do these things responsibly. I'm just saying that this can't happen. Like there's this guy right here. I'm just.
Well, like here's an example. So this guy Stan Grof, he was born in like the 30s. He grew up in Czechoslovakia, and he became like a Freudian analysis, like Sigmund Freud, and he was a medical doctor, so he also got a medical degree. And then this is when LSD was first invented. So they sent his office like a package which had a bunch of vials of LSD, and it said like, "Oh, this is a new substance we've just created or discovered or whatever. It seems to have some powerful effects on the mind. Basically to test for it." So that he then had his own experiences with LSD that were just mind blowing and very powerful in a lot of ways, which then sent him on his whole journey where he then he began doing a lot of like the research with LSD, like LSD therapy.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with him and Hoffman and Leary and
nice.
Oh, pretty familiar with all that. No.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, man. Stone, you're the man, dude. Yeah. So Stan Grof, my point bringing him up is that like even the president of Czechoslovakia gave Stan Grof the Vision 97 award, which is similar to like the Nobel Peace Prize. It's called the Vision 97. The president of Czechoslovakia gave Stan this award. And Stan Grof has written many books that are absolutely just in terms of like academic rigor and like fully legit in terms of the psychology world, but also like how it's incredible his work. And he has done many, who knows how many numerous of all of these things. He's done LSD, mushrooms, all of them in high doses multiple times. And he's one of the most intelligent humans that has ever lived, literally. Like his mind is like an encyclopedia. He knows all these traditions going back. He has a wealth of knowledge within all of these experiences. He's worked with thousands upon thousands of people in these experiences, helping them to heal and so on. So I'm just saying he's someone like, you could say someone who's blown out or whatever. Yeah, maybe that guy was shooting up fentanyl. Who knows? Yeah, it sounds like that's really terrible. But people that use these medicines in the way I'm describing are not like that thing that the media has tried to tell us, like, oh, it'll blow your brain out and you'll go crazy. People that work with these, it's the opposite. Like they might feel like they're going crazy during the experience because it's purging that out of them or they need to face that. But afterwards, they're at a higher level of sanity. So like it can face them with that, but it doesn't cause like that. Well, just in that sense, it's not going to cause like any.
Yeah, I didn't
negative.
mean like everybody is like this. I was just saying that I came upon this guy who had this story, and it was an extreme story. I wasn't using this analogous to anyone else. I mean, this is an extreme story with extreme results. Yeah, and I wouldn't, this happens very rarely, I would think.
It makes sense that it's probably a combination of this situation. I know all sorts of people that kind of seem like perma-fried, because of a mixture of all the things they've done.
Yeah, there is kind of a characteristic. Yeah, like frizzle fried, like people who maybe like, yeah, I know what you mean. Or that's like even in like that term hippie, like hippies or whatever. There's even that kind of idea of like a burned out hippie who's just, mind's like not quite there, like something's kind of detached, But I mean, was that necessarily like the actual mushrooms? I would say no, because mushrooms don't do that. Could it have been like, who knows what else? Pills, like, or like massive amounts of alcohol or other things. Even like toxic weed, like smoking a lot of toxic weed, that's not good for the brain. Like this weed that's sprayed with pesticides and shit. Like it's only lately that we can even get more organically grown weed, and even that it's really hard to find. So smoking some toxic shit like that could even maybe cause a little bit of something.
You could probably grow your own.
Yeah, Stone knows. You got to get the good shit.
Yeah, the best shit I had was the shit I grew myself. But
yeah, that's going to be the best there. But I don't know, dude. I love like outdoor grown, so and under the sun, and
yeah, it's just that that's out in the open.
I think it's like I like the cannabis that gets the full sunlight. I feel like it's actually like it's like a happier plant. It's like a happier experience because I feel like the plant is happier because it was getting real sunlight and it was also getting the electrical charge from the ground. Whereas have it on like indoors in synthetic lights and then not connected to the earth kind of makes that indoor weed thing, which I think is a little more like
a little
more isolating. It's a little more isolating
indoor from outdoor if you were smoking it.
I think indoor is a little more addictive and it's more isolating.
Yeah, well, I mean, outdoor though can be done, and you get good, good crop, whatever. But it requires probably a lot of attention and careful attention to the weather and the environment and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, if you were growing indoor organically, you can get pretty close to outside. You have a full spectrum light.
Yeah, there's also shade houses that kind of let some sun in as well, or greenhouses.
Outside you only get one time a year. Indoor.
Dude, I was in Hawaii on this property of friends of ours, and we were there, and like they have, it's just awesome. Like you just walk through this amazing, like kind of wood, basically like woods, but it's like Hawaiian woods, and you just cruise along this pathway. And then you just come to a little clearing and there's just like 8 or 10 beautiful cannabis plants, just beautifully planted there, like just looking happy and just thriving. And then you would kind of take another path and you would come to another clearing where there would be another one of those. And we just frolicked around in the woods, like just visiting these little plots. And they had it all pretty much just on its own, like they didn't have to even do too much. They had it just chilling right there in the woods. It was great.
Yeah, but then they have so many that like, that can take care of the, like, cause when I did it, I started them outside and then I moved them inside, and like,
you got to plant them in the earth. You got to plant them in the earth. They won't thrive outside. They need the electrical charge from the earth to connect to the sun. If you just do potted outside, that's kind of why. See, that's the thing, dude. It's actually kind of hard to grow really good outdoor cannabis, even though the yield's really high, but that's part of why they've gone to, because like you have to have the right climate for it. And if you don't have the right climate for it, you have to use like a shade tent of some sort with some artificial lights, or you have to do a greenhouse. And those don't seem to yield very high THC contents, which then cause them to go more to indoor where they can get super high THC content.
Well, otherwise, like I said, you have to be so conscious. Like it was at the point like I would be at the bar or something. I'd be somewhere, and if I got the sense like it was going to start raining, I would like rush home and take care, like move them, like move the because I had like a little curtain thing. And I'd have to like I was like almost like I had kids or something, and that was up until I moved them inside, and it's a lot easier because you can automate the lights and you can just control more stuff. But yeah, no, I mean I agree with you. It's like a balance, trade off. Yeah, I've always wanted to move somewhere where you can go out legally.
Yeah, you can in California. In a lot of places now, but
I think we just passed a law here actually that I think it's like completely decriminalized, maybe, but like something like that. Did you see that, Stone?
What got passed?
Yeah, something. Well, I don't think it got passed. I remember it got. I guess it got.
I haven't seen anything
reduced.
get passed since they moved up the content from medicinal to like 1% or something like that.
I saw something a couple weeks ago. That they said it was promising, or whatever, but it was basically it's like a decriminalized thing, so you can still get fined.
It's coming.
But
I know a lot of people that have fields ready to go.
Oh yeah. My sister's invested in a farm actually, but it's like they specifically have to use it for CBD.
Yeah, there's a hemp farm down in South Texas that I can't remember what the fuck's it called.
Yeah,
I don't know what you guys got going on
their
in
stuff.
Texas. Didn't they just do something in Texas, or is Texas still in the dark ages with cannabis?
We're surrounded literally by fucking rec states, and we're talking states in New Mexico, Colorado, Oklahoma.
Dude,
then
it's
we
just
have Mexico right below us, man. It's fucking.
In California, it's just. I was gonna say it's Amsterdam, but it's not, of course, because Amsterdam, you can smoke right in the shops, and it's fucking all like that's a whole different world. But I mean, in California, it's basically that legal in a sense. Yeah, you can just go buy it at any dispensary, and
well, that's where the Oklahoma laws are better. You can roll one up in a bar in Oklahoma and shit, man.
Can you?
Yeah, they have some really good laws there. They did roll some back. They did roll a couple.
Because I think California does have certain restrictions around that. Like you can't just have a coffee shop that everyone's just smoking bowls in. That I'm aware of. So if you could, they would already have that, obviously. So
I think in Vegas they have some there's some rule like that. Like you can't. Oh no, never mind. It's like you can't sell it certain many miles from where you grow it, and you can't smoke it like certain miles from where you sell it or something like that. But yeah, in Texas though, I mean, like I've smoked in front of cops. Well, specifically at Marley Fest though. Like you've been to Marley Fest, I'm sure, Stone.
They won't arrest you with those.
Yeah, no, they won't do nothing.
You really got to fuck up to it. Fucking throw you.
Dude, I
passed out. I passed out.
I went to this. It was in San Francisco. It's called like a Burning Man. What do they call it? Like a reburn, I think they call it, where it's like a later date than Burning Man, but it's like a lot of the same kind of community and people, and the whole vibes and everything that they do. So, anyways, it was like some kind of like a reboot, like a reburn thing for the Burning Man type scene. And there was just like music and people everywhere. It was a huge party. It was pretty blissful. It was like pretty amazing vibes. And these cops were there. And I was like sitting there talking. We were talking for a while, and we were all kind of in a circle, and people were just smoking bowls and joints. And the cops were not smoking, they were not smoking it, but we all were. And it was just like, it was good times. And I was just talking so openly with them. Like, it was one of like the best just kind of cop experiences I've ever had. They were just totally chilling with us.
It's like
they've been told that they're not, by a lot, like in different areas, that they're not supposed to go after, people with weed. unless they have more than like a pound or something crazy.
No, there's people selling weed at Marley Fest right in front of the cops. Like maybe not doing the transaction there, but there's like a dude with a backpack. And he's like need train wreck or something like that. And it's
I
like
wouldn't
he's
be
got a
that
full
bold.
backpack. Yeah, I mean I wouldn't either, but at the same time, I mean I passed out right in front of a cop. After it was a long fucking day. It's probably from the heat, but I fainted.
Yeah,
And the whole crowd
it's
got there.
happened to
But
me.
the cop didn't do anything though. He didn't do anything to me or.
It gets so
whatever.
hot. I mean, I went to a couple of whatever music fests, whatever. I think it was Lollapalooza that was here in Dallas.
Yeah.
Fuck, it was like 106 degrees, man. My girlfriend passed out. She ruined that whole fucking concert.
Well, that shit can be dangerous though. But I mean, I had to eat a bunch of brownies that day too. So yeah, that's what did me.
It was just tough too. It was like 106. And I remember it was just sweltering. It's ridiculous.
No, but in San Marcos though, like, 'cause I went to school there, and I mean, I'd get off the school bus, and every day I'd smoke a blunt on the way from the school bus to my house. I mean, I basically walked from the square to my other house, smoking a blunt. That's where I grew weed too. I almost felt like it was like there was no. It was just protected there, even though it's not at all. You can still get busted.
I grew weed. I grew weed since I was 15. I had like 100 and something plants out there. The cops looked for a few times, man. They couldn't find anything.
Stone, you're the man, dude. Dude, you're fucking.
No.
Dude, you've been rocking out with some plants.
Yeah, I stepped away from that long. Still friends with a lot of those guys, but I can't get down like that. But those guys went to prison. I didn't go to prison.
Ooh.
Yeah, the guys I grew up with.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah,
see, this is where like the ayahuasca and iboga and all that, like if they're legal and we could use them, I think it could be of great benefit to people that have done something where it would be imprisonment, as it were. I'm just really not in support of just giving people some time period they have to suffer through. I think that's total bullshit. It's like militaristic psychopathy bullshit. So
it's counterproductive.
Yeah, it's totally counterproductive. We need to get rid of that instantly. But the problem is these people are obviously, I mean, I'm not trying to call anyone this name or anything, but they are, like, in some cases they have derangement, that is a word, like it's a thing. It's like a level of derangement, maybe even some retardation, different things going on. They need like deep healing, I would say. And if they were able to go into a program where they could do like iboga once a week or ayahuasca once a week or something, and they could still be kind of like somewhat in prison during that time. Because obviously if they just killed someone or they just did something crazy, you can't just have them out on the street. I agree with that. We need to have some level of like containing them until they're better. But if they were able to do that, like weekly sessions, which some of them might not want to, they might just say, no, I'm not doing that. And okay, for them, then that's not an option. But the ones who are like, yeah, I'm willing to better myself and, try to heal in that sense. And specifically with like ayahuasca and iboga and peyote, what they can do like to the soul and to the spirit in that sense, I think there could be a tremendous potential that those people could turn their lives around and come to realize what they've done and realize to never do it again, or at least be recovered to the best possible way that they can be. And
you talking about addicts or criminals?
Everyone, anyone who's facing imprisonment.
What about the pedos?
They also could have healing. Yeah, they were.
I agreed. I thought you were talking about.
I mean, there would have to be a whole system built. There would have to be a whole system built of like analyzing how they're doing. Like, for example, whatever it is they did, if they're going to do these sessions, like, yeah, they would have to be monitored and worked with, and to see where they're really at with it. And yeah, I agree. Like,
there needs to be prison reform. Obviously, that we've got problems. Yeah. We have way too many people in there, and the amount of recidivism is just the rate of recidivism is ridiculous. So there's obviously some problems that need to be addressed there. So what the answers are exactly, I can't tell you, but there's obviously some problems.
Well, I know what the answer is. No, I know nobody. Everybody disagrees with me. Every time I brought this up in Gems, people get so pissed off, dude, and they strawman the hell out of me. Every time I brought it up, flat earthers and globers alike just disagree with me, dude. But this is the best strategy by far, and I agree about prison is actually not a solution. It actually doesn't make much sense because it's like vengeful. It's like, oh, we're putting you here because it's not. It doesn't.
What
It's
it
not a
becomes a
rehab.
school. It becomes a school
Yeah.
for fucking criminals, man. They get
Exactly.
all those connections in there. They learn all the scams and shit. They come out fucking fortified, man.
Yeah, and it's paid for, so it's like it's not like we're paying them, but it amounts for like $30,000 a year. Basically, like paying somebody $30,000 a year because they were a criminal.
No,
but regardless.
But dude, you know what though?
Yeah.
Well, dude, what's tough about it, like, so I actually think like the same demonic entity that's doing a lot of the bullshit with the lies and all the rest of it is the same one that is like wanting to essentially imprison people in that sense. And it's like part of this whole kind of just militaristic, like abuse style, thing. And it's a tragedy, really.
Let me tell you my solution, Gio.
But hold on. Oh, this is what I was actually going to say, though. But here's the problem with it, though. So I think there's a lot of trauma that people have gone through, and so they have that trauma, and then they're acting out, or they're having whatever they're going through. But here's the thing: if they're really hurting people, like doing stuff to children, killing people, whatever it may be, really bad stuff. Like, I kind of agree. We can't just have those dudes run around doing that stuff because that's not cool. Because then, like, you know what I mean? So we have to not have like that happening. Therefore, but here's the trick. Here's the thing. It's not a trick, but here's the thing about it. If that person has so much trauma, so much darkness, demons, whatever it is within them, that they're doing that stuff, like, they need to heal from that. They need to come out of that state, because if they're in that state, then they're a danger to themselves and others, and especially others. So
well, let me tell you,
without some profound healing, some profound personality transformation, they are most likely going to remain in that. Now, maybe you could do a little talk therapy, once a week, talk about your feelings. Maybe that could help some slightly. And they do some reform in that sense, obviously in prisons. They try to do some of that, but it's very like drug based, and like it's fucked up. Like, what they're not.
My solution,
and it's not deep enough to even have them heal anyway. So my point is that there does need to be something in there to heal them, and then perhaps they could come back into the society and be all good.
My solution doesn't involve talking, though, at all, because although I think it's a good idea, but no, because I don't think people should be put in cages, or it just seems the whole thing seems counterproductive. Okay, and so right off the bat, anybody who's any drug-related crimes, strictly drug-related, nobody's getting put in a cage for that. Whatever the punishment is, it's not anything like that. Put it in a cage. Anyway, so that's that. And then like stealing, it seems pretty straightforward because you're owed whatever whatever value you took from somebody. I'd say that you'd have to work and give that back. But unforgivable crimes like pedophilia, murder, especially deranged type stuff, repeated murder. So not just somebody who manslaughter is different, but repeated murder, this type of stuff, rape, aggressive rape, just the rapist. These type of crimes, I don't think it's the responsibility of the government to house these people and then make sure that they're rehabilitated. I think that they've revoked their agreement to participate in society, and it's not the government's responsibility to kill them. I think that's wrong too. I think they should be excommunicated from society. That's why I said that they should set up like an Escape from New York and Escape from LA, like set up like a thing in Antarctica where they just send them there, and then they just send them there. That's it. They got to take care of themselves at that point.
In Antarctica.
Yeah, some people said that's murder, but it's not really murder. But then, okay, fine, Madagascar then, maybe. But Antarctica is better because, they can figure it out. It's up to them.
Yeah,
it's up to them. But I mean, honestly, at that point, I mean, I think that's fair. I don't think the government has the right to punish people like in a vengeful way because they did something wrong, or kill them or something. But they definitely do have a responsibility to protect the public from these people, and so yeah, they should be excommunicated from that society. That's the only way to handle everything. But yeah, lesser crimes than that. I don't think prison should be a thing for it. Prison is just it's counterproductive.
Yeah, it's inhumane and borderline insanity. However, the problem is like what they're actually doing in terms of just imprisoning people like that. However, like I was saying, some of those people have very deep traumas and very deep aggression and a lot of things that are deeply seated in their psyches. And if there is like a demonic energy involved, then I mean, I know it might almost sound like science fiction in a sense, but I've actually seen people like releasing these demons and things. And like that movie, The Exorcist, like it's obviously not that ridiculous, but in some cases it can be like a very intense energy. Like there's a thing called holotropic breath work where you just use breathing and you basically enter a psychedelic type state, a visionary state, just using your breath. You're not taking any plant at all.
Yeah,
and it can be.
I met enough people that killed people, and enough people that were legit liked people, like hurting people, like they enjoyed that. That's what they got off on stuff. And you did not want those people around your kids. You didn't want those people around anybody because they were going to go bad on anybody at one point.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I hear like like you connect. Yeah, I hear you.
Tell me for real, Gio,
that
like,
exists. But I mean, yeah, that exists out out there. What I was gonna say is that like
we used to sell acid to this group of fucking skinheads, man, and we would come out there and they'd be playing with a dead body and shit. Like, I mean, these people were fucked up, man. There wasn't a good bone in those people's body, man. Whether they demonically possessed or whatever, I don't know, man. But there's people like that, man.
Well, I know it is intense. So let me just share this one very. I'll try to keep it brief. This woman doing that breath work. It's the holotropic breath work, and so it's just using your breath. Anyway, she was like a woman like in her 50s, and she did have like very deep depression, but she wasn't like a demonic type person. Like she wasn't out there like fucking people up or anything. She was kind of like a quiet woman or whatever, but she did have really bad depression and anxiety and stuff. Anyway, she was doing a series of these breathwork sessions and getting to the root of her traumas and everything. And at one point, this like energy came over her that was like a demon. And everybody, the supporters, the helpers there, they were like kind of holding her down, not like in a total restraining way, but kind of just to let her express it, you know, as needed, because that's what moves these things through. It seems to be what heals it, and it heals the person's depression. So they were doing that. She said at one point, the woman that was doing the breathing, that was on the experience, she said, because they were saying, no, really go for it, really express it. Like, we'll hold you here, you know, all of that. They were just being there to help her. And she said to them, she said, well, you guys better be careful. She's like, this energy, it'll just gouge your eyeballs out. I mean, it'll just do anything like in that sense. And they were like, okay, we're ready for it, you know? And they were able to like hold her in a sense to where she was able to release it. And when she released it, she sung a song spontaneously. And it turns out, okay, it was in a language that none of them knew. Okay, none of them knew. None of the facilitators knew what this language was. However, there was someone in the room who was a professor, and he had the knowledge of what the language was. And it was a language called Sephardic, which is like an ancient Hebrew. It's somehow connected to that lineage, but Sephardic. And she was chanting this chant. Now, this woman did not know Sephardic. She was not Jewish. She was not Hebrew, none of that. She did not even know any of that. And she just spontaneously sang it, you know, after she like purged this demon. And it turns out that the thing that she sang, the words in translated stood for like, I am suffering, I will always suffer. Something like that. And after that whole experience, her depression was completely relieved, like completely gone, like her lifelong depression.
No shit. And how often do you watch these exorcisms? I've never seen a real one before.
I wouldn't
Where'd you
call
get
it an
access?
exorcist. I wouldn't call it an exorcist, but I would call it like the human psyche purging a demonic type energy in some cases. Yeah. Oh, I've seen many throughout the years in all kinds of different people in large settings. I've done breathwork sessions like that with like one of the big ones in San Jose. They used to do the big ones there. It was like over 100 people all breathing at once. Dude, you hardly even had to breathe. You hardly even had to breathe to get into the zone of that state, dude. It was amazing. You could just lightly breathe. Like with that many people, it magnifies like 100 people. So yeah, I've done big ones like that, small ones. And yeah, dude, I've seen so many different types of like sometimes shaking, like all these energetic releases in people's bodies. And yeah, in some cases, if there is more of a kind of darker demonic type thing, I mean, there's like hundreds of different ones I could share that people have gone through. It's pretty remarkable. And the thing is, the healing and the personality transformation for the better that comes out of these experiences is just unrivaled in psychology and psychiatry completely. Psychiatry and psychology, the best they can do is drug you out or talk about your feelings. And those are both very limited to really get to the root of what a lot of people need to get to the root of. So yeah, like they don't really get results like that. Like they don't have results in psychiatry where they're like, oh yeah, your depression is completely, gone. Like you're not depressed anymore. And you used to be every day for like 30 years or something.
So I was listening. I just had to let the dogs out. No, yeah. Yeah. Well, remember that guy you guys were talking about, or I guess you were talking about him, Stone. I don't know who.
Which
I
guy?
was talking about him. He was a guy who goes around and is treating people. But Gio,
Oh, the
you
guy
also said that.
the Ibogaine. Ibogaine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean,
Did you do it? Did you do it with him? Did you do it with him?
Whoa.
Oh, what?
I
just watched a documentary on it, man, a long time ago. I thought it was
Oh, you didn't do an Ibogaine session with him?
No, not.
You have to sleep with him to get the Ibogaine. Like whatever it's called.
My tripping days stopped a long time. I'll do a dose every. I'll take a tab or something every now and again, but
well, if we were all going
to do anything anymore.
Well, if we're all going to South America to do ayahuasca, are you on board? Are you coming?
It's gonna be the next Flat Earth conference.
Oh wow! Oh yeah.
Stone might be down, dude. If you've never done ayahuasca, like, we'll definitely do the real deal. Because that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of ayahuasca tourism now in South America, and who knows what it's not all the real thing. Basically, there's a lot, So, but yeah, like,
yeah, I've got some friends across the border. I could probably have, but not.
You seen the Vsauce one where he does that? He probably takes such a pussy dose. Like I don't know the amounts, but I know that he did the first day. Like he did it because he went the whole episode about him going down there to do it, and then he went down there and he had I think he took the smallest dose they allow or something, and he didn't experience anything at all. He says, "Yeah, I didn't have an experience, so I'm gonna up the dose and do it again." And so he had experience the second night, but I bet you he took like the smallest doses he could take.
Oh,
that guy, Psych Substance, released a video where he's reading a subreddit, like a subreddit of a bad trip this guy went on. He ate like I think 3.5 milligrams of psilocybin mushrooms, and then on top of that, dropped like 2 tabs of acid, and just blew his mind out, running from the cops and shit. Broke his nose, had like trauma after it.
It's not even that much, dude.
You don't want to be. You don't.
It was a huge dose of what he was talking about. These were this psilocybin liver in cubes, so it's whatever that 3.5 was actually like taking like 9 or 10 9 or 10 grams of.
Oh no shit.
Supposedly, that's what he was saying. That I trust that guy. That guy's tripped out a lot. You know that guy I'm talking about, psych substance.
I might know him. I don't know. Is that
Yeah, I
YouTube
know
channel?
that
He
dude.
said that you.
Yeah,
It's like the biggest YouTube channel on psychedelics, I guess.
he's kind of like a psychonaut guy. Like he's
Yeah, man.
he's more into like experimentation and doing crazy stuff, and like he, from what I know, he's not really into like necessarily like the healing side of them though. I mean, maybe somewhat he is, but he's a little more just kind of balls to the wall, like have the experience.
Basically, yeah, he's just like the psychonaut, man. He'll take just about anything. Check it out.
Psyched,
What's it called though?
Psyched substance. So like PSYCHED substance.
Yeah.
Psyched substance. He's got a huge channel. I don't know how many. I mean, how many million subs do you think he
It's
has?
a few million now. I
Five?
started watching him a long time ago. He's had a couple hundred
Yeah, I
thousand.
just watched him today. He was doing like the top 10 list of what everyone would like to have. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I know exactly. No, this is exactly who I was thinking it was. That yeah, I've seen this guy. He has people on his show that take DMT. That was like the weirdest episode. But yeah, I've seen this guy's shit.
Yeah, he's got a lot of videos. He's been doing it for years. I mean, I remember when he started back in the beginning. Had seen some of his content throughout the years.
Well, he got hooked on kratom. He's had some problems with some substances, man. And yeah.
Wait, on that?
Kratom.
Is that like the synthetic weed?
It's an opioid. It's yeah.
It's a plant. It's a plant.
It's an opioid though. But
why does it sound familiar?
Yeah, kratom. Yeah,
they sell it in head shops all over. They sell it.
That's probably
it's
why.
legal. It's legal.
Yeah,
it's illegal in Texas, as a matter of fact.
It's illegal or legal in Texas?
It's legal. They kept it. They were going to make it illegal, and then they wrote Governor Abbott.
That's why I know what it is. Yeah.
You mentioned taking LSD and mushrooms at the same time. Yeah, of all the combinations, that one I'm not a fan of. It seems to be kind of if you do a low dose of each, it's okay, but I feel like they clash.
Well, they exponentially they get stronger exponentially. They were talking about they piggyback off each other and just make. He was saying that he did LSD once and just microdosed some mushrooms and gave him intense visuals. And this guy took a shitload. He took like 2 or 3 tabs of some really good acid, and like some acid that his dealer warned him about. Said like, "Hey, man, this is some really good shit." And he was like, "Fuck it, dude." Just dropped like 3 of them, or I can't remember something. I think he dropped 2 of them, but they were like some really good double dip shit. And then plus he like ate that whole candy bar of fucking psilocybin mushroom, and it fucked him up to where they went into Walmart and he puked and they saw a cop and he ran from the cop and he just kept running and like broke his nose, hid out in the fucking woods for the whole night, and then like he had like some kind of trauma. It gave him like PTSD after it. Shit, I don't know.
Wow, that's actually really intense, man. Yeah, I mean, there have been some stories like that over the years. I mean, it's interesting.
He's only 17, which is part of the reason too.
Well, it's just interesting because like people like when they were doing like the LSD therapy where they're giving pretty high doses to people like once a week for months at a time, and it's like they're actually like improving, they're getting better, etc. But that does seem meaning that there's like the therapeutic effects of mushrooms, or like the shamans that use the mushrooms, they're using them in healing ways. Like people are not having any negative, losing it or breaking noses. But it's like in the modern world, who knows? I don't know if they were on other drugs in addition, but yeah, there are certain cases where people have taken either LSD or mushrooms, for example, and done stupid stuff. Like either they're driving or they're doing whatever. And there's even like, dude, LSD in particular is so magnifying of the human psyche that some people, like their traumas are being stirred up so abruptly.
I will agree with you on that. That's why you need some trip killers around, some benzos, some people that know what they're doing, and you probably want to be a little bit older than. I took shit starting way early. Like when I was 15, I was dropping acid. I remember I took some of my eye and shit in high school.
Dude, it is just full blown like magnification of the mind. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
if you have anything in your subconscious, it's gonna come up, man. It's gonna come up.
yeah, totally. Especially at a high enough dose. Like pretty much like 150 milligrams or less, or micrograms, 150 or less is, kind of like almost to me considered like low dose, or even kind of like even microdose to some extent. But once you get like above 200, it goes into the more visionary state, especially to 250, like 200 to 250. And then if you're way over 250, if you're up to like 500 micrograms or even 600, which is kind of the max, even in the LSD therapy they found that beyond 600 micrograms didn't really bring that much additional effect that seemed useful in that sense. I
Makes
have
it longer. You probably just trip longer, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, when I've done really high amounts like that, it's actually just more like liquidy, like it's almost more saturated, but you're still just in like fully in it, but it's like more.
I've done liquid LSD, man. Matter of fact, the last time I did it was some really strong LSD in Houston. It was had like little speckles in it. It was in a dropper.
Dude, have you ever had times?
Ridiculously strong, man. And I've had all kinds. I've had shit, like gel caps. I mean, all kinds of blotter. I used to keep a 10 strip in my freezer at least, man.
Did you have any like enhancements? Like, that guy that pitched a no-hitter when he was on LSD?
Oh yeah, I heard of.
Yeah.
That was a dude that played football. I had a friend that played football in that. He scored 4 touchdowns that day.
No shit.
Well, and then there's of course there's the
he's
classic musicians that are tripping, and Jimi Hendrix, and you got that whole like like Carlos Santana. A lot of these guys were taking huge doses of stuff and playing music and just opening themselves up as well. So yeah, it seems to have some very like high octave accelerating like magnification of their.
It can also fuck you up though too. I mean, there's people who left permanently fucked up. I can't remember what's it called. It's just it's not just it's a psychosis, but it's psychedelic related. I think it's called something. But
it's like HPPD or something.
Yeah, it's HPPD.
Yeah. Exactly. I know. Yeah, they're okay. So my understanding of that, like Stan Groff, who worked with LSD, in all the therapeutic settings where he was giving very high doses to many people in different and so on. So he, like, one thing he says is somebody could be like, just growing up in the party scene, whatever it may be, and their friends are like, "Yo, dude, take some acid or whatever, take some LSD," and they take it or whatnot. In some cases, they might take it and they get triggered into like their own kind of trauma, and they don't have any support to help them, and they're not really able to navigate it themselves, like the ego death or whatever might be coming up. So they project it, and they're just like, they're just projecting it. That's kind of one of the negative things about LSD in particular, because LSD is like semi-synthetic. So it's kind of like a wild, just like concentration. Whereas something like ayahuasca, that's not going to happen. Ayahuasca has like an organic nature to it. It's just going to sit you down and help you out. It's not going to no one in ayahuasca sessions is like freaking out like that. If you're using the right plants, there might be other mixtures that are not truly ayahuasca that some crazy stuff's happening, but in terms of the real deal. But with LSD, it can be for some people just unhinged kind of thing. Now, if somebody has that, and if they, sometimes they go to a hospital and then they give them like a tranquilizer, and that actually like freezes their process. So whatever like trauma they brought up, the tranquilizer like freezes it. Anyways, people have gone through all that horrible stuff. But what's wild about it, what Stan Groff found, those same people that had that trigger and then now they were like worse off, like they, had some kind of break or whatever. If they actually continue doing LSD in a therapeutic setting, they actually will heal, will process through that trauma and complete it and get through it. So isn't that strange that the same molecule that caused them to kind of have this break can also be the solution to it? Because the thing is that it's something in their mind that got activated. It's not something the drug did to them. And so they could use something else. They could use ayahuasca or mushrooms, or they could use the breath work or whatever. But it's like
hypnosis.
It can still heal from it. It just brought something up because LSD is such a kind of an intense. It's kind of unnatural, really. I mean, when you think about it, in a sense.
No, but yeah, but you said the breath work, but even hypnosis, like hypnotherapy, because it sounds like what you're talking about is the sort of trauma that people, they kind of lock it up, and they don't address it. They're almost their whole lives or whatever. They have these huge problems because of it, and then what happens is addressing it or confronting it in a like a real way like that. I think because of drugs like a psychedelic. But like I said, even hypnotherapy or some other kind of therapy, even addressing it seems to be what's necessary, right? To have it be healed from it.
Yeah, like they have to address it. I mean, dude, there's even been people, believe it or not, like in the it's called holotropic breath work, which Stan Groff developed that form of breath work, and there's like trainings for it, and you can go to retreats with it and stuff, and so on. But anyways, there have been people who have come into the breath work, into that scene, as it were, and like they have to sign all the release forms and all that kind of stuff as well. But there have been like with some rare cases, and it wasn't even necessarily with the holotropic breathwork people, but I'm just saying in general, as it were, that by just doing breathing, they can also have like what could be considered a psychotic break, which a psychotic break, I mean, that's like a term that just sounds like it's some like bad thing, but it's usually a state in which, yeah, like there's a lot of different things that can be happening, but it seems to be like maybe it's some trauma that they had or something very deep gets activated, and then they get very like activated into that to where they're like permanently triggered basically.
Yeah, I've taken some doses where it was way too much when I was young. I was like 15, and the first time was I had a friend come down from spring break from Austin. And Austin used to be the capital for acid, man. He said some fucking fantastic acid up there, man. He brought this shit down, and it was way stronger than anything I'd ever done, man. And we were at fucking some Port Royal on the beach and shit. Man, I had to like sit down outside for a while, like be by myself out in the dunes till I could go back in, face people and shit. Then it happened again, and I think I had 3 bad trips, like where it was just too much acid, man. It was just fucking too much, man. But it all happened when I was really young. I didn't it never really happened after that, but I've had like the ego death or whatever, where you like lose your sense of yourself or whatever, and it's extremely it's terrifying. It's absolutely fucking terrifying. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, man. But you do kind of break through once you've had something like that happen. It's almost like dying. I mean, it's pretty fucking intense.
Oh, I thought ego death was like. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, it's just like I've been
lose
through bad
sense of
breakups,
yourself, man. You don't. You completely detach. There's really no way to describe it. I can't.
Yeah, but I've been depressed through like bad breakups. Like I've been breakup when I was really depressed, and somebody told me that was like an ego death experience.
I think that could be like, in a sense, there could be some ego death like that could happen sort of spontaneously or organically with an experience like that. But I mean, like, if Stone's referring to, it depends on. Well, I was gonna say, Stone, dude, that's awesome that you've experienced that, man. Like, dude, props to you, because it's deep work to do. Like, for anyone to face that within themselves, I have a lot of respect for. And yeah, like,
I wouldn't suggest doing it if you're. I mean, if I would have done it again, I would have waited till my brain was fully developed. I would hope, maybe, if but you really shouldn't be doing that shit that early. It really could have fucked me up really bad.
Well, 15 is a bit young, yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, LSD is semi-synthetic anyways, so one could question all of it since it is semi-synthetic. Because like with peyote, they will give peyote to certain ages in the teenage years, but even when they're younger, they only do it.
Mescaline's strong. Mescaline is really strong. It's hard on your stomach too, man.
Well, are you talking synthetic mescaline or like in the cactuses?
I've only had it twice. Freeze dried like an apple. Like just ate it like an apple, like it was freeze dried.
It was a cactus material?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think San Pedro or peyote? Maybe San Pedro.
Peyote, it was a little cactus. It's mescaline. Is the active. Mescaline is what's in peyote.
Right, but there's like the San Pedro cactus, which is like
well, these are just buttons that somebody's mom grew that was an Indian, man. It was fucking just
nice.
There's a few places in Mexico where you can just buy them. They grow them there. I'm not sure which one that is. I only thought, so.
Yeah, you can buy San
That's like
Pedro.
Whatever's indigenous down there, or whatever.
Yeah. Well, the San Pedro cactus is legal. Like you can actually, it's even in like certain like nurseries and shit. They'll be like, you can just buy it there in some cases. But yeah, and that one contains.
Unless you're like some kind of shaman or you're a native Indian, I don't think peyote. I think.
I was gonna say poppies are legal. You can legally have poppy plants in your house.
They're illegal.
No, I think they're legal. I think poppy was illegal.
It was a fucking dude in Robstown in Corpus, South Texas, that was growing poppies, man. And he didn't know that they were poppies. He was, he just liked the flower, man. They just liked the flower, and they rolled up on him and made him chop them down. So I'm guessing maybe they weren't.
Well, I think it. I think I can't remember specifically, but I kind of remember something that said like you can have one poppy plant. But yeah, so I mean, I think obviously if he's growing a whole field of it, and I mean, it's possible that they told him to cut it down, and it wasn't even illegal. I don't know.
There's a video where these people I can't remember where it is. They grow where it grows poppies, man, and they have like this holiday 2 weeks out of the year where they let all the junkies just go into the fucking poppy field and cook as much dope as they can, man. It's crazy.
I mean, that's extremely illegal.
They claim that the opium isn't very good, but those junkies are like, yeah, that's bullshit. Like I said,
no, that is a pretty intense aberration of the use of that plant. Because can't you just grow the plant? You can make a little tea with the seeds, and it's a nice little buzz, and that's it. Like the way nature makes it, it's just like a nice little tea.
Poppy seed,
well. But I'm just saying what they do to it when they cook it and all that. It's crazy. Like it's such a
well, injecting it in. Yeah, nobody was made to inject into your veins. Yeah, that's I'm thinking.
Well, it's like that with the coca leaf. Like the coca leaf is actually like a shamanic medicine down in South America, like in the Andes. Like they use it. All the shamans they carry it, they chew on it, they work with it. They even do there's something called a cacao reading. Where I know you guys will love this, M Stone, but it's like a divination technique where they take the leaves and kind of toss them down, and then the way that they organize gives them information. And so they use them for giving readings in a sense, as a reading, that has specific meaning for that person. Anyways, so it's like a sacred plant and everything. It's like protective and healing and all that. And then they take it, extract it, make cocaine out of it because they pull the cocaine alkaloid out of it, and then boom, now it's this crazy, crack and cocaine. You got all that. So it's like,
yeah, coke is nasty, man. It's made. Ugh. There's that other. I was just watching. They just get people that chew this plant that's red, and they all spit. It's like an upper or something. I can't remember where it is.
It sounds like it sounds like that though. I don't know if because I know the people that chew on the cocoa plant.
Yeah, it's not cocoa though. It's an upper, man. They were talking about the whole damn country's addicted to it, man. It's just red.
Wait, is it in Africa? Is it Africa or South America?
It's called betel nut.
Yeah, that's shit, man. Yeah.
Where is that though?
Yeah,
Africa or South America?
In Taiwan.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was thinking of when you said that cat, CHAT. But do you know what that one is? It's like a stimulant.
No, I haven't heard of that. Is that
Yeah, they chew it. It's like in Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Eastern Africa, Somalia. It's like a stimulant that they chew.
Oh.
I don't think it's necessarily quite as addictive, you said though, but it's kind of like it's almost like an amphetamine of sorts, maybe.
Yeah, that's what this is supposed to be. It's what that beetle stuff is supposed to be. That everybody chews it, man. Even though it gives you throat cancer and it's nasty, man.
Yeah, they just legalized.
Grandma chewing it. All chew it.
Not only did they just legalize or decriminalize marijuana in Thailand, but there's this other local plant that everyone has. I think it's called kanom or something like that. It's a leaf, and it's just a traditional upper that they have, and it just basically gives them a buzz all day long. They chew on it. make a tea out of it. Yeah.
Nice, yeah. And they kind of use coca for that in South America. Like they have like as a tea, they drink it as tea, and then they chew on the leaves. And
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
lidocaine, it'll numb you up, all that shit. You know, it's good for that.
dude, one of the like the highest doses I've ever done on it is there's this little black plant mixture that's made of different plants. It's called Layla, and it's this little ball basically. It almost is like a tar kind of. It kind of looks like tar. And because if you just chew coca leaves on its own, you can get a fairly high dose, but not as high if you only are chewing on them. Whereas if you take this little ball basically, and you put it in your mouth, and then you start chewing leaves, and you kind of put the little ball of Leela in the middle of the leaves. So you kind of just have like a wad of leaves with the Leela things in the middle, and you just keep adding leaves and chomping, adding leaves, chomping. You don't swallow them. You just like when the leaves are dry, you can kind of just spit that out if you want. Or you can swallow them, actually. They're like nutritional, so you can eat the leaf.
I've heard of this, man. You've done this?
Yeah, dude. So then you chew it with that little Leela thing in there. You get so saturated in the coca plant. Like it is amazing. Like it's like you're it's like the most like focused and calm at the same time is what it reminds me of. It's like this combination. It's like extremely balancing in a way that is like, oh, it's awesome. And it's like literally 10 or 20 times more potent if you use the little Leela, the little herbal ball thing in with it. And you can just get like fully saturated. It's a thing of beauty.
Does it turn your mouth numb?
No. A little bit. I think, yeah, you feel a little bit of that. Yeah. A little bit of tingle.
Nummies.
A little bit of, it's not really full numbing, but
I can definitely tell, man. Oh god.
But see, the thing is, like, we were chewing it a lot when I was there, but like, it's not anything like cocaine, like sniffing cocaine. Like, I mean, you don't even really get hyped up on it. Like, you're actually like chill. Like, they use it when they're working a lot there. Like when we were walking through, like we were in the Sacred Valley and just walking around, and we would just come upon some guys that would be just like shoveling or like doing like landscaping, and they would all just have like a bag of leaves, and like we would give them some or whatever it may be, and like they were just chewing leaves and working away. So they're not like high on coke, like running around, like being crazy. They're just like chilling.
I've got a friend that still does coke down there, and he gets it right off the key and shit down there. Still pretty connected, and it's just way too strong, man. It's like just put that shit away, man. I can't even do a key bump. You have to take a shit being a fucking. It's just it's fucking way too strong. It's not social coke at all, man.
Wow.
You know, because I don't do coke anymore, man. You gotta go down there like once a month or something. He's got it. And I'm like, it's hard to pass up free coke, but when it's that strong, it's just not even any fucking man.
Yeah, I can only do it.
The leaf, like cocaine versus the leaf, are like almost completely different things in a way. Like even
it's strange because we won't run out. He's got a shit ton of it. It's strange. Nobody wants to do it. Just too fucking strong.
I only allow myself to do it if somebody offers it to me, because I have a very strong
I used to be, I always did it free, man. But goddamn, it's fucked up a couple of nights for me, man. I mean, fucking wired balls. I can't talk to anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
For Coach,
that's why I can't buy it.
It's only on the weekends or when he's with a lot of guys.
Okay. Well, man, that's the only time that I don't allow myself to buy it. So. The last guy, I gave a guy a ride, and he's from New York, and he had the best blow. He spilled a whole fucking 8-ball, or I don't know, maybe a G in the backseat of my car, because he was offering me a line or a few lines, and because he spilled all of it, we went back to his room, and he had a whole bunch more. He works at like Tesla, and the thing is, I couldn't leave his fucking apartment, dude, because he wouldn't stop fucking talking. And
I imagine, dude. People fucking.
Yeah, we started flowing because we both freestyles. We started flowing, and then he started telling me stories in his flows, and then like I couldn't get a word in, so he's like flowing, and I can't get a chance to fucking talk. So it's like 5 a.m. when I finally left. Holy shit, dude!
That sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just broke out rapping, you might get shot around me, man.
In Stone's world, you might fucking not see the morning.
Oh shit. Well,
That's
honestly,
funny.
I almost felt that way, dude. But no, but it was the best blood I ever had. And I mean, like I said, I don't buy it, but I've done it a fair bit. And yeah,
Not necessarily me.
definitely
Now
the
I
best.
got some friends. Like I was gonna say that my friend that went to prison, he did like 6 years, and his charges came down. He actually kidnapped a mayor of Hidalgo County that owed him money, like kidnapped him fucking like a yeah. So it upped his safety thing to like put him in fucking solitary. So he did like solitaire for like a year and a half, and it kind of fucked him up, man.
Holy hell!
Came out of there kind of pissed off at the world and shit.
Yeah, that will fuck
You don't
up.
say. That's crazy. I wouldn't be surprised. That's sad that he had to go through that.
Yeah,
Solitary for a year.
Ah,
yeah, for an entire. I think it was a little over a year. He didn't talk about it much. I don't ask him about it much.
I mean,
it's inhumane.
Whatever you guys think about everything, like you have to admit that's evil. That is just evil.
It's inhumane. That's why that same Vsauce, the same show, because he has a show called Minefield. That's where he did the ayahuasca. There's another episode where I think it's like one of the first episodes where he's exploring solitary confinement, and like he visits a guy who I think he spent like a total of like years in solitary confinement. So it's like it's really fucked up, and the dude looks really really traumatized from it. But
he's saying you lose track of time and shit. They would get him up at, they had to give you an hour, but they would do it at different times and shit, just completely keeping him off, circadian rhythm. He didn't know what day was and shit.
The Vsauce guy, he was trying to challenge himself. He went into a white room, like a room that was only white, everything's white, and he had to be in there for 72 hours, and it was just videotaped the whole time. And he went nuts and like quickly because there's no clock or anything either, so he doesn't even know.
Total silence.
Yeah, it's total silence, but he's just talking to himself, and he doesn't know.
Well, think about this,
dude.
Did you see the one where he cried, where the Vsauce was sitting there crying?
I think he was crying that one.
What was it? Why was he apologizing? It was right after the flat Earth thing. It was right after he was trying to down on flat Earth, wasn't it?
Oh no.
It most certainly was.
Well, sometimes you got to let out a cry. I mean, I think
yes,
in our culture, we've been like, as men, we're not supposed to cry and all that, but I don't think that's actually healthy. Like,
no, I agree. But Vsauce had his wife there and his mom and shit. It was kind of fucking. I mean, it was.
Yeah, but he wasn't
like an hour.
He didn't know they were there.
No, this was a video that he made, like saying that like he like bullshitted people on some shit. It's kind of like when the Mythbusters like got called out for lying about the HHO stuff and certain other things they like supposedly myth busted. Like when you're standing there
those
next
guys
to
really did not dispose much of any myths.
Right. Like
I know what you're talking about, Democ. I forgot about that.
Yeah, just today I was looking at a thing in the Royal Institute or whatever. They had a machine next to them. Perpetual motion's been spinning forever since it started. They've got an envelope on how and why and what, the mechanism and why it's doing what it does. It's not gravity. But the Mythbuster dude or whoever sits there and they're like, well, I'm here to challenge this. How are you challenging something that's working right in front of your face? That when you sit there next to it, you're like, how does this work? And they're like, well, we can't tell you. Like, does that even make any sense when these people come out and say this weird shit?
Well, hold on. You said this was on Royal Institute and they had a perpetual motion device?
Yes. Yeah, the lady goes, this is a perpetual motion machine. We've had it for a long time. It's never stopped running. It will never stop running so far as we know.
What was it?
What do you mean? It was a wheel that was spinning.
Kocho, if the Earth is not a globe, then free energy exists, right?
No. Doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely.
How does one follow the other? Just because the Earth's not a globe, no free energy exists?
Yeah, because we're in a free energy machine that can be pulled from directly.
That's just a different
right. If you can't create it or destroy it, that means it's always there for you to use it or convert. You're not creating or destroying. You're just converting from one to the next. You're just using it. You're giving it like the circuit. That's the key.
I mean, I would go as far as to say that part of the whole globe model is to hide the fact that free energy exists. Meaning, by making this globe that's in this vacuum and the Big Bang and the whole way that they've crafted it is to remove the entire like baseline of the entire people is the free energy that they're utilizing, and to like erase that, keep it for themselves, or take it away from everyone else, keep that free energy for themselves, and then sell it to us while they're controlling us.
That's what they were trying to do with it at first. Just because, you know what I mean, ball, right? They were also going to use that to their leverage too. I mean, think about it.
Because the ball has limited resources. It's a ball. That's all it is. It's because if the Earth is a ball, then that's all it is. So if it gets
I know that part.
Hold on, let me just say this real quick. Like if it gets fucked up or like whatever, like that's our only ball, right? Like we have to go to Mars or whatever.
Right.
Whereas if the Earth just being a stationary planar surface, like level water with land coming up out of the water, and some whatever the expanse is, like how high the ceiling is, etc. Here we are actually in some kind of a realm or system, and that realm is run by free energy, like the sky, the sun, the moon. It's the nature is just a free energy machine, which then means that we're not on some limited thing and then the technology, I think, definitely exists and has existed for eons in a lot of these ancient cultures. I mean, dude, like in Lemuria, like ancient Lemuria, it is said that they ran everything on crystals. Like crystals powered everything.
Meth.
No, crystals.
I'm just kidding.
No, the gypsum and the crystals, yeah. But
think about what our lives could be if we had just like the unlimited technologies that are related to that.
Well, like the idea of a globe, just because the resources of a globe are shitty, the idea that a globe could spin and never stop would be the idea of never-ending source of energy. So think about this in physics, right? Kosho, you got a spinning sphere, and you have a ball or a tire that's just sitting still, and you touch them. What happens to the one that was sitting still when it touches the one that was moving in real physics? It starts to do work. You get free energy out of it. It'll start moving. So if you had a motor just sitting there, just like water runs and turns at how many ever degrees per hour or whatever, the Earth would do the same underneath your little machine, and it would work your mechanism, right? So the big wheel of the Earth would turn everyone's little gear.
Dude, Stone, you know what?
Yes.
You know what those iron lungs are? It sounds like there's an iron lung. Somebody.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Somebody taking a big hit or something.
Just think about the Earth.
I think they're snoring. They're snoring, but it's
somebody asleep. Oh, that was
just think about the Earth. The Earth is a big wheel, right? And then your little bicycle.
Sleeping people or loud kids playing in the backgrounds.
Well, think about it. If the Earth is a spinning ball, all you need is a brake and release. You would never even need a motor to go anywhere. Brake, release your brake, you go. Put on your brake, you stop. Release your brake, you go. Your wheels would roll according to the thing that's rolling with them, unless you made them unless you put a brake on them.
Demog, I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I gotta be honest, but
a spinning ball.
But I'll say that like you could have free energy on a spinning ball, technically, right? You could.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. If you touch a spinning ball, it's going to burn you.
You could argue that the globe, you could argue that the globe is a free energy machine because it's spinning. Right. It's just spinning and flying.
That's what he was just saying.
Right, but you can't demonstrate that because you can't just put a ball. No, you can't. Put a tire against the ground and let's watch it spin.
Kosho, why can't we use this spin of the globe?
You can.
Yeah, to spin a tire.
You can. I'm trying to say this for 5 minutes, dude. No, but okay, so there's a couple things.
Demonstrate.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, dude. There's a couple things.
And you're going to do it the wrong way.
I already forgot all the stuff I was going to tell you because you went on for so long. But I will tell you the thing that you're asking right now. And, yeah, there is one method that I know of that
method.
Yeah. Yeah,
well, it's not a tire touching the ground and making the tire spin right in front of my face that you and Gio and I can all do right now with a tire or a ball, and like you just hold it in your hand, you're holding it, it's not moving. Now you release it, which now it's hovering. It's not. It's its own thing now. Now it touches the globe. The globe would make it start spinning.
I understand.
Now,
Physics doesn't work like that, though.
no,
Instead,
that's show me physics that don't work like that.
all of physics don't work like that. It's like
So
if
you
you
got a
were on,
moving ball. No,
if you were,
bullshit.
if you were on a car and you had a wheel in your hand while the car is moving, you can't just lower the wheel to the car, to the floor of the car, and then it would make the wheel move. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. If you're a little bitty thing and the car is spinning underneath your wheel, and the car is a sphere, yes, you can.
But not if
Show
you're
me where you
moving with the
couldn't.
car.
You show me where I'm wrong with
Okay,
actual
listen.
stuff.
It doesn't matter. I have something for you.
What do you mean? It does matter,
I know,
100%.
but I have something for you. Instead of that one that's not going to work.
Yeah, I've got a spinning basketball, and then I got a little wheel. Show me.
I'll tell you how they do it. That makes it that actually works.
No.
The way they do it. Yeah, the way that they can do it, and the way they do it, is by underwater tidal generators, or not tidal generators, energy generators that use the tidal forces to generate energy.
What the hell? Are you okay? Are you all right? I just asked you to put a ball against the ground or a tire and let it spin on its own merit from the earth doing the work. From the earth spinning 15 or 1,000 miles an hour. No, stop saying yes. And don't go back to water. Are you okay?
Listen to me.
We need a tire, a 10-speed tire, right?
Jesus.
No, not Jesus. We're not talking about religions here. Slow down. Will you stop?
Well, you won't let me say nothing, dude.
We're supposed to. You're not saying. I'm not finished yet.
Yeah,
get a basketball, spin it, the speed you declare the earth. Now put your little tire against it and show me where I'm wrong. Now go ahead.
Okay. Well, in this case, we're not going to be restricted to what we can use to capture the energy. So we will
You're not
use
gonna
a
what?
generator.
You're not going to do what? You're not going to mimic the earth.
We're not going to restrict ourselves to using a tire. Instead, we're going to use a generator.
No, that's what we need to use.
We're going to use a generator that we attach to the
No, we're not going to restrict ourselves to generators. We're going to use a basketball that spins on your declared rate, which is a sphere, which would resemble the declared rate of a sphere's spin. Then you take a tire, a little bitty one, your choice of size. You can make it small as hell if you want, or big. Doesn't matter. Put it against it, and let's see physically what's happening.
I got you. You're requesting the same thing again. I just want a chance to finally say the thing that I'm talking about.
A spinning earth against a non-moving tire.
Exactly.
That's what I'm requesting, Kosho.
So here,
not generators and not water. Dude, stay on topic here. Even a 3-year-old could understand.
It's
tire,
exhausting to
ball.
try to express this, man.
It's exhausting to keep on a sphere with you. Express a sphere with a sphere, yes. We'll wait. Is that too hard and complex for you?
Anyways, you attach the generator to the surface of the earth. Okay? And since the earth
I don't know what you're talking about. Is the earth a flat plane or not? We haven't figured that out yet. So what you would attach is a sphere. You would get your sphere to back your claim. You wouldn't put it on the earth. That's not what you claim. We don't know that yet. So stop saying the earth is what you claimed already when you haven't ever proved it. Ever.
Okay, so a few minutes ago, a couple gentlemen, you and Gio, had asked if the earth were spinning, there should be a way to capture the energy. And I insist there is a way. I insist there is a way. And since then, I've
saying the earth is water.
Since then, I've been trying to express it, and I haven't got
trying to express water movement. Stop.
Demok, chill, bro.
I mean, I'll say it one time. I won't even repeat it. I'm just going to let you know what happens. Is they attach these generators to the earth, and if the earth is moving, then something stationary like your tire can give power to these generators. Now, since there's no tire that works like this, they use the ocean because of the fact that supposedly the tides are created by the earth rotating around the like the bulge created by the gravity of the moon, that it's like stays relatively in the same spot. So the earth rotates around that bulge. And by doing that, you get this consistent generation of energy. That's good. It's basically using the Earth's rotation, capturing part of that energy.
You talk about tidal energy?
Yeah.
All right. I mean that is, you could argue, is a form of free energy in a way, although you still have to convert it. Like true free energy is just infinite and available. Like you don't have to actually even
And
you know like with tidal power they have to still convert the movements into the actual end result. But I know what you mean though. Now, however, your claim that that's caused by Earth rotation around a moon obviously is
In question, sure.
in question. Yeah. So, but
it's also
from the idea that the tides are moved within the system, like on a planar type, stationary type Earth, it still could be the case that the waters are flowing and fluxing and causing that. But I do know what you mean.
why.
If it was a globe, though, if it was a globe spinning, shouldn't you be able to pull more energy than just the tides, Kojo? If it was that,
I could probably come up with another way in which this could be done, but
Why?
this would
wind
that
power.
way.
You got wind power.
But the wind's
Why
not.
would a tide be the only thing that could move from the Earth's movement? That makes no sense. If a big ass tide of water, that's all the water, 72% on the surface, that's a lot of weight. That's a lot of movement, rocking back and forth. And the very thing that fights what gravity supposedly is water. Now, if that can react, you're telling me that a little wheel can't? No way in hell.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say to you. Is that's a good analogy for me to explain why that works the best. Is because so if you were in a convertible, now let's not say convertible. If you were on a bus, and
oh my god,
hold on, and you were going 100 miles per hour.
It's not a sphere,
you wanted to capture that energy somehow, and it's the same reason why you couldn't just put a tire to the floor of the bus. Because the tire is moving with you.
Flag out the window.
So the only way to make that work,
it would move.
The only way to make that work is if you had a tire that was not attached to the bus, but was outside of the bus, attached to something else, at which the bus move, in spite of the tire being there. So it would be forced to spin that tire. It'd be forced to spin that tire. And so that's why the Earth has to be moving in reference to something being
that's not what
stationary.
You would do. You would take something and put it against the tire of the bus. And the tire that's spinning already, you touch it to that and you get your energy, or else you get burnt trying to stop it like a brake. It would light you up. Yeah, and that's energy, pal. Kinetic
so we
energy.
don't have.
Yeah, it would light you up and melt the tire.
We don't have a way to do that though with the Earth.
A way to do what? Touch the Earth?
Than to have something sitting outside the Earth that would be moving because of the Earth's
movement. What are you talking about? Outside the Earth. Outside the tire means not touching the tire, Coach. So anything not touching tire is outside tire. Touch tire, inside tire. Touch tire,
that's what
on tire.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, so not touch Earth, jump in the air, outside of Earth. Touch the Earth with your feet. Tire, rotate. No tire, rotate. No globe. It's so simple, buddy. One physics. You still haven't demonstrated your balls not moving the little tire, pal. I'd love to see you demonstrate where I'm wrong.
It turns out on that bus, if you throw a tire up in the air, it doesn't allow it to move the tire then either.
We're not talking about airs. We're talking about a sphere moving another object. If it's moving, man, stick with the topic. Why are you all over the place? One sphere.
We gotta ask.
I know, but Gio, how hard is this?
We gotta ask.
And an object.
To be fair, you're kind of looping on the same thing. You're kind of looping. I mean, I do get your point.
Nothing to do with it.
I think Kocho tried to address it a few times.
No, he didn't. He's talking about water and other
eggshells. We should ask eggshells because he's currently been trolling, saying that he's now quote unquote FE. So let's hear it from the expert.
Okay, so yeah, if you want a free energy device, what you need is like a solar sail kind of ether wind capturing device.
There you go.
That can sort of capture a large amount of it, probably made out of like foil or something like that. That collects it down into a funnel.
Yeah.
That's got a gyro compass on the end of it. And then as the gyro compass attempts to process to follow the drift of the ether, you just withdraw that energy back out of that. Let it press on a little button or something like that, and have that button, like lighters have a little cookie button that always jumps a spark even though it doesn't have a battery. Something like that, and you get like one spark Boom, free energy out of the ether.
Yeah, and it could also just pump out truth as well. It's just a truth machine.
It could be.
As well
Look,
as,
we're
as,
not
well as
putting it on the
blowjobs
realm of
and
possibility.
blowjobs and cocaine too.
Well,
Or only if you buy it a drink first.
we could add a pendulum to it as well.
Yeah, processing pendulum. As the pendulum processes,
Yeah.
you just make it start another pendulum swing.
I want to make clear that I wasn't talking about free energy. I was only trying to satisfy the Earth rotating, causing capturing that energy. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, I mean the tides are flowing, so we can pick up energy from that. The question is what's causing the tides to flow. If you're trying to say Earth rotation, then yeah, in that model, that would be a possible explanation for that.
It's begging the question, though, isn't it? Saying tides rotation is tides are caused by the rotation of Earth. Therefore, capturing tides is gaining energy from the rotation of Earth. It's begging the question whether we live on a spinning globe.
Boom! Eggshell dropping that FE debate style right here. There he's got it.
I agree with that, but like is usually par for the course in this case. But I have to remind you guys, specifically GOU and Democ, you guys asked me, you guys insisted if the Earth were rotating, surely there'd be a way to capture that energy. And so I'm in
You're
that
trying
realm.
to say that the flat earthers were begging the question?
Well, they were literally begging for me to answer the question, basically. So I guess you can kind of say they're begging the question.
I think you could say they invited you to beg the question. You fell for that trap because you're a gullible player.
Okay. That's pretty good. I guess you could say that. As long as I'm at fault.
Have you been invited? Have you been invited yet, Kosho? Have you been welcomed to the
Party?
thing? The thing that everyone's welcoming everyone to? Have you
Welcome
been
to Flat Earth?
Have you been invited?
Wow.
You got to get invited.
I feel left out, man.
Oh, no one's ever invited you to Flat Earth before. Oh man. Yeah. I was never I was never a Flat Earth cultist. Never ever.
Are you
I'm in a cult of thinking for yourself. No, I'm working out. I realized once I became Flat Earth, I had to also concentrate on my body, get in peak condition for fighting off these lies.
My God.
Nice, dude. And all the women, you're gonna be buff, and the women are just gonna be flocking. It's a new life.
Don't tell my fiance, because she'll be upset both about the fact that I'm a flat earther and that I'm buffing all these women.
I think your life actually does get better when you know the shape about the Earth. I will say for me, it was
I agree.
It was a major energetic upgrade, and I'm not just saying that; it's true. Like I really was. I'm not saying it just like solved everything in my life or it was some complete thing, but it just did this whole frequency upgrade. Like everything has just been better. Like I basically have been smiling ever since I knew about this. Not that I wasn't smiling before, but yeah, I had a little bit of that kind of globe depression. Like, oh, we're on this ball. Like, where are we headed? Like, we're all just dying and the sun's going to explode. It's just a little sad.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
no wonder, dude.
I know. You're going to be bummed if that's kind of
Did
the deal.
day cells really come over?
He's trying it out. He's giving it a try. And he's dropping some serious arguments here.
It's okay. I promise you it's spherical. You can take it to the bank.
You promised me it's spherical, but that's what I was promised since I was a kid in school.
Do you pinky swear?
And I couldn't detect.
If you need me to pinky swear, I might.
I'll get our pinkies to embrace to seal the deal.
He said, I promise, man. This bit, man, I promise you.
And maybe you and Stone should do a reverse debate. Reverse it debate. Those are interesting sometimes. Who was it that did it?
Otherwise known as a fake debate.
It's not a fake debate though, dude. if you take it seriously, like you give it an honest attempt, and you attempt to challenge yourself to, do the devil's advocate of your position, it could be quite interesting back and forth.
You know what though, for me, dude, like if I really get into it and I'm saying what I think is true, like I have this like there's an energy behind it. I wouldn't be able to have that if I was trying to debate for the globe.
That's why I'm the same. I'm the same way. Like I can't. I can't like lie. I can't. I'm not good at lying like that. I'll just end up sounding stupid.
It's yeah, I had one of those before I
would
did
have to
my
be paid a lot.
real conversion. I did one of those with Pete, and it was interesting because the whole room was giving it a go, and by and large, the Globies were way worse at it.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm a flat earther now.
Well, no, Jake. There's some people who are good.
Eggshell just lifting iron back there and just fucking getting flat Earth strong over there.
Yeah, I decided if there's no curvature in the Earth, then there should be none in my tummy either. Just topology of my six pack, but no radius.
Oh my god.
Thing is like if you're on a globe, it could have been like who knows how it got there, and then you just kind of rolled up on it. But if it's like just a stationary, like a huge surface we're on, then we're on like a stage basically. Like we're on the stage of life. We're on this like plane of existence, which then means that it is created for us to experience. We're not just a mistake. That's like the best news ever.
Yeah, the whole world is a stage, and we are but players on it.
Yeah, well, I'm not a player. I just fuck a lot. Okay, and in this case, what you just said, Gio, is not exclusive to a flat stage. Like if let's say there was some creator or whatever who purposely made it purposely for us, so he made a flat stage and this and that. He could have done the same thing with a round ball and gravity. He could have just done exactly the same thing, just made it more sophisticated.
Well, that's what I thought.
Like rotate around the sun. And
yeah, I mean, when
irrelevant part of the galaxy.
Like I've never been atheist or agnostic in my life, and when I was also not brought up in any religion, but I have like never thought that it was not created. So even when I generally accepted the globe idea, I wouldn't say I like fully believed it or like fully kind of committed to it, but when I generally accepted it, that's what I thought. Yeah, that the creator just created all of the globe and the planets and the sun and the 93 million miles and the outer space. That's what I thought. It's like the creator in all of its divine perfection and capacities just created that thing, the solar system thing. So yeah, you can still put a creator in that for sure. And if you have that, then you would have a more like spiritually inspired heliocentric, idea at that point.
Well, I only said that because of what you said. Because you said, I forget exactly how you put it, but it was just it makes more. You say it makes more sense if it's flat because it's. No. You said because if it is flat, that it goes along with. I honestly forget exactly how you said it. To be honest, I don't want to strawman people. I have a horrible memory. I can't remember what was said 20 seconds ago. So.
This is what's wrong with globers. They can't even steel man our position. They don't listen.
I can steel man anyone in here's position, okay? But I just can't repeat what they said verbatim.
I mean, I think, in my viewpoint, like to know creation is to know that the globe is a part of the creation, meaning it's not like the physical thing, but it's like part of the ideas within kind of the mind of the creator. The globe whole thing is an idea.
I've told you what I think. We've talked about this plenty of times.
I believe you would have to say the opposite. You would have to say that the creator created the globe, and then the kind of stationary planar, or that term flat Earth, etc. Earth that really has been the foundation of humanity since the beginning. That whole thing was false for thousands and thousands of years, eons of time. Every single ancient culture, as it were, the Vedics, the Norse, the Aztecs, the Mayans, I mean, endless, Egyptian, that all had a stationary plane of existence that we lived on with the heavens above. You would have to say that all of those, the creator was just tricking them for eons of time until some Greeks, Pythagoras, who was the first like Freemason, and then this Copernicus character 1,500 years later, just all of a sudden just blew our noggins that this thing is actually a huge rotating sphere. And then with the help of Werner von Braun and fucking NASA, we've now, shooting probes into space.
Yeah, it's more or less accurate. Maybe leaving out a few things like the Chinese and the Muslims who did a lot of the legwork, while Copernicus and the Greeks were getting their shit straight. But regardless, yeah, I mean that's pretty accurate. What you said.
So the creator just tricked everyone for like just fucking millennia.
No, the creator. See, my idea, the creator doesn't have a mouth outside of the mouths that we have, and he doesn't have a voice outside of what people are thinking in their heads. But like he,
I mean, is it more likely that Werner von Braun and the space sketchy ass fucking JPL, Jack Parsons, all these just corrupt guys, there's more chance that they're scamming everybody, or that all of the ancient humanity since the dawn of time was correct about what the Earth is?
Which one is more likely? Well, they're dead, so hard to say.
Both of those rely on flat Earth, right? If JPL's scamming us, then the ancients were right. You put flat Earth, like you said, which one is more likely?
True.
Which is more likely? There's a worldwide conspiracy to cover up the shape of the planet.
But XL's point is legitimate though. Both those scenarios are the same scenario, except for there's which one is how we're
you want to say which one is more likely that Werner von Braun and all of these people now are scamming us about the shape of the Earth, or are mistaken, or people back then were scamming us or were mistaken? And clearly, it's more likely that the people now are scamming us.
Yeah, possibly, but I'm not giving anything to Werner von Braun or his family.
Also, these ancient people, like, I mean, there's obviously a wide range of them, and they do different things. But I mean, a lot of them like are doing very like advanced level like spiritual experiences and stuff, to where they're like having out of body experiences and like seeing the Earth.
Well, they're
sure.
Now, I'm not saying they're all like, maybe some of them are wrong or having inaccurate or some bad experience, but I'm just saying when you look at the totality of it, like none of them were seeing a globe, you know.
Yeah. Let me tell you, if I were to put, because like Jeremiah and Isaiah specifically, or John, the crazy guy who was in prison when he wrote the Revelation, any of these people, if I was the creator, and let's just say that I could put ideas in people's heads, I could show them the future, although I don't think he did that exactly, but I'm showing them visions of the future, and it's of the globe, of bombs, of whatever. How are they going to express that? They're not going to have anything to compare that to when they're sharing the information with other people. So I don't think there's no way. So that argument doesn't really. It's like just because somebody's spiritual, has some access to some spiritual entity, and they could possibly give them the answers to the universe, that person still is not going to be capable to express it, not in a way that we would understand it, or anybody for that matter, because they wouldn't have even understood what they were seeing.
Well, what I just said may or may not be valued by someone. Like someone might think, oh, that's all just, you know, they might have a different idea or value of that. But what I'm saying is that, like in my viewpoint, out of body experiences are very real. Like when people have them, and they've even been physically validated, where like people are leaving their bodies in like a hospital, and they're seeing things that are going on in other rooms that their physical body would have had no way to know was happening. So anyways, I mean, if you can do that, and then a lot of these ancient spiritual practices using meditation, all kinds of different, you know, DMT, plants, all kinds of things that they were like practicing, like we were talking earlier about ego death. Yeah, they were like, okay, there's a statement which, okay, he who dies before he dies does not die when he dies. So what that means is that by having like spiritual death and rebirth experiences, you're basically like practicing dying. Because when we die, it can be very intense, like, you know, like letting go and also like navigating the death state. And so they would have these, what they called books of the dead. And these books of the dead were actually like mystical maps for your journey, the post-humus journey, like after we die. And so you could do these experiences, you know, meditation or using breath or maybe using DMT or some kind of plant medicines. You could be able to have these like ego death experiences and death experiences where like sometimes it literally feels like you're dying. Like I've had times on these where I'm like, oh my gosh, like I'm gonna die. So it actually can feel like that as well. But you're like basically practicing dying and practicing letting go. And so he who dies before he dies does not die when he dies, meaning he who is going through like ego deaths and actually practicing dying before he actually dies. What that means is that when he actually dies, he doesn't die. Like he actually, you can be able, like traverse it essentially, ideally. Now that
So
maybe
he
happens
can-
when we're like the most advanced, like when we're kind of at the final stages as well. But yeah.
But that was my point though, is that let's say this person had this experience when he died before he died, and so he's not going to die when he dies, and he is given visions of the future while he's out of his body experience. He can see the earth as a globe, or he can see something, space, the sun, like supernova, whatever. He's not going to have any meaningful way to express those. Not even understand what he saw. So even if he could explain what he saw in explicit detail, he's not going to have the words to use it, such that when it's passed down, we're going to understand what he meant based on what we know now. You know what I mean? Like it's just going to sound fantastical to the person he's expressing it to, and then they're going to write it down as some, mystical fiction.
Well, arguably, the root of every major religion is actually someone having some kind of an experience like this, some kind of an expanded type mystical spiritual experience. All of the religions were like initiated by, like Jesus, like fasting in the desert.
Buddha in the under the tree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. But that's what I'm saying though. Is it even still
the burning
Isaiah?
bush. The burning bush was DMT.
Yeah, or
that like the
weed,
burning. It's been said that the burning bush was like an acacia species. So acacia species contain a very nice DMT. Several of those acacia plants are real, like the shamanic medicine ones, like the real deal ones. And anyways, so yeah, the burning bush was an acacia. So was it a DMT? So burning, like were they smoking it? Was that the burning bush?
I don't think they were smoking it, but he you know what? You just gave me a great idea. I like writing these kind of these religious fictions, like spin-offs. But because he was in the royal family, and as the story goes, like right, he was an outcast sort of. He was accepted in the royal family, but he was still not an actual Egyptian. So it's very possible that he'd be rebellious and stuff. But he had access to the what do they call them? Not the like the witch doctors, but I forget what they call the priests. But because they were like medicine, they had all these magic tricks. You know what I mean? They could turn like their staffs into snakes, which is like a chemical trick that they can do now. Anyways, so they would have knowledge about these medicines and stuff. So it's possible when he had all those Jews in the desert, didn't know what to do. He wanted a moment to himself. He actually probably had knowledge of where to get those plants from, and probably did have an experience like that. It makes a lot of sense. And they had the revelation to just make up those rules to give to these unruly people. But thanks, Gio, because you made me digress. By the way, after you interrupted me, I try to remember what I was saying. Now I'm talking about fucking Moses. Okay.
Yeah, can we get a moderator in here, please?
Yeah. Well, what was I saying when you interrupted me, man? Because I don't
hear
remember
what I said that the other day. It was like all crazy in the room, and I came in. I was like, "Can we get some moderation, please?" Not even that I was going to moderate. It was just funny when I said it. By the way, I think we're going to add several moderators. I think that we've got a list about 9 of them right now.
Eggshells looks like he's going to be the buffest flat earther you guys got. I don't know what other buff flat earthers you guys have on your side.
Quite a few.
Big.
Have you seen photos of is it Crackvillain? Yeah, Crackvillain. I think Easter as well. I forget. There's a few who are absolutely fucking massive units.
I've seen Issa, but he's just a big guy. I didn't think he was a big guy.
Is he?
I don't know.
Maybe it's not Issa. I forget. But
you said massive what?
Like a massive dude, like a big, like jacked.
But have you defined what massive to call mass is to call someone massive?
All right, jackass.
Well,
that's good.
I don't think either of those guys fit that category, though.
Yeah, no, so I'm trying to think of who.
Crackvillain, I'm pretty sure. I always mistake Crackvillain for Crypto, but I'm pretty sure it's Crackvillain. Is a big old unit.
Crypto used to always talk about that. I don't know how often he lives now, but he might be thinking of Crackvillain. I mean, of Crypto, though.
Well,
Although
I
I know
think I've
crack
seen
villains.
crack villains. I've seen I've seen him on camera. One time, like he was standing to where like I could see his whole body. No, I mean he does look like a strong guy. Yeah, I wouldn't say he's like huge though.
I'm going to be the biggest fan.
No,
See,
you
now
know,
I got to
you
get
know
back
who's
in
big.
shape.
You know who's big is Bob Nodell from Globebusters. He's
Yeah.
tall. He's tall. I'm not trying to say overweight. I'm just saying he's a big man. Like he's I actually haven't met him in person, but just seeing videos and stuff of him, like he seems like almost like he's comes from the Giants. Like he does seem to be like he's a larger guy.
And it seems like he could come from the polar bears. Or he it looks like
If
he
the
eats a
polls
lot of.
existed.
Okay, well, polar bears don't exist now. Okay.
Dude, did you guys hear Bob Nodell like in the prime of their Globebusters shows, like back in the day, dude? Like he was on fire, dude. I mean, just
Honestly,
lit. Like I'm talking about, like yeah, like some of those like peak earlier, like not the earliest, but like maybe like a third of the way into their journey, it started getting really good. And dude, like, because back then we didn't have Discord, so we were all like going to those shows when they were on and stuff, and like. Dude, he has had some absolutely on fire information, and he is amazing.
yeah, he's amazing. I think the way that he talks though is deliberate. Like he uses words that aren't necessary to use, but often make you sound like more like what you're saying is more official, or bigger than it actually is. It's hard to describe, but Ken Wheeler does the same thing, but he makes up the words that he uses sometimes. I'm not saying that Bob Nodell is dishonest, but I just get that vibe off of him that people can become enamored by that, but I don't think that I don't think it's as impressive as he says. It's hard for me to say this without giving an example, but like I said, he uses words that inflate what he's trying to express. Just unnecessarily complex phrasings. I know you're not going to see that or agree with me, Gio, but I'm just giving you my impression.
Well, Eggshell says he's Effie now. So what is your
Well, I think
what is your praise for your
if you're going to drop truth bombs, complex truths rely on long words, and we need to sometimes create new words to describe concepts that don't currently have a mainstream understanding. Because if I say mass or force, you'll put that into your physics paradigm, in which F equals ma and the world is a globe, and it won't make sense in my paradigm.
We are writing the new paradigm.
You guys are a pair. You guys are a pair of jackasses and everything.
Eggshells in particular is at the forefront of the entire new paradigm and the crest of the wave of the new world.
He's pretty good at it, man. I mean, I was gonna say earlier that Jake's pretty good at it. A lot of Globers aren't. I'm not, certainly. Jake's pretty good. Eggshell's pretty good.
Yeah, you guys were on the globe for a while there, but I mean, it took some time. But now you're finally helping us out, and we're making progress. The Illuminati are soon going to be out of power, guys. It's just a little bit longer, and we're all going to be free. We're all going to have all the resources and just wealth and enjoyment and health, and we're headed to the North Pole, where we can finally get access to the North Pole. We can go drink the magical waters there and have everlasting life.
I haven't heard about the magical waters of the North Pole. What are they frozen, or are they like antifreeze?
So as the legends have it, there's certain springs that if you drink from in and around the North Pole region, it will essentially anti-age you, but you won't go back to being like a baby. The youngest you can go is like maybe something in your 20s. So but if you keep drinking it, it just anti-ages you for as many times as you want. So you can keep doing it for as long as you want. Now, if you want to grow old and die, you can. But with access to these waters, essentially you can live forever. You can keep going back to your prime, the peak of your body, peak state of your body.
Well, Eggshell's on his way there now.
So do you realize what that means? That means that everything we're going through right now, we're aging, we're crippling, all the whole thing, right? What I'm just saying, like the implications of this, if like whatever they're hiding at the North Pole and all that, Eggshells knows, what's at the North Pole. Come on, guys. So yeah, so
giant magnetic force field and elixirs of youth.
yes,
The tunnel to the inner Earth.
Yeah,
could be. I wouldn't rule that out.
Magnetic mountain.
Could be an inverted mountain because everything that we're told is reversed. So it could just be like a giant deep chasm.
But think about what that means. If we actually get this truth out there and the world's waking up and we get access to the North Pole, we could actually get those waters in this lifetime and drink them and have however many more. Well, how do you think these people in power have kept their power? They're drinking those waters and living longer. That's how they're planning their shit for so long.
Have you seen that show on Netflix called Robot? What is it called? Death, Love, and Robots or something. Love, Death, and Robots. Either way, it's like a bunch of animated shorts. And there's one really good episode, or one short animated short clip, whatever, of like this future where there's like a drink like that. There's some sort of like medicine where people can stay young. They just have to go get the treatment every now and then, and it rejuvenates them. But consequence of that is they have like specific like detectives that go around, and like it's illegal to have kids in this world because people can live forever. So it's like no one's gonna die, so they can't keep having kids, and so they have to go hunt down families that have kids and exterminate the kids. It's kind of fucked up, but it's kind of an interesting consequence of that idea. I don't think you thought about that, Gio, about this elixir. You can take it at North Pole. People start drinking that shit.
Is that a new one, Coach, or is that an old one?
I think I've seen the whole 3 seasons only 6 months ago. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's from the 2nd season, but I don't know. That's a good episode.
Yeah, dude. Like that
It's
book.
It's a great series. There's other ones too that are good, but I don't remember that one. But they have a lot of good ones on that. Robots. Love, Death, Robots. Netflix.
Coach, would you think twice if you knew that by pushing the globe, you were actually stopping us from getting to the North Pole, to getting to these like portals and these magical elixir waters and healing waters, and that you were actually blocking us from getting there?
Let me say it like this, and I don't mean this because I'm saying anything bad about you guys or talking myself up.
I mean, Eggshells is on board. He's on board.
Yeah,
he's
so what I'm saying. If I was on board, I was there where you are.
You got to get on board.
If I was where you are mentally, and I was like convinced, like I was that's where I was. Like I was sure about it. And I was convinced about it. Then, my convictions, if they were as strong as yours, I would probably change the whole purpose of my life, and I would be wanting to go to the North Pole and everywhere, like exploring the edges of what we know. Yeah, that's all.
See, I think I don't agree with you, Gio. I think that the assumption that these globers are sent here to retard our progress and hold us back might be mistaken. It might be that some of the controllers actually want us to find out, but only the smartest of us. And I actually send these globers here to keep the debate going, to hone the arguments, to make us smarter and better, and fill us with that like ants to go and set off on an expedition or do an incredible measurement. Because without them, the rooms get very quiet and progress slows down.
So much fucking logic to what you're saying, man. That's why it's funny. So he's good. He's good at what he's saying. He's good, man.
I mean, I do think there is some sword sharpening occurring, some sharpening of the swords, but
not a gay man.
You're what?
but not in a gay way.
Homo, pro homo.
Tip sharpening. But you know, like
yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't think the rooms get quiet necessarily. Like, I mean, there's been times where this room's been packed and there's been no globe earth stuff for hours upon hours. So I think that if they just stop pushing their globe, I think actually it would probably just be happier for everybody, to be honest. Like, I think discussing
But they might not want the like rubes that they're unthinking believers on board. Right? So like the average person who just learns about the globe in school and never questions it and gets presented with evidence to the contrary and just ignores it. They don't want those people. They're not useful to the next phase, whatever that is.
Well, they would want to, they would want to isolate and see who really knows what's going on and who doesn't.
Well, not just that, they would reject the people, like the people that Eggshell just described. They would want them. They wouldn't want them to know and or be a part of the group, but also the people who are part of the group, the people who are capable of seeing the truth. There has to be a mechanism to sharpen their swords, as it were. So it's like a two-purposed,
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, dude, I do think there's a place for the discussion, but at the end of the day, we need to just prove it definitively, and the whole discussion of the globe really won't matter. So it's like, no offense to you guys, but I really think on the globe side, like, you guys are kind of a dying breed because you're kind of like, in a sense, like, I mean, some guys are not all kind of pushing it. When I say pushing the globe, I mean really kind of like driving it, trying to, it's like it's a dying breed because like there is not really a discussion to be had. Like, we were indoctrinated into it. There is the certain things that are claimed to be evidences, but it isn't what the actual Earth is. All you guys can do is kind of repeat those things and just kind of keep drilling it. Meanwhile, people are already waking up to what the truth is. And then once we get like absolute final definitive proof and measurements and everything of it, then there won't even be a discussion to be had. And we were just right all along. And so we get to like enjoy that as a sense in terms of what the new world is and that we, the history of it. And then you guys kind of just basically have to accept that you were wrong about the whole time. And so there, what is it really sharpening? I mean, but no, there is like a discussion to be had. There is a transition that we have to do in the next like 5 to 10 years. So it is important to know because we have a lot of people to.
So you've heard some arguments, I'm sure, Gio, where you go, that's a dumb argument. That doesn't make any sense. Like they're on the right side, but they haven't thought through it in the right way.
Yeah.
So it's like, how do we weed out those silly ones so that we can recognize what's concrete, what's meaningful, and move forward only with the gems? Because if we start casting chaff and disprovable, rebuttable things out, then people go, these people are silly. But if we stick to the fundamentals and the obviously true things, then we won't get rejected.
I love the new eggshells, dude. You're a riot, man.
Yeah, he's a fucking meathead. A meathead fucking. He's gonna be the new Witsit of the flat Earth, man.
Yeah, dude. He's a warrior for Mother Earth right here, and he's being blessed by the earthly abundance.
I don't mean this in a jerk way, Gio. But you're such a cuck for a flat Earth, man. You just love it, dude.
I'm not even a flat earther.
Yeah, I know you're not. Yeah, you had always said that. That's true.
No, it's just
you not like that.
Okay, so on a very basic level, like let's be real, concave is not popular, right? Like it's very minimal, the concave thing. And there is like, even if you have a stationary plane within some kind of a system, you could almost call that concave in the sense of like the sky and the ground, like we're all in some kind of system. But in terms of like the Earth being the inside of a sphere, like not the case. And then Earth being like a stationary, like just the basics of like the XYZ axis of geometry and horizontal level, and just water is level. It's just what it is, and the land comes up out of it. Elevation, XYZ, up, down, left, right, etc. As a foundation, what was I even going with that? Okay, versus the globe.
You were saying how you weren't a flat earther.
Because you've always said there may be some convexity to it, right?
Yeah, you know what I actually think, and I don't have physical proof for this, but I would like to get it. I think I've shared this. Yeah, I think that the land, like almost like Pete Shea says, actually, like the stump of a tree, like the land, I think does go up more in the middle. I think there did used to be the Great World Tree. So like the bottom of the oceans are shaped in a way where it's like it's like a huge mountain in the center of the oceans or whatever, like going up to the center. So it's yeah, there's like, does that make sense? Like kind of
yeah, it's kind of like one of those cakes. One of those like I forget what you call them, but like a bun cake bowl.
Yeah,
maybe not a bun cake, but I know what you mean.
And then the surface of the water. Okay, so water does find its level. However, the tides are always flowing in the ocean. So if we talk about like the shape of the earth, well, if the water of the oceans is most of the earth or whatever, then what shape is that making? So it's like the tides are fluctuating. Well, what I think is that the midpoint of the tides movement, if you were to map that throughout the whole water system, it would actually be slightly convex, slightly higher at the center. But it's just the midpoint of the tides. So it's still level water. It's still like a planar, stationary, flat Earth, etc. It's still level water in that sense, and just flat meaning, yeah, just horizontally level in terms of that, the orientation of flat. That it has that dynamic to it, but that the midpoint of those tides is slightly convex because of the magnetic field. Because when you have like
makes sense.
When you have two toroids, have you seen that with the two toroids where you get the convexity and the concavity on either side where the two toruses meet the plane?
Yeah.
Your favorite wording?
Yes. Yeah, the donut that's like the middle of the donut is the center. Is that what you mean?
Well, yeah, but like the dual torus, like so if you have like one toroidal field, and then you have a plane in the center, but then if you split that one into two toroidal fields, now you have one on the top and one underneath. Well, those two toroidal fields now have their own little donuts in the top and bottom of the larger one. And then if you see where the plane is, like the plane of the Earth, you're going to have like the convex and concave flux lines that meet where the two toroids meet.
If Rakir was here right now, you'd be making him hungry. I'm not gonna lie, I want some donuts now too. But yeah, I've seen those pictures though. I mean, that's like what's it posted on?
Like this one? Yeah, see how it shows that?
Yeah.
So I think
I guess that is two toruses, yeah.
So in that sense, if the midpoint of the tides is actually slightly convex, but I don't think it's like it's not a lot though. It's not massive amounts, and it's a midpoint of tides, so it's kind of be sweet to see that mapped out though.
You know what, dude? I wish Livestream was still with us, because Eggshells is inspiring me. I'm not a copycatter, so I'm not interested in the charades he's doing. God damn it, there's a little mouse in here. Anyways, I'm not interested in that charade, okay? But I am gonna say it like this. Hold on, sorry. There's like a little mouse fucking going around here. It's freaking me out.
Notice him dropping his little inflammatory bombs. This charade.
Eggshells. Eggshells is making power moves.
Yeah. I know. I know from your perspective.
Great.
It doesn't matter.
Remember,
regardless,
dude, it all started when he made that meme that says stationary plane, and it has a picture of an airplane and a picture of some stationary, like like pencils and shit, like stationary. I'm gonna find it right now and post it. It's got an airplane and it's got some like pencils and some stationery, and it says stationary.
I'm so glad you liked that.
That was
I made that. I was so pleased with myself, and nobody seemed to care.
Yeah, I made a joke.
I cared, and I saved it, and it's epic.
I made a joke meme, and Eggshell said, "The colors I chose makes him want to go take a diarrhea." Something like that. I don't know what that was all about, but anyways, I am bad with colors, though.
Actually, if you have it,
what was it? What did I say? The colors you chose make me want to take a what?
I said diarrhea, but I can't remember exactly the words you used.
Oh, right.
That. Is that what you felt like when you saw that?
I can't remember. I remember making fun of one of the color choice names. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest. I'm bad. I have a bad. It doesn't matter, dude. Again, Gio, you stopped me in the middle of I was going somewhere. Oh, right.
Globers just can't take responsibility for their own actions.
Jesus Christ. Listen, dude. Listen, Gio. Oh yeah, right. Even though I'm not interested in doing eggshells doing good work.
A charade. You're not wanting a charade.
Yeah, I don't want a charade, but I do. He has inspired me to revamp what me and Litchmink were doing. We're trying to make a model, an actual model that worked, because all the models that you guys show suck. And most recently, you guys are, some might say, dishonestly sharing Walter Bislin's model as if it answers some questions, which we know it doesn't.
I've always talked about Bislin's model from years ago. It's nothing new from in my mind in terms of that.
Yeah, that's true.
People are bringing up different ideas about it, but well, dude, that's the thing, man. Like, why don't you just help us?
That's
because
what I'm saying, dude.
Like, here's the thing. Okay, like you're here, right? So you're already here. We're already discussing all this. Obviously, like, the globe is already like the globe. There's nothing new for that. Like, if it is a globe, then life just crunks along the way it is. Whoop-de-doo. So it's kind of like, why try to back it or push it so much? Like, why not actually just be like, want to help us to figure out more, do more research, like you said, make models, whatever it may be, and just like, you know what I mean? Because being like a defense agent for the globe is really just not helping anyone. Like, no, dude, be honest. How many people's minds have you changed? The answer is obviously zero. And
it's not obviously zero, first of all. It's not obviously zero. And I'm sorry that I said you were a cuck for the flat earth. I didn't mean that. But I have to tell you, Gio, that's your perspective. It's your perspective, okay, that I'm not helpful. But from my perspective, I think whether it's honing y'all's arguments or whether it's us sharing information, you guys sharing information with me sharing information with you guys, we're all learning something. And y'all's arguments, whether they're being honed or being refined or strengthened because you're actually using correct information versus some misleading information, I feel like that is helping. That would be helping your cause if the Earth is really flat, and you guys, need to get the word out there. I'm not trying to shut you guys down by any means. I'm just sharing what I think is the truth.
What about this assumption? What about we revisit the assumption that distances remain fixed, and that only once they are within that sphere of vision are they fixed? So beyond that azimuthal grid that is the limit of your vision, the Earth actually bends around in a toroid shape and changes proportions outside of your awareness, and is essentially rendered for each conscious individual relative to where they are.
You're exactly. You're now touching on the model that me and Litchwink had settled on when we had done it. That was the model that we settled on. It wasn't exactly that, but it was the idea that the hemispheres were rendered separately, and only when you cross the equator. But what you said actually makes a lot more things work.
I'm more going like a donut or something.
Yeah,
like
that's
a toroidal donut where there is a giant in the middle, but you're also walking, you're the center of your own donut, and it sort of curves and warps underneath you, away from you, like a treadmill, like an omnidirectional treadmill.
It's funny you said that's the reason why I never get to my point when Gio's around. I never actually get to the point. But regardless, that was actually what inspired me to say that, was when Gio showed that toroidal thing. I was considering, I was like, why don't they have a model that actually encompasses that? Because, if they want to describe how the sun and the moon and stars are moving, like actually make it make sense in a model that encompasses this toroidal, field. It might make sense.
Yeah, to fix flight paths. It would slightly give the people from simulation theory something to talk about. Like they could be like, "Oh, this is how the game or the simulation is rendered." But like the Earth's clearly physical. It's just we're constantly making the assumption that distances or space is fixed in its nature. And even within high order physics, that is an assumption that people continually return to, because they're like, this would throw out everything. It would throw out general relativity. It would throw out lots of parts of Newtonian physics, where it would say Newtonian physics works on a local level within that azimuthal grid of the limit of your vision. But beyond that, it's only working within somebody else's somewhere else. But relative to you, because we don't have a sensor that can see what's happening in France if you're in LA, could be different.
What do you think, Gerald, about what we're saying?
Yeah, I would say it's all toroidal fields, like from the macro to the micro. Like the smallest parts of matter are like vortex fields. You have magnetic fields. The body, like the heart has a toroidal field around it. The whole like aura, the whole body has magnetic field, a toroidal field. And then of course, like electric fields and magnetic fields are toroidal. And then then there's a larger toroidal field of your field of vision, of what you're able to see, like your field of view. And then there's perhaps even the larger toroidal field of the entire Earth. And it has the ground part of that field, which is the stationary plane, like the actual ground, the electrical ground. So it's like toroids and fractals all the way up and down.
Well, how come? Why do you think is? Because I've seen one model that was kind of something along these lines. I can't remember what the name of the person who made it, but there's a long video. But anyway, how come you don't think that people don't talk about it a lot, but they don't really connect it with any model that they present of the flat Earth? Like how come why do you think that hasn't been explored more? Because then it could possibly answer some of the questions that we talk about a lot, like about the movement of the sky and everything, the air.
Yeah,
I guess I guess what I'm saying is
it seems like energy seems to manifest as like vortex toroidal magnetic fields. Like it seems to just manifest that way in its like expression. So it seems like somehow fundamentally built into like this whole realm. But I mean, what you're saying, yeah, dude. I think there's just more to discover, man. I mean, we're coming out of like 150-year just takeover mass deception with like world wars. I mean, and then the fucking moon landings, all this stuff. I mean, it's just been a kind of just wreckage when it comes to like the deceptions that they've done. And they've kind of gotten, so I mean, dude, we're just like coming out of it, obviously trying to like remember and figure it all out. So there's a lot more to be uncovered, but I think in terms of making a model, yeah, I just think there's a lot more of the puzzle to put together until we can get.
Well, I might spend my energy on it once again. Like I said, I needed Lichwing's help in the past. He's not with us anymore. Rest in peace, Lichwing. But I can do it in honor of him, and then maybe eggshells too.
Well, I feel like you have like helped in some ways, yeah. Like in terms of but dude, the thing is like, okay, so how much benefit is it to know all this stuff about the globe that isn't true?
If
that
it's
isn't
not true, there's no point.
Well, it could even be
argued. Except you need to know. Actually, sorry, I was going to say none, and then I did say none, and then I thought about it. There is value in knowing what you need to disprove, how to test it, what the claim is, so that you can show it to be false.
Yeah,
right. That's
that I agree. Yeah, especially in today's world, because there's a huge paradigm shift occurring. So it's important to know what everyone else is dealing with. Because if the globe was just gone tomorrow, then yeah, we wouldn't really have to even think about it. But the fact that people still believe it means that there's a lot of work to be done, as it were, in terms of just the truth being. I'm not saying I'm like some like big truth crusader that's trying to like change, like in some kind of.
Don't lie.
No, I just think the truth. Well, if anything, I feel like a steward for Mother Earth. Because the Earth is being damaged by the globe idea. There's no question about it. The whole like industrial exploitation that all goes with the heliocentric model, the kind of disenchanted worldview where it's all just physical matter and we can just basically dominate nature, use it for our benefit, control it. Rather than
the idea of an open system means that we can continue to entertain a fiction of endless growth, where we know that endless growth is impossible if we live within a closed system. But they could just go, oh, we'll mine asteroids, and that'll mean that we're breathing in carbon monoxide every day.
Wait a minute, though. Hold on. I'm okay. I'm getting lopsided because I was under the impression that the globe. I don't remember if you were the one saying this, Gio, but y'all were saying this, that the globe was a mechanism to instill that idea in our head that we were fixed here and there's limited resources, and to get more resources we have to go to some faraway place. Whereas in the flat Earth, everything's here, and we have a limitless supply of energy. We just have to harness it or something like that. So why would we need to? Why couldn't we be wasteful then? We could be very wasteful. Just waste everything, right? Because there's limitless stuff.
But there's even if there's limitless energy, there's not limitless steel. You know, there's not limitless lithium and bauxite and copper. For sure, we can
Yeah,
run
I
our
was getting that
phones on
impression.
limitless energy, but we can't get limitless phones.
the Maori people of New Zealand, and I'm sure in other indigenous cultures, before they cut down a tree of age, and I'm talking like 1,000 years old trees or 2,000 years old trees, but even just the big like native kauri trees, the kind of like the American redwoods, they make a prayer, and they even ask the spirits before they cut the tree down, and they do like a ceremony. I mean, nature is important, and nature
Yeah,
is consciousness.
absolutely. And those trees have more. This is more their home than it is ours. I mean, I firmly believe that. I mean, especially 1,000-year-old trees. Some trees are older than that, like thousands of years old trees. Um, yeah, I mean, they've lived. That's why in Game of Thrones, at least in the books, that's kind of part of the story. That was part of one of the mythologies. Was like the trees were very important to a certain religion. But I think this. I really do think that those trees are here for a very long time, and they experience a lot more than the short amount of time we're on here. So yeah,
Well, just like Gio was saying, or someone was saying that iboga needs to be about 15 years old at least before you can get any real benefit from it. So it just goes to show that plants, they have a different time cycle of going through juvenile stage to gathering enough wisdom, and maybe that's what we've lost here, is that the giant trees have gone, and therefore that energy is not here anymore.
hey man, yeah, I'm starting to get that feeling like mysticism, sort of. Um, yeah, I don't know. I used to wish that stuff was real. I mean, it probably is to some extent, but I don't know. Magical trees.
Healing waters.
Well, I mean, it is true. That's one thing about the North Pole.
Sorry?
Is
That's okay.
the water might not be safe to drink. It might be salt water, but the ice is supposed to be some of the best ice you can ever put in your drink. Like put in your whiskey or put in your uh, anything. It's like this. Some of the greatest ice is like glacier ice.
Kosho, if you had the ability to access mind states that you were able to like greatly expand your wealth of knowledge and understanding of life, reality creation, would you take that journey?
Absolutely, dude. But what do you think? I'm a fucking Do you think I'm Cypher from the Matrix, and I just want to be put back in the Matrix and eat steak and be an actor? No, dude, that's the that's a I mean that's a dream, dude. That's a dream of mine. Is to I've always wanted to experience like what they say, like what the Buddha experienced. You know, when he went under that tree and he became enlightened or whatever. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to do that.
Under under the Bodhi tree.
Yeah. There was a time when I was younger where I felt like I approached it. And I seeked it again for some time, but I don't know. I think it's beyond me now. On your question, though, I feel like you asked that for a reason.
Well, yeah, it's like the ultimate frontier to actually face like the nature of consciousness directly, rather than through like having to believe other people's theories or other people's ideas, or just stuff that you have to just kind of like subscribe to, rather than something you've actually experienced directly and gleaned some direct experience from.
Thing is, I feel like I'm so. I feel like there's a lot that I'm not. I feel like I'm not ready. I have to. Like I said, I was in a better place before. I got to get back to that place, and then maybe I can confront. How'd you say, the spirit of reality, or whatever you said?
I challenge you to go to a Soka Gakkai temple.
What?
I challenge you to go to a Soka Gakkai temple, International Soka Gakkai. You can do some chanting. Just do it for one day. I challenge you. Go and do some chanting of Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, and you will be a changed man. Just one time. It's not going to hurt you.
Suck a guy. What did you say?
It's just you can just type up Nam Myoho Renge Kyo on the internet, and you'll find your local.
Numb your hole.
It's called SGI. SGI. S for Sam, G for George, I for Indigo, and you'll find a temple near you where you can go and do some chanting. You don't have to preach. You don't have to listen to any religious anything. You can just sit down and chant.
Saka Gakkai. I got you.
Yeah. You just do it
I
one
appreciate
time,
that.
and you will find
It
some
was
benefit.
nearly
I
on board.
guarantee you.
Kosha was so nearly on board when he thought you said such a gay guy.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Cream of some young guy.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, but yeah, this is actually looks like this is cool stuff. I'm glad I said something. Glad you brought this up.
Yeah, and if you like Japanese girls, there's probably 300 of them all on their knees chanting.
Yeah, you sick son of a bitch. Well, yeah, it depends. I'm an ass man, you know what I mean? So, it doesn't really matter where they come from, as long as they fill out the Yeah. Anyways, oh yeah, I'm looking at this stuff now. Shaka, is it Shaka Gakkai?
It's it's basically Chinese Buddhism, and it's been translated
Yeah.
in Japan. There's a guy that translated the Chinese Buddhism so the Japanese could chant it.
Yeah, you know, when I was in the Navy, I went to a Buddhist temple for the first 4 weeks. I just didn't want to go to because you get to go to church every weekend. But I realized that if I went to the Jewish church, I get to go on Fridays instead. I get to drink too, so I got to drink wine every Friday. But anyways, when I was going to the Buddhist temple, I did those chants. It was interesting. That's like all we did though. Is they just said, "Hey, this is what we're doing. We're just going to chant." We just stood there and did these chants.
You've got to have something in your mind while you're chanting, like when you're chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, like that, and you do it for like an hour. You've got to have something in your mind that you want to achieve or change, and you'll find out that it comes, manifests itself. It's not, as long as it's not a ridiculous ask.
I spent years meditating. I'm not where I was then, but I was meditating like twice a day, and at one point I was doing chants, but I usually was quiet. Anyways, thanks for this, Carlos.
Yeah, well, it's like Gio was saying earlier, when you do in a group form, the energy is enhanced. So it is more beneficial to do it with others, as many as
Yeah,
possible.
that's true. That's true with sex as well. That's crazy.
I think the last time I saw any porn, it was in a magazine when I was about 15 years old.
Okay. I wish I could tell you. Yeah, I wish I could say. But yeah, 2 years ago, during the pandemic, I started driving for Lyft for a little bit. I went a little crazy. I had some crazy experiences. I would tell them at Gems, I would come in there and I would tell them what happened, but crazy stuff had happened. But I can't do that in here or anymore. All I'm trying to say is that, what you said before about the groups and enhanced and all that kind of stuff is true. I agree. Hey, are you a Buddhist, Carlos?
I grew up with a shaman as a father and a Christian mother, and I've experienced and dabbled in different beliefs like Buddhism and Hare Krishna. So I don't have a firm follow for something to follow, especially since the flat Earth came along. It's hard to know and to get my bearings, because I don't I don't really want to fall into a trap. So I think
You're
it's safe.
cautious.
It's safe just to listen to all the information out there and to try and be a good person.
That's fair enough, man. Respect. I just realized though when you said that Hare Krishna, I just figured it out. The you know how to say Jesus H Christ? Like, what does H stand for? Maybe that's what it stands for. Jesus Hare Krishna.
That's a very I think it's discredited, but there is a very strong, like a big contingent of Hindus believe that Christ was an incarnation of Krishna, and that
Really?
his missing years he came to India and learned
Yeah.
about Buddhism, and then went back and they point at the fact that like his his Sermon on the Mount is very, very unlike pre-existing Judaism, considering he was a Jew, and that
Yeah,
it is
absolutely.
very, very similar to Buddha's Seven Noble Truths. That the idea of like doing good while you're here and being understanding of people and blah blah. I forget what they are.
I think that's 100%. I mean, that's in line with, because I the way I am with the Bible is I give it the benefit of the doubt and say that it's all based on true. It's like none of it is just made up, just for the sake of making something up. It may be exaggerated, but so for instance, I do think Jesus' story is based in something that happened. You know, you might be real. But yeah, I think that given that if that's true, I think that that's what I think, because everything he teaches is in line with Eastern philosophies. And then, no offense to Christians, but every miracle he does are magic tricks that, as everyone knows today, and certainly people in the East knew back then. And if if he was traveled, he would have become more cultured in these sort of things, which would have impressed people. Uh, you know, and not to say that those were magic tricks, but if he really did all those things that they claim he did, those are all magic tricks. So. But yeah, he was
Have
very
to
effective.
assume if they're lying about the shape of the Earth, they must have been lying for a very long time.
Or it's a recent joke, and like they start off as a practical joke, and it just went too far, and they didn't know how to undo it.
No, dude, they're hiding land. The globe allows them to hide land because people think those are the only continents on the limited ball.
Where's the other? The land is beyond the south.
I think there's land in the South Pacific. Yeah.
Well, supposedly there's a pile of trash the size of Texas. They probably just tell us that because they don't want anybody to go there. Well, that's not land. That's just that thing that's the size of Texas. That's just a big pile of trash. But what about you, Gio? You don't have an interest in exploring anything like that.
Exploring what?
The world, the unknown. Like like I said, if I were not saying I'm not knocking you or anything, but just me personally, if I was put in the position that you are in with your belief, or how you believe the world is, I would have to start over, and I would be inspired to. Like, I would just want to know everything that I got wrong or that isn't known. I'd want to check out everything beyond Antarctica, North Pole, South Pacific, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure. But I mean, first of all, the government systems and the military systems have us locked in here. So I don't think we can just freely go to those areas. I think it'd be essentially like a kamikaze mission to do it right now, because you're either going to get turned away or they're going to take you out. So plus, even if we had like full access to everything, I would like to support the ventures, but I'm not sure I want to be the first guy on the first boat. You know, I kind of had a lot of stuff I'm doing here, and I want to focus on. I just don't know if I'm quite like that person to do that. Even if we had access, like even if we kind of got our sovereignty back and we could freely explore those areas.
You know, me and Chemo had a GoFundMe to go to Antarctica, and I took it seriously. Like, I don't know if he did, but there was I asked Jen, and I asked Earth is Seriously Flat, Renee, and they both would do it, and I really would do it, but I'm stupid like that. But I would go even as a Glober or as a baller, but with the flat earther to explore, the deep south. I really enjoy that.
All right. Well, yeah, dude, if you want to do it, man, I mean, yeah, I mean, even if you have a globe idea, there's still the North Pole and the Antarctica that are pretty mysterious.
You wanted me to tell you about? Don't make fun of me, okay? I'm going to tell you what my fantasy has been lately, okay? But I know I'll get ridiculed, so please, just be kind. But I've always wanted to be a hot air balloon pilot. It's still something I'm gonna do.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been my dream for a long time. But regardless,
have you ever been on one?
I have, not on like an extended flight, but I've been up on one. Yeah.
I think you'd be good at that. You got a lot of hot air.
Oh,
thank you. It's very nice of you.
Right when he said he didn't want to be ridiculed, he gets a.
Oh, I came in late. I guess I didn't hear him say that. I wasn't even trying to ridicule him. I just thought, that everyone knew that.
No,
that's your style.
That was a funny joke. It's a good joke.
But anyhow, that wasn't a good joke. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was.
Sure it was.
That was what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What else would make you good at that?
What a low bar you have there for. Oh, that was a good joke. All he said was you have a lot of hot air. That'd be good for you. Okay. Anyways,
you like to blow a lot of hot air. You'd be good at
right.
Hot air balloon pilot.
If the thing ever broke and you needed to save yourself, you'd be equipped.
I'd be good to go. I got you, dude.
Yeah, you have the reserves.
Anyway. Okay, so here's
What's the price for a hot air balloon?
Well, it can be as much as a car. Like you can get like a used one for about the same price.
I get it. He wanted to be a hot air balloon pilot, I guess you would call it, right? But then he realized he might actually see that the Earth is flat, and now he's scared to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. However,
are you having cog-dis resistance?
Yeah, just a little bit. You know who is not a flat earther also, but was saying that he was going to go to South Antarctica, get a hydrogen balloon. Remember Sheeple used to always say that? He was trying to get a hydrogen. He's trying to make hydrogen and make a balloon that he could fly to Antarctica in. Anyway,
I never talked to that guy.
You ever talked to Sheeple? Well, this was before he stole the server and everything. But regardless, my dream is to somehow find a fabric that can be used sufficiently as both a balloon, like an envelope for a balloon, and also solar panel, so I can collect energy. Because if you just use propane and a hot air balloon, you can only be up there for a few hours. Maximum. The longer you want to be up there, the heavier tanks you're going to need, and so it's like it's counterproductive. However, if I somehow can create heat with a solar panel balloon, possibly stay up there for a long time and travel across Antarctica, the North Pole, all that kind of stuff around the world.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's like the legend of what the old world was, which is like Blackpool Tower, and these were all like landing sites for these hydrogen, airships.
Yeah, airships.
Yeah, hydrogen.
That's the shit, man. We should bring back airships. That'd be a good T-shirt, actually.
Yeah,
bring back airships.
Make airships buoyant again.
Right.
Well, there's two problems with that.
Save the airships instead of save the whales, because they kind of look the same.
Hydrogen is very abundant. It's true, but it's extremely dangerous. And helium is the opposite. It's not dangerous.
But wasn't the whole Hindenburg thing just to scare us and to have a reason to get rid of the airships?
Yeah. They wanted us to fly. They wanted us to fly in planes instead. So they got rid of the airships. But then that's counterproductive for whatever else they were trying to scare us away from. So we could just fly.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, that's because I'm mocking one currently. Regardless, but no, I shouldn't be mocking anybody. I apologize.
I'm mocking you. It's okay. We could have a mock.
Yeah, I know you.
Mocky mock.
Mocking. So, Hey, but what
You know, I
we're
saw this thing.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to find it on Facebook because it basically said it was like a hotel in the sky. I think it was like not real necessarily, but it looked like a modern day, really advanced airship. On the top of it, it had like a swimming pool and like it was unbelievable. It almost looked like a cruise ship in the air.
Yeah, well, yeah. They're okay. So I'll show you. There, I've seen that. I've seen a real company that's doing that. That's one, and they're supposed to be those. They're planes, like they're like really heavy planes that can stay in the air for days.
What I want is like a huge one of those Airbus camper vans. You know, those really sleek metal ones that turns into an airship.
Well, me and Rich, there's a guy called Rich the Black. He's from Australia. He's a pilot, and he's also a pirate. Because I used to be a pirate back in the day, and I told him he could be my first mate. He's an actual pilot, and we plan on commandeering a submarine and refitting it to be a dual-purpose submarine spaceship. So I guess.
Yeah, submarine that turns into an airship. That's fucking badass. Yeah.
And into a spaceship also.
There you go. And do it. You know, if you go to space, you'll die, but that would be short-lived.
We won't die. We'll be space pirates. We won't die.
Oh, space pirates. Okay. Sounds kind of gay.
Well, it sounds gay if you're into that. That's totally. If you're into that stuff, we're nothing against you. So it could be gay if you want it to be gay, but it's not gay at all.
It sounds gay.
Nothing gay about it.
You're trying to penetrate the sky as space pirates?
No.
My goodness. I'll tell you this, dude.
Hey, just don't worry about Coriolis effect. It's exactly the same as a stationary Earth. So when you go up in the airship, no reason to worry about any spin of the Earth. I mean, it's spinning, but just treat it like it's not spinning when you land and you take off. It's exactly the same. Dynamics, no different whatsoever. So don't worry about any of that.
That's good.
But it's a ball and it's spinning, just to let you know.
That's good to know.
I don't know. It seems like, I don't know, some people were saying it would matter. Like when you go up in an airship, it would matter if the Earth were actually moving. But it turns out it doesn't matter if it's moving. It's exactly like it's not moving when you fly anything, in fact.
You reminded me that I have
PTSD.
PTSD.
I couldn't believe that was the case, but I learned that from a couple guys the other night. Oh, it was you. It was you and Zanuck. You told me that was exactly the same. That's why they train him that way.
I just noticed that you do that same thing Grim does. That's what was so aggravating the other night. It's not that it's not that you're interrupting. It's just that you sounds like you're stopped.
In the winds.
Sounds like you stopped.
Coriolis just hidden in the winds.
Yeah, well, guess what, dude? I just remembered I had PTSD.
That could be a song.
The other night.
That could be a song.
Yep.
Coriolis hidden in the winds, hidden in the winds.
Coriolis hidden in the winds. Don't worry about it if you have to land the plane, because there's no spin, but it's spinning.
Hey, speaking of music, Dave, did you see that? You know that guy, Conspiracy Music Guru? His name is Alex. You know, did you see that he was on Jim Brewer's podcast?
No, Cool.
Yeah, dude, he was on Jim Brewer. I think he calls it the Bruniverse, is like the Jim Brewer podcast.
Yeah, I love that, dude.
Like universe, awesome. But Bruniverse, yeah. And so he's been talking out about like whole scamdemic stuff and whatever. Anyways, he had Alex on his show for like a whole hour podcast. I haven't listened to the whole thing yet. It's like the newest episode on his podcast. I haven't listened to the whole thing yet, but I skimmed through it. And Jim Brewer was saying, he's like, bro, he's like, I'm going to get you. Like, basically, he wants to set up like a big like concert and a gig and have Alex like playing with all musicians up on stage. He's going to use his connections to like, make it big. I don't know if it'll end up like as a special or if it'll be on TV or what it'll be yet. Like, I don't listen to a part of it, but dude, think about how huge that would be.
Yeah, that would be huge.
Brewer could possibly be like a closeted FE.
No, he's totally down with flat Earth. I've heard him mention it before. It kind of subtly, but he's definitely. I mean, he's anti-vaxxer and everything too. So
you know what that means, Coach? I mean, that's basically. I mean, is he an A-list celebrity, B-list? I don't know, but I mean, he's got connections. Yeah, he's been in all kinds of.
What the hell are you talking about?
Dude, he was on.
He's
Yeah,
one of
Coach-
the most popular comedians or successful.
You guys don't know what that
popular
means, man.
comedians on Saturday Night Live.
If you're saying he's an A-list celebrity, you just don't understand the.
No, I guess he's not like that. He's more like alternative A-list though. He's like well known.
Alternative A.
Yeah,
alternative A-list.
Like,
Yeah, maybe alternative A.
He's on the A-list of the cool Hollywood people. There's not too many like really like, oh, that guy's cool.
Dude, Sam Jackson,
Yeah,
The
like an
Rock.
actual
These are
down-to-earth-
A-list celebrities.
Yeah, down to earth, cool.
Somebody who's actually like a real guy.
real people, Hollywood people. But he was New York, I guess, more with Saturday Night Live than anything else. But yeah, he did movies and all kinds of shit. He's one of the funniest people I've ever watched. If you watch this whole thing with his when he was, I think it was some.
Yeah, I've seen his recent special.
Thing. Yeah, with trust the plan or no, trust the science. Like he's doing the fucking parrot.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious. Was that like the Mark Kumo show or what's that guy's name?
Oh, Mark Maron. Maybe.
Mark Maron.
What? He had his own special. You got to watch his special, the Jim Brewer special.
I've seen his special.
That's good.
His most recent one.
I'm not sure if it's the most recent one, but the one that
it was during the pandemic.
With Fauci doing his Fauci thing.
Oh, it's not Kumo, but there's this guy. He does a radio show. He's not really like Alex Jones, but it is kind of. And then Jim Brewer was on his show. Is that the one? Because it was hilarious. The guy, it's not.
Kumo, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that he just did some of the stuff on that, but he has a whole special where he goes off. I'll try to find it.
What was that show he was on? Do you remember that? What that guy's name?
Yeah,
is?
I'll find it. Yeah,
because that was hilarious, dude. He was going on like, trust the science. That was absolutely hilarious. Like his comedy, dude. He's like a physical performer, He gets all into it.
Makes the
he was
funniest
just
thing.
ripping like the mask wearers and stuff. Oh my god, it was absolutely.
Yeah, dude. When he goes full flat Earth, which he, obviously will, definitely, especially if he's got Alex on his show and everything.
I know.
Is Alex playing flat Earth songs?
Well, I mean, there's no way that Jim Brewer doesn't. I mean, a lot of Alex's stuff is like, yeah. I mean, it's all fucking.
Yeah,
there's no pictures of the globe and all this shit. Yeah, and Jim Brewer's obviously probably seen all this stuff at this point.
Oh yeah, you know what's funny is Jim Brewer could be listening to your channel, and he's a fan of ours more so than we are of his. Honestly,
that would suck, dude. He's like fucking not an A-list celebrity, son of a bitch.
Right?
Okay.
Think about it. There's definitely some in the know famous people that we're famous to in their minds. Because
there's nobody like that. There's nobody like that, but except for maybe Eddie Bravo. But Eddie Bravo did say, like, he gave a shout out to Nathan Oakley's show and shit like that. So that means that there's a chance he might have heard me getting getting ripped a new one by Nathan a couple times I was on there.
I just think that's a cool twist. I bet that actually exists. I mean, definitely, Austin's got fans that are like, he's less a fan of theirs than they are of his. Some famous people.
I would just be careful if I was him because he brings up a lot of people that he can't discuss or whatever. But I happen to know some very sophisticated. Let's just say some people go the extra mile to fuck with people. So.
Well, what was that? It sounded like some weird coded CIA shit you were just talking about.
I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when Soundly did that SEAL team? What was it? What was it called? I forget what it was called, but it was but they were like making fake documents and giving it to flat earthers and try to troll them and shit like that.
Entrapment?
No, they were just trying to fuck with people. But somebody did it to Bob Nodell as well. Was it Bob Nodell? Or was that also?
What did they do? Fake
documents. They just fake acting like real pilots or real astronauts or whatever, and then give them documents and.
Oh, okay, trolling them with like trying to like the guy like the Belu guy and that kind of thing.
Belu,
yeah.
Belu the alien.
Right.
Yeah, but that's different.
That was a big troll, dude. I remember. See, that was all coming out, and it had some really good, respectable research in it. Like, you've seen that? Like, it's pretty good.
Yes, I've seen these guys are scammers.
Yeah. That was weird. And
Well,
it was a good hook because
they do some decent tests though.
yep, exactly. With the laser from building to building, from the floor to floor.
Yeah. Okay.
Good idea.
I was in a chat on YouTube with Bob Nodell in there. It was right when this all was breaking. And like I specific was like tagging him and saying like my thoughts on it. And yeah, it was we were all talking about it.
But when you look there, even in that documentary, at the end, they have. I actually made some memes. I'll find them here. At the end, their model, quote unquote, or whatever of the Earth is ridiculous. The
It's a
fucking
convex
oyster
Earth.
shell. It was an oyster shell floating in space, with like a separate pond. You know, that's like the little hot tub pond, basically. That's separate from the pool, right? And that's like where the elite stay. So it's like basically a big troll on the whole idea. Like we're the elite in this hot tub pool, looking down on the masses of this like oyster Earth, and we're gonna sell this to you as like the new, you know, like what the fuck? It was
weird.
So lame. It was weird.
It was weird. I think like there had to be some actual controlled op guy behind that. It seems because. Well, that actual guy, the Bilu guy, he was like kind of like, you know, a paranormal researcher and this and that. It almost seems like some like media team with money, which would be your like Illuminati agent dude or whatever, like probably went to him and were like, hey man, like get on board with this thing, you know? And then they got a couple of like actors in it, you know, to like act to try to make it seem like it was somewhat real. Cause like this guy was like this paranormal researcher guy, like the actual, you know, flat earth, like researchers doing all these high level scientific tests. And then to link that with this Bilu alien that, you know, came down and told them the earth is flat.
Oh, dude, just talk to Bacon when he comes in, dude. He's aware of these people because it's well known in Brazil that these guys are scammers.
You're saying Bacon CIA?
They didn't even call it flat. They called it like convex Earth.
Yeah, it's convex, which is what we think the Earth is.
Well, it would have to be if it's got water and it's holding water. It's convex to some degree. It's just stupid to even think
that
flat.
would be.
I think no, their use of convex. They were using convex because it's water, and then the land that comes up out of the water. That's why they kind of called it.
Yeah, but that's what that would have to be. Seeing it that way,
fire.
land coming up out of the water and what we know.
Yeah, if you were to look at it from zoomed out, you'd have the water level and then land coming up out of it. So it would kind of be like a shallow dome or whatever of the land above the water.
Yeah. I think reality is land, sky, water, and most likely, you know, that's infinite. I mean, until further notice, there's no reason to think it ends. Why would reality have an end to it?
Well, infinite has a specific meaning. So.
Infinite in quotes. Okay.
Okay. Well, what does infinite in quotes mean?
This just means that if you can't imagine what the end of reality would be, why would you assume there would be one?
Well, because if there wasn't one, then there's a lot of implications to that. Like,
well, describe it.
There's another.
What would you guess it would look like?
There's another you somewhere else saying the same thing you're saying right now. And actually, it's so infinite that there's actually another Earth where that's globe.
Okay, yeah, like all possibilities become real because the quantum
because you just described the infinite Earth.
Reality. Yeah, but I'm talking about physical Earth. Okay, I'm talking about the physical Earth, not the imaginary or quantum or space endarkenment type situation. I'm talking about reality. Just walk the Earth until reality ends.
Here's another fun fact. You know how Globers sometimes say that there wouldn't be a horizon on the flat Earth? Even though I disagree with them, because there's plenty of flat Earths that would have a horizon. The flat Earth that has a very, very, very long distance, end or no end at all, that one would certainly have no horizon. Or no.
Well, it ends where you can only see so far, so you can't, right? You wouldn't.
Yeah, that's true. But what dictates how far you can see? What are some of the rules behind it?
Depending on the atmosphere and all that, yeah.
with the atmosphere. That's one of the rules, and then also angular resolution of the optics and angular
Right.
size of the right.
All
So the
kinds of
problem
stuff.
is that different optics have different angular resolutions, and different objects have different angular sizes because they have different sizes.
Sure.
So that would make a crisp horizon, especially one that was that didn't change regardless of the optics you used, would just not be possible or expected. And it would also rise to eye level. It would always be halfway in the sky, or in your frame. I mean. So those things also rule out the infinite plane. At least in my the way I'm measuring.
Wait, why? What rules out the infinite plane? Because what?
Well, because there is a horizon that's crisp, and an infinite plane would require there be no horizon, and a very hazy. If there was one, it would be very
No,
hazy.
dude. Your horizon is a locally constellated phenomenon.
Exactly.
Okay, but what dictates where that horizon is? What are some of the rules?
The limits of all of their eyesight. If it was a perfectly clear day, right? If it was a perfectly clear day and all those other factors weren't impeding your limit of your eyesight, then it would be that far.
Well, we went over this because in that idea, their angular resolution, different optics have different angular resolutions, and different objects have different angular sizes. So,
Your audio's going weird for me.
Because I moved my mic and I'm not talking into it.
There you go, better.
Yeah,
way better.
I said different optics have different angular resolution limits, and different.
You sound like a flat earther.
Different objects have different angular sizes. So for these reasons, you're right. Things would disappear due to these things, due to the optics, but they wouldn't disappear at a consistent distance. It'd be a varying distance, and so that would not be a crisp horizon by any stretch. It would be some sort of hazy merging between the sky and the ground, not a crisp cutoff. So. And also, like I said,
It depends. It depends, dude. It's different. Sometimes it is really hazy, and sometimes it is crisp. Depends on the conditions.
Even though that's technically a true statement, it's also true that it's almost always crisp. So, but you're right. It can be both.
You can only see so far of the water layer. So once that water layer is done, you're going to get the crisp horizon, or you're going to get a horizon. It could be more crisp or more hazy, but once the last bit of water you can see, it's going to transition to the sky.
I waste so much goddamn time talking to you guys. I don't mean that in a rude way, by the way. I just
What are you?
I didn't mean that in a rude way.
What are you seeking? What is your soul seeking in all of it? Because you're obviously not going to. You're not looking to change your mind. So what are you seeking out?
Well, when I say that, I just mean I was thinking of all this shit that I had to get done. I just sat here procrastinating most of the time. So
if you had the opportunity,
you guys.
If you had an opportunity to actually do tests in the world to prove this, would you want to do them? And would you want
I've been doing them.
Prove that it's not a globe?
I've been doing tests, man. I plan to still do tests. I'm still doing tests. I've been doing tons of tests. I've been doing tests since I got in this community. But yeah, I would. Right now, I'm kind of.
If you, like eggshells, came to the conclusion that the Earth is a stationary plane, and then you were to look back on your contribution so far, if you were to look back on it, would you say that you've been helping us, hurting us, or neutral, or some of each?
helping exclusively.
Only helping.
Yes.
You have just been a shining light of truth and knowledge, and
no, that's not entirely true. That's not my claim. But I do think that even in the cases when I've been wrong, the cases when I've been right, the cases when I've even when I was getting kicked out of 24/7, you guys built up all this defense just to keep me out of there. Before I got kicked out of there, I was helping people like Ron Shekelson, helping them from saying crazy stuff to the new people, and instead ask them reasonable questions.
oh yeah, Ron would just there would be brand new like 15-year-old kids that would be coming in, and Ron would just be dropping red pill galore, just one after the other, just shredding these kids. These kids had no idea what was even going on. Like he was just like, "Was that what you meant?" He was like,
"Yes,
way more, way more advanced." And they would ask some like question, and he would just go on some like long, complicated thing.
Yeah, about the Sandy Hook kids and show them pictures of them while they're actually dancing at prom, and they're doing hand signs behind their back because they're really like, dude, don't bring that up to people the first day they get in. Just ask them about 9/11, ask them about the moon landing.
We're talking about shape-shifting reptiles.
Yeah, and how the queen's all that stuff. But yeah, right.
Did you see all the shit in Europe though? The reptilian thing, like, dude, all of their like statues and sculptures in Europe are all like reptilians, gargoyles and stuff. The NASA logo has the snake's fucking tongue in it.
Okay.
There's definitely
other than gargoyles,
a weird reptilian connection to all that.
Other than gargoyles, what reptiles have you seen in their statues?
Oh, dude, have you seen like in the entrance to their castles, they have these huge reptilian statues?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, they're crazy. The whole Vatican is shaped like a reptilian snake.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah, there is some shit. Like I said, I used to be way more into the sort of hidden secrets sort of thing, and like the shape, like the layouts of the cities and stuff like that. I used to be more into it, but.
Hey Gio, I think that the snake tongue on the logo for NASA might be.
Your mic, Dave.
Oh, it's bad?
Back up, yeah.
Oh, it's too close. I think that the NASA logo with the snake tongue might be actually, well, it's that plus what I just put in the live stream. I think that's a little more appropriate.
Oh wow! It really can't be both. It can't be both, but yeah.
It's called Satan Love. Satan Love. Like a fox.
It looks like
you don't see the devil horns.
Yeah, it looks like a Japanese fox.
You don't see the heart in the middle, devil horns.
I mean, it's kind of like a Rorschach test, right? Like if you see a heart and devil horns and a penis, then
that's how all my art is.
I don't see it.
What do you think of that, Gio?
No, it is interesting. Is it like two logos like reversed?
Yeah, that's a mirror. Yeah.
So it's like two snake tongues?
No, it's like a devil horn head.
Looks like a mosquito.
Everybody sees something different.
It's like a Japanese cartoon villain.
Or a botfly.
If everyone's doing this, I'll post another one of my art pieces that uses the same concept, and we can guess what that looks like.
I love your art, man.
Yeah, you've seen some of it, haven't you?
Well, yeah. Remember I turned your model with the Earth. I made my tit Earth model based on your model that used.
That's not my model.
Side by side.
That's not my model. That's E1.
Yeah, that's when you shared it with me though, and I turned it into a tit model.
Right. Yeah, portals, right?
Tit Earth.
I like the titty Earth, man. I think we should all be titty Earthers. Everybody can get on board with that.
Much better than flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
I love flat Earth. I love flat women.
Right?
Love everything
Titty
flat.
Earth is much more appealing for everybody, I think.
Yeah, I've got
Flat
one of
beer.
those. I've got one of those stress balls. It's like a titty. It's like a cup titty, and you just squeeze it when you're
Does it have a
stressed.
nipple?
It's got a
Does it
big
have a
nipple
nipple?
on. Yeah, a little pink one.
Sick.
Nice. Okay, so it's actually like supposed to look like a tit. I see.
Yeah, like an A cup tit.
Exactly like a little A cup. You can just get them from the
Nice.
$2 shop. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
two dollars.
You buy two. You have to. You ended up buying two, right, or just one? One's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, but you know,
you keep two in your pocket. You can squeeze in your
when
pockets. Be like,
you're driving, you still got to keep
Right,
your
I
hand
was
on the
pressed,
steering wheel.
right, or other things.
Wow. Can you buy the ones that aren't prepubescent tits? Like the old regular tits?
Yeah, how big do they make them?
Oh, they only come in A cup.
Yeah, it's good, pourable.
Right.
I guess you're
You're
right.
walking around with a
Oh,
deep cup in your pocket.
They wouldn't fit in your hand, man. They you attach them to your keyring.
Yeah, if they were any bigger, you'd have to buy two. It'd be really weird. If it wasn't just for your pocket, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I bought two lefts.
I mean,
I got two left.
You shouldn't be going. You shouldn't be walking around with them. Like, why would you be taking them anywhere but your house?
Huh?
Why would you leave your house with them?
It's a keychain.
Why would
you leave your house without them?
I mean, you don't come across
Why would
kids
you
at
leave your house
all.
without them?
You ever come across kids or old ladies or women?
Gross.
You ever meet a woman?
I'm trying to come across any of those.
That's a good talking point when you get to the office and you're in a conference and you put it on the desk.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, if you think that model's good, yeah.
Go ahead. Snack, sorry.
Not forget it.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry.
I was asked, Gio, can we give perms to Metal Slugs Master so we can post art of his own? Do we know him? Or who?
I know him.
Metal Slug Glover. I'm really nice until I'm not.
Metal Slugs Master.
He's a Glover from way back.
Yeah.
Okay to give him perms? Or I don't know.
Did you make that art new perspective?
Yep. They're all like Rorschach tests.
I have some funny Rorschach tests I made for Pete. So I can find them.
Hey, Gio, you know what I was thinking about your idea earlier with the living waters or the immortal waters that you could drink?
Dude, how into your mic are you?
Oh, I'm like, I've got it.
You're on like
right
rock swallowing microphone.
Let me turn my volume down because it's sensitive here. Usually I'm like not loud enough. Gio, did you hear what I said?
It was kind of distorted, but you said about the.
It's distorted, so it's not even like coming through. It's just loud and crackly. It's okay now?
Yeah, it's like too high. Like the gain is too high.
All right, let me try this.
I think it is a bit
How
better.
about now? Better?
Yeah, but I heard you say something about the eternal waters at the North Pole.
Yeah, like what if if that were true, I think that this scenario would probably have already been done, and or it could just be that this is where the whole idea of going to heaven and being saved and living on and being immortal came from. Like they could play God on earth with those waters, and you're told that like if you live a certain life or whatever, you're judged at the end of your life, and you can either live on or cease to exist, right? Well, ceasing to exist would just be you dying, but then if you're like, if the Lord on this earth, accepts you into heaven, quote unquote, that's above you in the north, quote unquote, right? Where you go to heaven to drink the waters to live on immortally, right? On this earth with all the good and all the bad for as long as you want. Be its own form of heaven, or that idea. Someone could be actually, judging you at the end of your life and allow you to live on, literally. And they've probably done that if those waters actually exist, right? Why wouldn't they? I mean, they probably just keep it amongst themselves and let them, like you were saying, like they live on maybe for a lot longer. But maybe there's some kind of there was a culture at a time that would actually, where the whole idea of being judged at the end of your life came from, right? That whole idea that you would either live on or cease to exist came from that.
Say that again?
You could have heaven on earth, right? Where you're immortal, literally through those waters, if that were true, right?
If what were true,
And maybe there was someone that judged you and whether you were able to live on by drinking the waters or just die.
Oh, that waters. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I think I'm tracking what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, there could be various ways. Well, one thing is that, yeah, if these people that are kind of in these controllers right now, if they have some ability to reverse aging like that, then it would make sense that they have this very long running kind of plans. Their plans.
And they could have been been playing God this whole time, actually, giving people immortality if they seem worthy or if they do the right thing or whatever. All of our lives are being recorded and actually judged at the end for that very reason, or at least maybe in some time there was that kind of idea that was more a literal, life after you're supposed to die type thing.
Yeah, or they could be using it for a more a darker side, to make them feel maybe it reinforces that they're gods or something, and they can kind of rule over us because they're better than us.
Sure would explain all these long-term plans.
Yeah, I know. They're just rolling this stuff out. And they're pretty coordinated.
I was thinking they could do that with the outer ponds too, like the heaven outer pond or the hell outer pond. If there's a judgment day, they could reenact or not reenact, but false, or do a psyop with the apocalypse and the judgment and all that. Actually, just send some, or at least make people think that they're going to one or the other based on their behavior, right? But people are pretty behaved now. I mean, since the cell phone came around, I think it's done a lot for people's, weariness of doing anything in public that's a crime, because you could be recorded by anybody's camera or the camera's outside. Plus, they're so preoccupied, and it's they're not bored, I guess is what I'm saying. I think it's a pretty tame society at this point, to some degree. We don't know how many of these shootings are actually real,
This guy in the chat says he wants evidence for outer ponds.
Coming up.
I got it right here.
No, seriously, I do.
I'm not saying there are outer ponds. I'm saying that they're going to tell us there's outer ponds, regardless if there's outer ponds or not. That's what I think.
Eggshells is going to outer pond smack him right now.
Nice.
He says our primary evidence is that there isn't any evidence that there aren't outer ponds.
Yeah.
And that the controllers say there's no outer ponds. So
yeah. Well, it has to be the opposite of what they say, right?
And we know they lie. That's what he's saying.
Yep. There you go. Proof.
Bingo.
He's not bad. He's not bad, Eggshells.
Yep. He's funny as fuck, actually. You've seen him on camera. You ever seen him on camera? He's funny, live in some of his live shows. Got a quick wit. He'll make a great flat earther when he's actually a flat earther instead of just faking it.
It'd take him a while. All right.
Do you see how his strongest arguments? He says what made him flat earther was Damak and Jin.
Damak like opened his eyes.
No, it's just I
So like the world
screenshot
around him, like
Here's
brought
his
it back to like
explanation.
natural.
Jin dropped so many facts that Eggshell's just
Couldn't handle it.
just buckled at the truth just being
His
right.
proof was actually so good. It was actually so pure that
it was
melted his preconceptions.
melted his febile mind.
He could not deny the integrity and honor of his statement.
Yeah.
And he just said no. He just said, no, I'm not going to be on a ball anymore. That's how Jin is the powerful force.
Yeah. Oh man, there's been some knockdown dragouts between you and Jin. That's been some funny shit to listen to. When he gets under.
It's like knockout, wake up, knockout. It's just somebody should have stopped that fight. That's all I know.
I think I recorded it. I don't know if I still have it. What was it? He just he was just kind of bringing out old facts that you weren't really down with.
He kicked me on the video camera. You see that? Did you remember that?
Yeah. Did what?
He karate kicked me through the camera.
Oh, really? I never saw that one. That's funny.
That happened in that was existent.
That's funny.
You know what the truth is, dude? You know how these guys are like kind of just like in a way they're kind of trying to distract us by like bringing up the globe all the time. Because the reality of the situation is that when new people come onto this, like there's a very small percentage that actually, either want to defend or even stay with the globe idea. Like the great majority of people begin going through a process, and it's like they don't want that to happen.
It's like there's
You'd be surprised.
I started talking about trying to make like a whole type of technology based on just generating body heat, or using your body heat, taking it, driving it into a step up DC to DC converter to get some usable energy out, and then just do. Anyway, I started talking about this, and Jin's like, "You can't do that. No, they never let you. They never let you go." And I was like, "Oh, well, we'll run it like it's a science experiment." I was like, Jin, we'll run it like it's a science experiment thing, so we can do some recon. We'll get down there, we'll test our equipment out, so we can do like a larger run next year. And he's like, "Oh, you're gonna lie? You're gonna lie? Tell me you're doing science?" I was like, "Damn!" And then 12 hours later, it ended. So it was pretty good download.
I think he was bringing up some old info that people like had talked about for a long time, and we weren't talking about it anymore because what he was saying was old news, and you kind of pointed that out a couple times, and I think he didn't appreciate that so much.
That's all right. Best thing for us was not to talk for a few years. I think that actually we're totally good, and then we don't talk now, so that's good. But I just make like little hellos to him. That's fine, I'm good.
Right.
Butted heads early on.
Nice.
We're both
you guys aren't hating each other.
Mostly him. He's mostly older, but I'm wiser.
I'm trying to find the screenshot of what he said. I'll have to go back in the other conversation.
Just a few years ago? Or?
No, not that. Oh, it was what Eggshell said about Damak and Jen being his inspiration for Flatter.
Great.
Did you see what that gay Milo guys? Did you see that quote I posted from that Milo guy about Flat Earth? Did you see that, Gio?
I'm not sure if I did.
I'll repost it. Read this.
So,
influencer, the gay influencer guy, that Milo. Well, he's on gay now. He's declaring himself on gay, and
I think in the gay community, they actually don't like him because they don't think he should have been gay to start with.
Right, because he was conservative.
So like you're not gay if you're feeling like that.
They're
Right.
saying that he's not born gay.
I don't know, but he's changed over now, so it doesn't really matter, right? Isn't
He says
straight
he's
now?
changed over, but if he was born gay, then he's just faking changing.
He was a
He's
gay
faking ungay.
Republican,
You
and
know,
then now he's a not gay. But then he like
I think you can choose not to do gay things if you're
he
gay.
went over with the
But
religion
if you're
with the
gay, I
religion
think
thing.
sometimes it's just that's the way they are. I don't think it's just like a choice from the start.
He's
From what I can
incredibly triggering for many people, and it's like his appearance at different places, different like universities to speak, like usually makes that there's a huge protest. So it's like, it's interesting. If there's any kind of FE stuff in this, it spreads it through like colleges basically, because there's always like a chapter of like upstart social people be political, revolt against something, whatever it is. I'm going to college.
Right. He's got some militant views on, I'm talking about Jen again, sorry. Yeah, he's got some interesting militant views. Supposed to be, kind of like demanding, but, free for everybody to say what they think. But at the same time, kind of dictating what he thinks they should think at times.
I just can't listen to him for more than like 2 minutes, or I never tried it again. Just the one time.
Okay, here it is. Read this, Gio, when it comes up here. The earth was, it says, the earth was born flat, but is everywhere creased, folded, fabricated, and besmirched into the ludicrous shape of a ball. If you aren't quite ready to embrace our Lord, flat earth is the next best route to health and happiness. It is impossible to describe the waves of elation, relief, and tranquility that envelop your mind and body when you accept the liberating truth and let go of the shabby, pernicious globe hypothesis. Join us, brothers and sisters, in casting off the shackles of sphere theory. And then he says he posted that 5 days ago. Why are they tweeting it now? So I guess Twitter like held it, and then people were asking about it or something. So they had to post it. Canadian Twitter, so I don't know. But he says
he's not allowed on Twitter.
Okay. It says because they know the truth is about to come out, and they will do whatever it takes to distract you from the enormity and profundity of their sins. Don't give them that power. Instead, join me in bellowing into God himself, bellowing until God himself hears us. Why did you make up that there was a Canada? What? Oh, okay. So it's a joke about like making up. Somebody else say that? Why did you make up there was a Canada? Is that somebody else commenting at the end? Like he's
Prime
making
Minister
up
was
that Canada exists when like people make up that Australia exists, that kind of thing. Anyway, he says the truth is about to come out. What do you think, Kosho? You said you're a flat earther now too, right? You had to stop being gay. You had to stop being gay and become a flat earther yourself.
And if he's gonna start telling the truth, he's gonna tell people he's really gay again, because that dude's definitely gay.
I always thought that was weird. That whole like, he's actually going to start a clinic or something, right? For people that are trying to stop being homosexual. Right?
Would you go to that, Kosho?
I think he has. He knew all about it.
Yeah, he's an edgelord, but he's just trying to
just into edging.
Get his name back in the spotlight.
Well, he's trying to rebuild his popularity.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. And he's probably, to some degree, even maybe, part of the bigger plan. And like, think about the arguments now. We got like flat Earth conflated with, not being gay, which is weird. But that does kind of seem to be like a lot of flat earthers' opinion or whatever, which is weird, in my opinion. That it's like, some kind of, parallel really to realizing there's, well, it's just the Bible and all that goes with it, I guess. But I don't know. It's just a strange thing. Like the whole idea that I think these guys are born gay. I think a lot of them are. Maybe there's some people that choose it, but
It's
really,
gay as the grass grows.
I think people are born gay. I've seen little
As
kids,
gay
and you
as the
can
wind
tell
blows.
they're going to be gay, not because they necessarily have been abused, but like they seem like they have too much estrogen when they're in the womb or something. I think that's just what happens.
They don't have too much. They just have not enough testosterone.
Not enough estrogen. Not enough testosterone.
Not enough
Or whatever
testosterone.
it is. Affects the bone structure. It affects maybe your, sexual preference in some way. I don't know. Maybe it's a natural population control thing goes on in a species. I don't know.
I don't know.
That would make sense, right? If you're overpopulated, the species would naturally have more gays, just to like somehow naturally not overpopulate. But I don't think we're overpopulated.
It's almost, does your thinking and augment your hormonal balance?
Thinking, sure. I
like
imagine.
just how you think, how you like target on stuff, how you cue on it,
like if you're perverted, would you have more testosterone?
No. I just mean like if you have already kind of like, I don't know, if you took somebody with like way high testosterone, maybe it's like they just like to go. They're like a they just want to go chase stuff. You know what I mean?
Some of them, yeah, I guess so.
Well, like testosterone, like is apparently what they say. If you believe this, that it makes men better at parallel parking than women because men have more testosterone. Men have higher spatial acuity, and that's supposed to be a trait of what testosterone does.
So,
along with like
parallel
muscle
parking
mass and
adjacent
stuff.
things is what you.
It's just spatial acuity.
Gotcha.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I do know.
Like you've seen like people in sports, they're like highly accurate, right?
Right.
Sometimes throwing a touchdown pass, making a 3-point shot or something
Yeah,
like that.
Definitely juiced.
Like the type of, I don't know. I think that's something that like testosterone does to people. Whereas like a lot of estrogen make them like contemplate stuff and maybe cry about stuff.
Right.
Or maybe make them care for somebody forever until their last breath. I don't know what estrogen's an interesting molecule too, right? But I think there's. It's the parallel parking argument. I don't know where. Does anybody want to weigh in on this parallel parking thing?
Can you take like too much estrogen and testosterone at the same time and kill yourself, or just like explode?
But okay, so let me go further with this parallel parking thing. If you don't have an argument to it, two guys, okay, both should have the ability to parallel park well, right? One guy is very unsure of himself, has low testosterone. He's unsure. The other one, high testosterone, very confident. That's also another trait. High testosterone is like high confidence, right? But the more confident you are about what you see, the more accurate you are about navigating to that thing. And then also like anything that you do see, the higher degree of confidence that you have that it is that thing, and you're not questioning like is that is it this or is it that? Like we presume that anytime we see the shape of a banana, it should be yellow. We know that, right? Like we always assume that it should be yellow because you don't see any other types of colors of bananas. Do you know what I'm saying? So like whenever we see something, we're like, oh, that's that thing. When we're already going. And if you just saw like a fuzzy yellow thing, you might be like, what is that? It almost looks like a banana. And it slows you down. I'm saying like
if you have too much estrogen, you might be sure it's a banana.
It's all about like muscle memory, reaction, using the memory up in the brain, and then delivering it down to some other kind of executive functions, right? Or other functions. So like that chain is all like kind of, I think in a way created a little bit out of how our testosterone affects how we grow. You know what I mean? So whatever. We're built with a different kind of wiring, you know. I think if it's under the influence of the molecule of the hormone molecule, you know what I mean? Like however we develop as people, it's sort of under that umbrella of where the chemistry is kind of like it's influencing how we put our network together.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, what I'm saying is like it's the difference between being really manly or like kind of meek is maybe just the difference between a few milligrams of testosterone in the system. And so therefore somebody might seem like really effeminate where they're not actually homosexual. They're just like, they don't have like some kind of imprint of like being a man to like be that, you know what I mean?
And it's from like even while they're developing in the womb, if they have, you know, too high or too low a level of either, the bone structure and the development at that early stage would give that either a feminine or masculine quality to a woman or a man.
It's just, I'm saying like hormones affect how we think. Our thoughts affect how we perceive things, and then that reinforces behavior.
Right.
And so, yeah. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Everything else is kind of preferential, maybe.
So they could like, I mean, they're already putting estrogen in the beer and like all kinds of food products and stuff like that. They could be, you know, a lot of kids either becoming or actually identifying as women, maybe in their minds because of this environmental thing, or the moms having a, you know.
Or it might just be like, oh, I'm not a lumberjack.
Click and hold and go to sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, was he hot mic?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying you could be born and just be like, oh, I'm not cut out like a lumberjack or whatever, you know. And then
I think
just doubt that you fit in with that group. You know what I mean? So you're like, oh, I'm my own thing, right? This is the alpha beta kind of situation, or whatever. There's like different groups people like put themselves in.
So you think this character that became on gay is taking a bunch of testosterone now?
No.
Would that help with his non-gay feelings?
I don't know. It might make him more gay. I'm not really sure what taking testosterone on top of being gay is. I'm not sure what effects it that. I don't think it makes you straighter. Well, it may make parts of you straighter, but that's not really the goal here.
I just don't see that our society really. I mean, I guess there's guys that are raised by their mothers and stuff like that, so that might affect part of it, or they've been abused as a kid. That might affect part of it, their choices or whatever, if they're making choices. But I think most guys that I've met that are gay, that's just who they are. It doesn't seem like it's necessarily because of some abuse or something. It's just that's just the way they are. They've always been. Seems like it. A lot of flat earthers might disagree with that. Yes, or a lot of people in general.
I know, whatever, man.
Doesn't seem like a choice to me. I don't know.
It's a little bit like yeah, the world tells you who you are, you tell the world who you are, and then somewhere at some point you're like, I want to fit in somewhere because like I don't really understand where I fit in, and maybe that might be the thing.
But your sexual urges are they're so deep seated.
I mean, you could either
how that be like a social choice, you know.
Well, it's a social choice in the same way you might just be like, oh, well, I'm into that thing, and somebody else is like, oh, I'm into body piercing crazy. Like, I want to just put like tons of metal gauges in my face, you know, or it's like, I want to be RoboCop. You know, everybody might want to be something when they reach a certain age, and they're like, oh, I want to fit in with a larger social group or something. You know what I'm saying? What makes me different? You know, oh, why am I set apart from other people? Oh, because I want to be RoboCop.
Right. I told you my Bob Turr story, right? The helicopter pilot that became a woman. You know about that? The guy that filmed the OJ Bronco scene He's like a badass helicopter pilot, news guy, right? His name was Bob Tur, right? He's now a woman, but I met him when he was a man, right? I waited on him at this sushi restaurant I worked at, and telling me about how his ex-wife was Princess Leia. In fact, he was married to Princess Leia for a time. What's her name? Snack. Doesn't come to my mind right away.
Yeah. It's getting harder and harder for me to penetrate the mental fog of other people.
Anyway, so what happened?
I think what I want to specialize is in helping people remember what they can't remember, and then the reason they can't remember the thing. I'm sorry, keep going.
Come on, Princess Leia.
It's
anyway, he was
obviously
married to
starts with a C. Carrie. Well, we're at the what was the name of the hardware store? What's the name of the hardware store?
What?
Your perspective. The hardware store you couldn't remember. You're like, what's the name of that hardware store? Do you now remember what the name of the hardware store is?
What? What was this? Oh, yeah, that's right.
You're like, oh, what's that hardware store we went to?
Yeah, you gave me a clue and I had to figure it out.
Yeah, I gave you a clue, and I'm like, hey, you can remember it like that. You got it right away. I thought it was even disconnected. You'd be like, why are you?
Yeah, I did get it right away.
And then just you had it right there. So.
Right. Anyway, what's interesting about this story is that he was talking to me at this place, right, the sushi place, and he was saying that, you know, that he had that marriage and he, helicopter pilot, and he knows a guy that I happen to know from my hometown that was also, he was doing WGN news. We had an acquaintance that we figured out through conversation. I ended up calling that guy because I had his number in my phone and they talked on my phone. But regardless of all that, he, became a woman, and I found out later. And then I saw that guy when I was back home for Christmas at a party, and we talked about Bob Tur. And he's like, "Oh, but did you hear the other thing? There was 2 helicopter pilots competing for the footage that was, used for the OJ Bronco thing, right? And the other helicopter pilot that's been Bob Tur's arch nemesis or his competing, lead competing guy or whatever for helicopter news footage also has become a woman, right? So both helicopter pilots that that filmed the OJ Bronco scene are both men that became women. What are the chances?
It'd be cool if they ended up together.
Well, now they're friends, right? They have something in common, right? There was a whole story.
But wouldn't it be cool if they were more than friends?
They were lesbos? Were they scissoring each other? Is that the question?
Yeah. Scissoring helicopter transgender pilots? Yeah. Imagine how famous they'd be. They'd be, you're that couple. You're that famous couple.
Well, there's this whole thing about, the reason I brought it up is because the whole, analysis of why these men that would seem very macho helicopter pilots, like, why would it be that they might have that in common? But, if it was, not just a coincidence, it would be more like they had a lot of compensation going on. They were trying to always, or at least that's what Bob Tur said, he was compensating for.
Maybe they had just
macho.
I don't know, man. That's
I feel
really
so much like a woman.
case. I think it's almost like your case almost just is specifically made to kind of break my my case. So that's just what they want me to think. So that's just what probably is fake. So you're probably making lies.
What are the chances that both the guys that directed The Matrix, the brothers, are going to both become women? What is going on here? I think they've got the Illuminati have some testosterone or
we don't know how far this transformation goes either. I mean, you see them sporting a tight shirt, maybe you might think it's like all the way, all the plumbing's been changed over here. But what I say, maybe they just want to have boobs. And is it okay for men? Because men sometimes will just have boobs anyway.
I guess, yeah. So
comforting, possibly. You know, I don't know. Maybe it'd be nice to walk around with a set of knockers.
I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe you get out
You
of
don't
shape
have to
and
be
you have
cowboy to
knockers
everybody.
anyway, and
You
you're
know.
like, well, shit, I already got tits. I might as
Yeah.
well just have a dress and a
Now I
wig.
got
So
some
I don't look.
cleavage. I can call people sweetie. That gives you like license to call anybody sweetie. You know, you got some cleavage, push them together. You know what I'm saying? So
Could be, yeah.
maybe it's
Man
just
with tits
having
just
that kind of social attitude is really what they were craving at first.
But I suspect that some of these people are put
It's
up to
just
it, or it's MK
and so
Ultra type
maybe
thing. It's all about the inversion of society. I think it's
it's like a reaction
totally.
to toxic masculinity. You know, that just revolt from it completely.
Yeah, guess you can go with that.
I don't know what else do I go with.
It's too dumb. It's too. I don't think it was a thing before it was a thing. You know, as
It's
much.
like, isn't it? I don't know. To me, the whole greater part of complexity of relations on a deep way like this is not even to do with your sexual form, you know, or preference. It's just people, and that's actually the greater part of the whole problem.
Well, you know, we
So go
had.
ahead, change your sex. You're still gonna have troubles. You know, it's not gonna fix it. You're just almost like putting another step in front of your true happiness to find your true other puzzle piece in life. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't it nice that we've come far enough away from Poncho Pete's to like not be just have like an aversion to this conversation altogether? Like we're almost talking about it without even referencing him for a minute, you know? And I think that there's some truth to what he was saying about there being like the lifetime um possible cross or whatever transgender people like that you've never thought of them. I mean, it seems like they're doing it, even like
I
some of these
mean,
stars.
or the
It's
idea like, can your psyche itself just have like a gender to it that is really sort of almost like asexual, but it works better as a this or that. Like your actual psychology, your psyche might just work better in female mode than in male mode. You might be more fit. You might have more problems trying to like be congruent to all the way. You know what I mean? You might just not fit right. That's all.
well, there's a whole thing about it I looked into when I was trying to help Pete, you know. Like, there is some weird things about it. Like they're embracing your feminine when you're a man can give you a certain power or certain, you know, creative like um I don't know. There's some things that were written about it being like something that a cult, you know, it's kind of like a culted mindset of like that being like your way to dominate in society, right? Controlling that or having that deception be something that no one knows except for you and maybe two other people in this world or something. I don't know. Could be some truth to that, but regardless, let's not talk about that anymore. You can go watch Pancho Pete if you want. Still doing them, man. He hasn't let up. You know that, right? If you checked in on his streams at all.
No.
Oh, no, the same thing. Pretty much, you know, everybody's in that. He does trans investigations for people. People that
Yeah,
call
I
in.
try. I mean, you know, I have like other preoccupations, like hobbies and things like that.
No,
Is
yeah,
it
I
a
would.
hobby of his? I don't know, but
It became just an obsession. It was one of those things.
he
Like he
was.
went so far with it that if he
I
didn't
swear he was
continue,
normal. I swear he was normal, and then he's like, I causes all I see is vaginas and pussy, and
right?
something happened. I don't know, man. Like just become fixated, where it's like if you stress your eyes out enough to try to see the other thing and try to understand the other thing, now you have to deal with the complexity of that uh, cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, and just
You know what I
like
mean?
blowing up the
It's
whole
like it's
scene.
like it's a little bit like when you like not saying you mind programmed me, but you loaded me up with like a bunch of like weekend stuff, like stuff with Justin Bieber in the weekend, and
Right?
it's
You
like, you know,
couldn't deny it, right?
well, no, because
You became more a proponent of it than I
it's
did.
to study each one, to isolate the different things with my eyes, and then to like have this comparative map in my, like I can't, like when I say the words you can't unsee something, it's like, well, it's a
Right?
lot of things. it's a multitude of different things you showed me. You know what I mean? I can't
Right.
unsee all of them.
Elvis
Like
is
it's
definitely
taken me
alive.
time to just nullify it in my brain, but it was very accurate while it was like
Yeah.
I had to quarantine that off in my head. You know what I'm saying? Like so sometimes like things that are incongruent with our knowledge base are very difficult to fucking reintegrate, or
Right.
maybe they just can't be. You know what I mean? They just make all the other things like go out of whack. It's like a wrinkle in the carpet. You know what I mean?
Oh, we all have our threshold. Like there's certain things I'd rather not know, and my cognitus kicks in, and I might not ever let it. Like I'll be a baller about that certain thing forever, maybe as long as possible. If reptilians really are real, if there's shapeshifters amongst us, I'd almost rather not know because I don't know much I could do about it. But to know for sure that that's going on, I don't know. Almost
Well,
rather not
yeah.
know.
Well, I've become pretty good at just unplugging the whole. I can like pull that socket right out of the wall. You know,
Right.
like because
Yeah.
otherwise everything that you ever think about has got to be to do somehow with the dynamics of the reptile people. And if the reptile people don't exist, then you're kind of going to be in some fucked up place.
Well,
Shout out to Pete Shea. No, he isn't. He isn't reptile. But I'm just saying, like the idea that you have to like that everything has got to line up is a.
Right.
I mean, you're asking for errors to occur.
Well,
Because we're all just only people.
even if you saw it close like in person, right? You still can't be sure that it wasn't just a really good trick.
It's when you continue with the the unicorns and the dragons. You know what I'm saying? Things start to get to where they're both unreasonable things that cannot be proved, and we've got to
Now,
talk about them together.
you actually speculated that you think dragons really existed, right? You think dragons existed,
No, I don't.
we already do have dragons, right? We have a form of dragon already, right? So that's
I don't
a real
know. I
dragon.
don't think I speculated on it. It's just I think you asked me to react to somebody else's thinking about it.
Maybe we were talking Game of Thrones or whatever, but you were kind of like saying those line up with real life. So maybe dragons. I don't know, man. I mean,
It's
there's
at
just
least
so many
like a
depictions of it.
mythical,
That's a really popular mythical character, and it seems like it's kind of always put in the group of other animals that aren't necessarily mythical, which is weird.
I'm just saying what Game of Thrones is trying to kind of broach this topic up a little bit because it's super nebulous, No, like what are the earliest dragon culture? It's like a culture though, really. Like that dragon thing is an identifier of like a root of peoples, that go through way back. So
what I want to know, regardless if there's dragons or not, has there ever been a bird big enough for a man to fly on a bird? Has that ever happened? And if it has, awesome. Right? Even a bird, right? Big ass bird, right?
Yeah, they talk about some
and the
possibly
next
very,
question
very
is
big birds.
if you would you be daring enough to fly on a bird if it was possible to fly on a bird or a dragon? I mean, that's one of the things I'll put on the list of like, you can count me out. Like I probably wouldn't want to do that. I'm not such a thrill seeker. I wouldn't do the skydiving or any of that. I'm not that kind of guy.
But yeah, they used the dragon as a symbol. They used
where do you think the origins are? If it's totally mythical, what are the mythical
like
origins?
I think there's actually some kind of battle formation that's also probably used with like cavalry. Or this
with like
idea
a fire,
no, because like the
fire
because the
tech.
head of the it's just the head of the dragon can like punch through like a line. And if the rest of it is like all shielded, I don't know. There might be something like that. Some kind of battle, like the phalanx, it's got all this useful, to do with like infantry combat because of its shape and stuff like that, and it can defend itself equally from all sides. Well, I don't know. There might be there could, or the idea like,
Do you think
people were
were
like
pterodactyls a real thing, or does
these were
that
like
fall under the
psychedelic people
dinosaur
too.
shit?
These people were doing shrooms and stuff too, and mixing it with wine and drinking that
True.
like on the norm. They were microdosing all the time. These people, you know what I'm saying? And
Really?
they're just like, yo, the dragon for sure. And they're like, yeah, let's
I think I
microdose
used
some
to be a
more.
big
And yes, the
microdosing.
dragon.
Yeah, I guess if you had a lot of leisure time, right? Why not?
Well, they just started like, well, imagine that. Like we don't really have that. Like, it's hard to even imagine like what it would be like to be in a society of people where you're all kind of microdosing and like, but also believing in some crazy shit that just does not maybe not exist at all. You know, but we still all go with it.
I'm sure there's still an outer pond that is totally, in that groove.
And like Tartary has the other half of their symbol for their flag, well, the dragon everybody knows about is a symbol of Tartary, but also I've seen it as like a maze, like a oval with a bunch of maze, notches through it.
What?
Um,
A Tartary maze?
yeah, like that was the other half of their flag.
Oh, okay, right. I see.
So it's like their B-side logo. Like Dragon's A side, B side's the maze. Does that make sense? Yeah. That tapestry, you know what I mean? A lot of stuff. But utilizing the maze logo, it's really interesting, right? Because you think about the Greek maze, just the underworld. That's something, Tartarus. That's Tartarus. But that makes its way all into the Greek stuff. So, what's going on? And at a certain point, it's like, well, is Greek European, or is Greek like by extension some kind of Asiatic culture that just gets normalized over so many years? It gets forgotten. It's even different, or it started out as something and then changed like 1,000 years ago. People, like a wave of people could have just taken it over, or populated, or intermarried, or who knows what. Man.
Yeah, I think
Anthropologically, it's a little tough. I mean, unless you're like out there with a paintbrush digging through sand or something like that, it's hard to really say like what's what. But I don't know. It was like necessary antecedents for all this like cultural development and stuff. Anyway, one of the dragon for sure. Interesting. It's like that's almost like basically the Kraken. Like the Kraken is the dragon for the same thing or something.
Yeah, similar overtones. Yeah, for sure. Kraken, dragon, crack gun, dragon. Wonder if it started as Kragon.
I don't know. In a way, like the biblical descriptions of the Leviathan or like
right.
sound like maybe like some kind of sea serpent, sea dragon, or something like that. It's like the dragon with legs and arms. That's a sort of a different class of dragon than maybe just the dragon that's a serpent, basically. So a serpent we can understand, like some kind of super grand serpent, right? I'm saying like well, they do that in China, right? Like during Chinese New Year, they all like put on that costume and make like a big snake or something like that. Well, I mean, just imagine that same concept, but if it was done with horses and armor and swords and shit. You know what I mean? That's sort of what I'm imagining as far as like they had technology to be able to like kick the shit out of people. But anyway, yeah, I think Game of Thrones is kind of like saying like, yeah, you're all Europeans, but like you're all kind of descended in a way from some sort of other culture here that's been playing around as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As far as like a narrative, I don't know. It's hard to like tell that story in any other way than to just totally fictionalize it. Because you'd be offending mad people.
It's not really that crazy of an idea, to be honest. I mean,
but then it's like
why wouldn't there be big birds, right? Right.
Like White Walkers don't make sense to me in any of that stuff.
Big
That doesn't figure.
We already have.
Figures. Zombies don't figure.
We already have a form of a dragon, right? So why not a flying dragon? Because it's not that big. Flying reptiles, that's not really that far-fetched.
I don't necessarily believe in a real flying reptiles or real White Walkers. You know, so I think they're symbolically encoded things.
Yeah, very much so.
Even in the original like reference to we have like people believing in dragons, it could be itself like a whole psycho spiritual sort of construct that doesn't necessarily have to originate from being real. But you know, like you could find like marine fossils and have no idea what they are. You know, imagine you found some marine fossils, but what are these? Are these some creatures, right? In the marine layer, right? So you have all these like marine animals. You wouldn't know why there would be in rock on the land. You might not put it together that there's some kind of cycle that goes on here. So it's possible that they could have concluded the old fossils and shit might have been from like real like land creatures where they were actually sea creatures. Much the same way as we take like a T-Rex and put it by taking a bunch of like basically you could construct a T-Rex skeleton in principle from a bunch of like whale bones, all the different
Sure, that seems to be what they did.
vertebrae.
That's the story, right? Bone Wars.
Like a pilot whale, something similar to that. So anyway, if it's possible to believe that even modern paleontology could have gotten it wrong, well, why isn't it possible? Like, well, people in the way back, and you know that they would have been mining stuff because they would have had this part of the deal, right? Because what are they doing? Digging holes, making caves, to get at deposits of limestone, deposits of crystalline gypsum that could be used to make high quality steel. So things that other things, that go in there. Maybe gold, other things. So I don't know, man. The lore of it, yeah, it's dragons, but physics of it, I'm not really sure. And then we want to believe in dragons anyway, right?
I don't know if I want to believe in
People are
it.
fantastic. We want to believe in
I don't
fantastic
really have a
shit.
desire to believe in it. I would like to know if there's any evidence for it, some good evidence for it.
Okay, so when you were a kid, you were like dragons, nah, dinosaurs.
No, I love it. I love the idea. Right? Yeah.
So, but like
I guess I
dinosaurs are
would
like a
want to believe it. I
modern
guess that would be cool. It'd be
mythologization
cool if it
of
was true, not necessarily that I want to believe it necessarily. But
dinosaurs, like a modern myth of the ancient dragon.
someone else here to talk because I gotta fall asleep. I'm like delirious right now. This is
You can't keep up.
It's been a
You gotta go walk the dogs.
a long night of conversation on other channels and this channel. And I won't have any energy left for tomorrow. I'll go to sleep.
All right.
But anybody else here? You got a new flat Earth friend riding in eggshells, probably still working out, right? Hanging out with flat Earth friends to talk to.
Eggshells are all right. As long as we don't talk about the shape of the Earth, I think
everybody's about to wake up anyway. Jeremy, everybody will wake up. Rakia's here. What's up, Rakia?
I gotta get going now.
Kosho's still thinking about the gay conversation.
It was nice closing out the day with you, man.
Yeah, you too, bro. I'll talk to you
and
soon.
That's what is at the beginning of the stream or the end of a previous stream. Well, have a nice stream.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, good stream. Good stream, people. See you next stream. Later.
Don't cross the streams. Yeah. And just other stream references people want to mention. This room got tiny.